silly. So I'm hiding. That's okay. Today I am not going to be doing a song. I'm going to do something that my lovely follower Kezi asked me to do, which is a TV show, which I'm pretty excited about. A TV show I have never seen before. I saw a commercial for it a million years ago, which is Garth Marenghi's Darkplace. I saw it on, there were commercials for it, I think for a minute it aired on Adult Swim maybe. And I want to say it was near when they were showing The Mighty Boosh, which for some reason, when that came out, I really hated. Even though I think if I watched it now, I'd probably really enjoy it. Just at the time, for some reason, did not vibe with me. And so when I saw it, I'm like, oh, it sounds like Mighty Boosh. I hate it. So I just never watched it. All I remember was it's about like a Stephen King kind of writer, I think, or director. I know nothing going in. And I will read up on the show after I watch the first episode, because just for fun, I wanted to go in totally blind. So all I know is that, and from the picture I saw that Richard Ayoade is in it, which is awesome, because is that how you pronounce his last name? I hope I'm right, because I love him. I love him whenever he pops up in anything. I've seen a couple episodes of IT Crowd, I loved him in that. So yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens, and cuddle in my blankie. Except when I have to press buttons. Okay. Let's go.
Something was pouring from his mouth. He examined his sleeve. Blood? Blood. Crimson, copper-smelling blood. His blood. 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 And bits of sick. Greetings, traveller. I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer. Most of you will probably know me already from my extensive canon of chillers, including Afterbirth, in which a mutated placenta attacks Bristol. Back in the 1980s, I wrote,
I would totally watch that movie. I probably have watched that movie, even though it doesn't exist, I basically have. I love that it was Slicer and Slicer 4. I don't know if there were 2 and 3 in between, or if he just went, nah, cut the bullshit, 1 to 4, fuck you. Oh, it was funny. Sorry.
Bristol. Back in the 1980s, I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Darkplace, a television programme so radical, so risky, so dangerous, so goddamn crazy, that the so-called powers that be became too scared to show it, and gypped me, much in the same way that women have done ever since they sniffed out my money. Only now, in the worst artistic drought in broadcast history, does the channel come crawling back, cap in hand and suitably ashamed, asking if...
Okay, first of all, I didn't know if this is like a lost media show. I love that. I'm very excited now. Oh, I'm cold. I'm very excited now, because I love lost media shit. Anything that's like, you know, we found this in the archives, whatever. I love that stuff, which makes sense of why I remember bits of it looking kind of like the 80s. Okay, so these going to be like recordings from the 80s? Heck yeah. Also, can I just say, this shot is perfect, because it says so much about I'm going to try not to just stop and like explain jokes or whatever, but I just have to say, from a film nerd standpoint, this is so perfect because it illustrates so much about this character without having to say anything, which is like, clearly we've seen... thinks he's fantastic, very full of himself. His talent, we don't know yet, we'll say. Up for debate. But he clearly thinks that he is something pretty special, and thinks that he's pretty spooky. So the fact that, like, clearly he's probably by himself, obviously, like, you know, the act, but I mean, like, in the narrative, by himself, set up this camera. The fact that he set up this camera at the bottom of the stairs, and, like, did this sort of putting it on this weird angle, and having the light come down. You can just imagine how many times did this man practice this walk down the stairs for optimal coolness and spooky factor. Says so much about this character without anything in the dialogue. Is really great. I love this. Sorry, I didn't know. I'm a huge sucker for like lost media, goofy shit. Or anything like, I haven't seen a lot of like ARGs, but the ones that I have, anything that's like, you know, I've seen like Local 58 and stuff like that. I really love anything that's like, you know, supposed to be, you know, stuff that was found in some type of archive or whatever it may be. I love that shit. Actually, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. There we are. Okay.
If your humble fabulist could once more retrieve Darkplace from the boxes in his spacious basement and let it loose on its unsuspecting public, that's you. Naturellement, I relented and spent over 3 hours of my life knocking together some interviews with the key players in this historic programme, namely myself and my publisher, Dean Lerner. So, finally, here is Darkplace. For the first time on British television, it had a brief run in Peru. Sit back, dim the lights or switch them off if you don't have dimmers, put conventional logic to one side, and enjoy. Well, I say enjoy. I'm Garth Marenghi, author, dreamweaver, visionary, plus actor.
Oh, hey!
You are about to enter the world of my imagination. You are entering my...
Again, trying not to pause everything to explain jokes, but that is a reference that I get and don't get at the same time. The whole thing of him typing at the typewriter and then, like, flipping the page behind him. I know that used to be the logo for, like, a production company, or at the very least a certain creator, and God, if I can't remember his name. This has been, like, the late 80s, so, like, I was too young to have seen it, but I've seen it in, like, reruns and probably parodied and other things. But I think it was the dude who made, like, the A-Team, and maybe Greatest American Hero, and probably some other stuff in there, too. But yeah, his little, like, end, the little, post-credit thing for his production company was him, I assume, typing on a typewriter and then flicking the page behind it, and it would make the logo. So that's a very funny reference. And then, of course, now looking very Twilight Zone, which I've only ever seen maybe, like, 3 Twilight Zone episodes in my life, and I loved all of them. I need to sit there and just, like, watch all the Twilight Zone. There you go. Next week, I'll start watching Twilight Zone here. No, I'm kidding. Unless I'm not. But, yeah.
My dark place.
Is that Matt Berry? I didn't know Matt Berry was in this. I'm embarrassed to say I pretty much only know him from What We Do in the Shadows, but I can still listen to this man talk forever. I loved the little bad model of the hospital and the like clearly walking in slow-mo. I imagine we're probably gonna have a lot on this show, just a lot of slow-mo walking, which is fine. Adds to the tension.
Just leave.
Funny. That cat just told me to leave.
Oh my god.
Hi, I've come to apply for the doctor's job. I can assure you my credentials are top notch. I've just graduated from Harvard College Yale. I aced every semester and I got an A.
Well, that sounds excellent. Our last doctor only just recently died in horrific circumstances. Can you start immediately?
Sure, do I have time to go to the toilet?
Not really. I've already paged Dr. Sanchez, who should be here any minute now.
I'm Dr. Sanchez. You're a woman.
Yes, I hope that's not a problem.
Not at all. There's plenty of scare on the wall. This is the 20th century after all, though some don't like to admit it. Welcome to Darkplace, Liz. My hand.
What's happening? What's happening?
Are you all right?
Not really.
Okay. What the fuck was that? I think that was meant to be very dead. I think it was meant to be kind of Dead Zone-ish. Like Stephen King's Dead Zone with the whole, like, touching someone's hand and maybe seeing something like the future? Or there's just a bit of madness, who can say? Is it called Once Upon a Beginning? Literally, the title's right in front of me, sorry. That's a great title. That's a great title. I love that a bunch of I don't know if this will be the case throughout the whole series, but I love that a bunch of the audio being ADR'd is being like recorded later and then added in afterwards. You hear that a lot in films from like the 60s or 70s, especially those where like maybe they filmed it not in the UK or not in America and decided either it's in a different language and they're dubbing over it, or they just like basically taught everyone to speak the words phonetically and they just dubbed over it with English speaking actors so that it could like it could sound. They used to do that sometimes. In fact, they did that for there's a movie called Hercules in New York, I think it was, where it's Arnold Schwarzenegger as Hercules, but like they dub Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice to sound more American and it sounds insane. But that is really funny. It just adds to like feeling very 70s or 80s. But it puts me back in like those old Giallo films where they would just I have a weird love of bad ADR. I don't know why, I just do. But I also love the whole like I aced all my stuff and I got an A. Just the like it's not just I love bad movies, right? But like I don't love stuff like Sharknado or things like that where it's like bad on purpose, which this kind of is, but I can also just it's ringing true to me. It's ringing like a true bad film, as in something by like say Ed Wood or Tommy Wiseau or things like that, where it's like you can see the bad writer being like, we have to let everyone know she's smart so that people will take her seriously. So you have to make it clear that she went to Harvard, Yale, and also got A's, and she aced things. Like, it's gotta be, you could see the bad writer in there is great, as opposed to just seeing someone trying to write badly. You can imagine a bad writer writing it. I don't know how to explain why those are two different things, but they feel different to me. They just do.
I'm one of the few people you'll meet who've written more books than they've read. I felt I'd taken the novel as far as it could go. I guess it was inevitable that my imagination would make the move to television.
I got a script, read it, scared me senseless, calmed amplitude, and I said to Garth, I looked straight into his face, I've never been afraid of holding a man's gaze, it's natural. I said, this is going to be the most significant televisual event since Quantum Leap. And I do not say that lightly.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. I got the call too early to grab a shower, so I had to make do with a quick rinse around the key areas. Some little missy had taken a nosedive in reception, so Muggins was meant to haul us down there and kiss it better. But first I had to visit a very special friend.
Is my daddy going to be all right?
Your daddy is very sick, champ.
Is he going to die?
We're doing all we can, but I'm not Jesus Christ. I've come to accept that now.
Wait.
I've got to get this. Son of a bitch. That's my boss. Gotta go.
They work you too hard here. They should pay you a hero's wage.
You're a good kid.
And you're a great doctor.
Is there something wrong with the kid? Is the kid like, I assume he's gonna say like your dad was in an accident with you. Is the kid also sick? Or do they just keep him nearby? Like, your dad is sick, so we're gonna keep you in the sick, the child of sick room. But no, it's because, again, the terrible writer is like, how do we show that this guy's a good guy? We must show him comforting a child and then have the child talk about how great he is. Oh, that's so funny.
Never take drugs. Dean's not an actor.
I warned Garth. I said, I'm not an actor. And he said, I'll always remember this, that he didn't want an act. He wanted the truth. So here is Dean Lerner playing Thornton Reed, not putting on an act, but putting on the truth. Listen up, ladies, we've got a situation. A little lass has just cracked a nut, and if she croaks, my ass is grass.
That was Thornton Reed, my boss, head of the department, a bullbuster. But then he had to answer to Wonton.
She's here on the express say-so of Wonton, a star pupil, you might say, and one that Darkplace has high hopes for.
So far, we're giving her some Lucasade, and that seems to have helped, but she said she's having visions. Blood Gut's a real horror show.
That's Dr. Lucian Sanchez, hotshot surgeon. He's a good buddy, though we sometimes have punch-ups. Is that why you called me in? As far as I can tell, some dames just bang their bonds. Qu'est-ce que le diff?
Wait, I have more things to say.
Go on. Sorry for the interruption.
Don't mention it. She's saying there's something supernatural going on. It's witchy woman whittering, and it wants nothing out of the wick. This is a place of science, after all. I need panic in the walls like I need a hole in the head.
Something supernatural, you say? That sounds bang up your alley, Dag. Aren't you an expert in the arcane and black arts?
That was a long time ago, Sanch.
What?
Got my fingers burned.
Well, you can count me out, Reed. It's all voodoo nonsense as far as this cat's concerned.
Fair enough. You take the reins on this one, Dag, but make sure your methods are orthodox.
Don't worry, Reed. This sounds routine. I'm sure nothing untoward will happen.
I hope he heeds my words about being with this in an orthodox manner.
He will. He's the best damn doctor on the wing, or any other wing for that matter.
He's a wild card.
But I'm glad he's in our deck.
Let's hope he plays a fair hand.
He'll come up trumps.
If it's not a joker in the pack, and sometimes there is.
Jim.
Oh my god. Again, I think the reason this is really working for me is, I think if this just existed, like if it was just they were playing this goofy show of like this like goofy hospital drama with supernatural elements without the bookend stuff of like the whole thing of like him finding the talking about the writer and him finding stuff in the archives and doing the little interviews, that's what's making this work for me so much, because I'm not just seeing like, these are these comedians trying to make this show that's like, bad on purpose. Like, no, it's the layers to it of like these comedians having this like writer who thinks that he's amazing enough to write a show and also star in the show and also make himself the most important person. Like, everyone just talks about how great he is. Then you're not just watching like comedians write what they think bad is. You're watching comedians write what they think this guy would think good is, which makes it so much funnier. Of like, you can tell again that Garth Marenghi's in there just like, we'll have them, speedy dialogue. That shows, that kind of quick-paced dialogue, that makes it sound more natural. Like, that makes it sound more like, that's fun and catchy to listen to. It's like, meanwhile, it just sounds like no one here is a real person. They're all strange robots. I love that it's like a hospital show, but also a supernatural show, but also his boss almost comes off like he's from a cop show. Just constantly, again, looking down the barrel of the camera and blinking constantly. Such nuanced, terrible acting is pretty fantastic. And I'm sure they'll throw in just like random medical jargon. I love this. I guess he had a history in black magic, because why not? I don't know if this is fun to watch because I'm not like commenting on a song, like because I hope this isn't just me like explaining jokes. I don't know. I'm doing this one episode because it was requested, and I'm so thrilled I got to do this. I'm having a lot of fun, but like I'll hold off to see what people think before I actually like record another one, in case you were like, that was something, don't do that, just keep watching it yourself, which I will, because this is really making me laugh.
Jim. Can you get 2 cc's of 0.2% saline chloroxide into bed 33? And I need you to get urology to get the butts and give it that cardiogram. Tell them the endotracheal ring is clogged. Come on, let's move it, people. Dr. Liz Asher?
Dr. Rick Douglas, MD.
You've heard of me.
Who in the field of medicine hasn't?
Well, you shouldn't believe everything you read in the medical magazines. Welcome to Darkplace. I've seen more auspicious starts.
I wasn't planning on falling on my fanny, Dr. Douglas. I had a vision. I'm a psychic.
And I'm Bo Derek.
Okay, I know her from, I'm sure, a couple things, but what was the name of that movie? she is in a horror film that's actually pretty good about a pregnant woman called I think it was like Prevent or something like that. I think she like wrote directed it too. That was a pretty good movie from what I can recall. Heck yeah. I'm sure she's been in a ton more stuff and I just don't know it. But of course this is very it's 80s TV, but it's also so clearly like taking a lot of inspiration from like 70s. I'm feeling a lot of 70s giallo vibes, which are like Italian murder mystery and usually with supernatural elements to them. Films, Dario Argento being like the most famous creator of them with things like Suspiria. And this gave me vibes of that with the ADR I mentioned, with some of the music, and with suddenly she's like psychic for some reason. Like that's very giallo.
No, you're not.
You're right, I'm not. I guess I use sarcasm as a defence.
I see the past, the present, and the future.
Tough gig.
Stop being sarcastic.
Maybe if everyone who'd ever been close to you had died, you'd be sarcastic too.
Yes, that makes sense.
Backstory.
Come on, I'll lend you money for a coffee. We ended up going to the staff room. There's access to a clean sofa and the coffee's complimentary. Sanchez, my buddy, joined us. When he heard what Liz had to say, he nearly split a log. Slops.
So let me get this straight. When you crushed my hand, you had a vision that something terrible has either happened, is happening, or will happen to a patient in Darkplace.
That's about the size of it in a nutshell.
Well, have you got a name or a room number?
Room 213.
That's where Renwick is.
Who's Renwick?
No one. Forget it.
I know you're lying to me, protecting me, but I'm a big girl now. In a year's time, I'll be a woman. Come on, who's Renwick, Rick?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
You're right. I do. Larry Renwick was admitted here last week. The guy went axe happy on a trout farm. He killed 60 fish.
You knew him, didn't you?
You really are psychic.
Yes. Watch this.
Impressive. But don't do that on the ward.
So what happened between you and this Renwick customer?
Larry was a colleague of mine when I first started here at Darkplace. God, he was brainy and brave. Saved my life once. I saved his life twice, so I was one up. We made a pact to push each other's minds to the limit and beyond. Naturally, we both became fascinated with the occult. One night, Larry suggested we try and open the gates of hell right here in the canteen. I pleaded with him. I said no, don't, but he insisted. That night, we performed the rite and opened the gate. Halfway through, I went to the kitchen to fix us both a Coke float. But by the time I got back, he'd gone insane. Plus, he'd left the gate open and there was evil everywhere. I need to grab a shower. I reclosed the gates of hell as soon as I could, but Darkplace has never been the same since. And with Larry back, it feels like the gates could reopen any second, and that's the last thing I need.
You're overworked as it is.
Tell me about it. It'll be a total hassle.
Look, I'll help you. I'm free most Tuesdays and my doctor's contract hasn't officially started yet.
This ain't orthodox, Liz.
Just when were you orthodox, Rick?
That's true.
Please.
All right. I'll pay you, though. It'll make it bona fide, and you could probably use the extra pocket money for clothes and makeup.
Thanks, Rick. I won't let you down.
Okay. Well, what would help me most right now is if you could whack a Brillo around this...
I just love the constant, like, infantilizing the one female character is very something. And again, it's like, you're constantly just seeing... They're just teaching you so much about the character of Garth Marenghi. Just like, I want to show that this guy doesn't play by the rules. He's got to be smoking next to a no smoking sign in a hospital. Good job. And I feel like the woman is like almost always ADR'd, whereas none of the rest of them. Well, no, Matt Berry was a few times. I'm so sorry. I haven't caught like besides I haven't caught anyone's names. So it's gonna be a lot of me either referring to people by like their actor names or their names, because I know Garth Marenghi's name. I can't remember what the character's name is, and that is a very stylish. I kind of love her hair. It looks sort of like the hair that Hedwig from Hedwig and the Angry Inch would wear, and I kind of love it.
Won't let you down.
Okay. Well, what would help me most right now is if you could whack a Brillo round this mug. Otherwise, it'll stain. Sanj, I suggest you and I pay Larry a visit before it's too late. Because it's 8 p.m. now.
It just... Some of the background, I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but it looked like they're just like, we need to make something hospital looking happen. You two walk by with a cart, and then it's just like, we don't have anywhere for it to go, because like the set ends there, so they just stop there awkwardly until the shot ends. They just keep following the girl walking. It's maybe not what they were going for, but it looked like that's what they were doing to me.
This is it.
You and he were buddies, weren't you?
Once.
Listen, when I first joined this hospital, I was strictly...
The editing mistakes in here are amazing. It is just like them talking and then cut to the room and suddenly you're seeing behind, like the camera went from them facing each other to shot of the door. They're both next to each other looking that way. Just like the horrible editing mistakes and continuity errors. I'm sure there are far more than I'm spotting, and you can probably get very drunk doing a drinking game of them. And these awful paintings in the background.
Weren't you?
Once.
Listen, when I first joined this hospital, I was strictly solo. You were the first real buddy I ever had. But if you and he wish to be best buddies again, I won't stand in your way.
I've got a best buddy, Sanj. But some shit sticks, no matter how hard you scrape. Hang back.
You got it.
Larry?
Where'd he go?
Are you alright?
I wonder what they filmed, or what did they filmed that with? Or, I keep saying filmed, I mean filled. So like filmed the dummy with. I want to look at that again.
Larry?
There's just bits of food. I know like famous horror makeup guy and effect guy Tom Savini, who's like god of horror effects in like the 80s. I know he I can't remember which one it was. If it was The Prowler. I can't remember what horror film he was talking about. But basically, he just like to try to make something look good when they like blew it up or shot it with a shotgun. That was it. It was a shotgun. I think it wasn't The Prowler. They literally just like took a bunch of stuff from craft services, and filled the dummy head with this thing so it would give this great splatter when it was shot. I wonder if that's the same kind of thing they did. That was not what I expected to happen. See, this is a well-written show because it has twists and turns. So there you go.
Are you alright?
Oh god.
I think I'm gonna die. No, you're not. You're gonna make it. I'll get help. Nurse! First things first, I've got to stop you bleeding. Rick, I beg you. Kill me. Oh, Jesus, Larry, don't do this to me. I beg you. It really hurts. I beg you.
Oh my god, what is there? No. Oh my god.
Forgive me.
by the gore. I mean, it's baby gore, but it is gore. I'm a little bit surprised at how bloody it is. I'm not as, blood, yes, but there's, chunks. I'm surprised by how chunky it is. But I don't know if this BBC4. I don't know what their censorship things are like. I've seen some shows from BBC4. I mean, all the comedies I loved were on there, Black Books and Spaced and stuff like that, but I know nothing of their channels.
I'll get a mop.
I have never exploded, but I know what it would be like. Don't ask me how, I just know. I've always just known.
I don't know whether someone close to Garth had exploded, whether it was a colleague or a pet. But you could tell that scene meant a lot to him. There were tears on set, not from Garth, he was strong for the crew. But I wept. I'm not ashamed of that. It's, I suppose, one of the many burdens he has to bear as an artist in bringing us this gift.
It is really funny, probably not intentional, but obviously he's going for a Stephen King vibe. For sure, but he weirdly, I don't know, I think it's the hair and the glasses, something about him kind of looks like a younger William Friedkin, who's the director, who seems kind of a jackass. He's passed away, I think now, sorry. He seemed kind of a jackass in any interview I ever saw of him, who directed The Exorcist. He kind of reminds me a little bit of him. I don't know why, just in this strange way, the vibes are similar to me. Not in talent-wise, I mean just in kind of the way he dresses and things like that.
Thanks for explaining the situation. I'm going to give him the rollicking of his life. You used this to treat him? Where the hell did you train?
I didn't want to use that thing. Larry was my friend.
If that's how you treat your friends, imagine how you treat your enemies. Worse, I expect.
He's right, Dad. What went on in there was not by the book. Reed did specifically tell you to be orthodox.
Et tu, Sanche? I thought we were buddies.
Gentlemen, you're squabbling over this like dogs with meat.
I agree with that.
Listen, this ain't another exploding patient you can sweep under your rug. Now, Renwick was the gateway to another dimension. When he exploded, that gateway opened. We must shut it again as soon as possible.
What? Am I holding a crock of shit? Tell me something. Is this hospital called St. Crock of Shit?
All right, calm down. Emotions are running high. What do you suggest, Dad?
Well, we can start by burning what's left of the body.
Get lost.
Cool it, Sanchez, or you'll get a knuckle supper. Look, Douglas, you're an excellent doctor, but you're also a live wire maverick, who, when he's not bucking the system, is biting the hand that feeds, which in your case, it's this hand. Now, I'm not about to tell the immediate family of the deceased that we're going to have to burn what remains of his body in order to close the portal.
I'm sorry, hang on. I think Richard Iwata in this thing is gonna kill me, because it's so perfectly bad. It really is. Again, as someone who's watched a lot of bad movies, both bad on purpose and bad on accident, this is perfectly not on purpose bad acting, but it is on purpose, which is really I hope people who watch this understand the talent it takes. Kind of like when you hear a professional fantastic singer having to purposely sing terribly, it hurts them in their soul. But also it takes talent to be able to do that. This is it's the awkward pausing, it's the inflection of the wrong word, it's the when he said this hand and the camera kind of moved for a second and then realized it needed to move back. It's so silly. It's giving me Troll 2 vibes, which is known as one of the worst movies ever and one of my favorites. I had a Trolls 2 themed birthday cake once on my birthday. And there are many reasons why that movie is terrible. Please go see it. If you don't want to sit through it, if you're someone who doesn't like sitting through bad movies but loves the idea of kind of learning about it, there's a really fantastic documentary called Best Worst Movie about it. But it was an entire foreign crew that barely spoke English. In fact, I think some of the crew didn't speak English. And then an American cast, and they had to read everything exactly how it was said in the, they had to read everything very exactly because the director didn't speak a lot of English, so it's just it had to be perfect. And it everyone just sounds like a strange robot. It's amazing. Also, it's a movie called Trolls 2, a sequel to a movie called Troll that has nothing to do with, and also there are no trolls in the film, it's about goblins. Oh my god. This just reminded me how much I love bad movies. It's making me so happy. Hey Cassie, I love you. I love you. Thank you for this. I'm not sure if this is fun to watch me watch it, but thank you for this.
Now, I'm not about to tell the immediate family of the deceased that we're going to have to burn what remains of his body in order to close the portals to another dimension. I just won't do it. This hospital's got a reputation, which I intend to keep. I've yet to see any demons on the ward, and I'm particularly observant. So go back to your lab and make me a pill that can cure madness, or I'll kick your ass so hard you'll be able to build a pool in the footprint. Understood?
As crystal. But if the gates of hell do reopen, don't say I didn't specifically warn you, because I just have, and that means you'd be lying.
Sorry. Understood as crystal. Which to me... oh my god. Which to me means that wasn't the line of the script. This line of the script was in the fake script. I'm talking in the first layer of things. I'm talking about the show Garth Marenghi's Darkplace, but the medical show. Which is basically, to me means probably in the wide shot. You went, is that clear? And so Marenghi replies as crystal, but then in the close-up, he forgot his lines. Oh, I hope someone else finds it as funny as I do. Because it's the fact that you can see all of the why the mistakes are being made makes it funnier to me.
Do reopen, don't say I didn't specifically warn you, because I just have, and that means you'd be lying. I went for a drive to clear my head, which is why I'm now in the car. I kept thinking about Larry, and how inconvenient his blowing up had been. Maybe the gates to hell had closed once and for all. Maybe they hadn't. It was a double...
Like, that looks bad even for the 80s, come on now. They had at least you'd get, like, bad green screen shots of, like, the exterior of the car. That's hilarious.
The gates to hell had closed once and for all. Maybe they hadn't. It was a double-edged point.
Regular burial rig. Do you really buy this portal to hell deal?
I wouldn't say I buy it, Liz. Let's just say I'm window shopping. And right now there's a half-price sale on Weird.
Larry Renwick will be remembered for his wit and laughing eyes, and for being above all a good friend. I'm sure we all feel that he exploded too young, but the Lord moves in mysterious ways. Sometimes he'll come in at an angle. Other times he can hover and swoop. Sometimes he can even come in from beneath, like a worm or mole. The Lord, it's his call how he chooses to maneuver.
Good God, that's a lot! Oh, no!
Again, the cutting, still having the VO of the priest, but still cutting to the priest's face not speaking anymore. The terrible... This makes me wonder, okay, I don't know if I saw in the fake opening credits, did Garth Marenghi also edit this? Because that would make a lot of sense. Also, hey, it's the guy from Mighty Boosh, whose name I always forget, but he was in the movie In Fabric, which is great, and he's the doctor in the show The Great, which I always loved him in. And I apologize that I don't remember his name. But he is the one on the Mighty Boosh, the episodes that I can remember. I only ever watched like 2 episodes, and for some reason, again, I don't know why I didn't like it, but he was my favorite person on the show.
Paul, how he chooses to maneuver.
Good God, that's a lot! Oh, no! Harry's got a gun!
Move aside.
That's the mother, Rick!
from a Frankenstein body? Do they attach, because none of the parts are his. The only thing that was left was the head. Do they just collect random, is there like a grab bag at the morgue where you can just like, oh, take from the bin and just like whatever you might need to kind of put together a person to put in the grave? What the fuck is happening on this show?
Well, that'll stop him.
It seems as though Douglas was right about burning Renwick. I'm just going to go over there and tell him that. I don't know how, Rick, but you were right.
Here, take this. I hate using these things. You'd best go see to the mother. I had to put a cap in her shoulder. Tell her I'm sorry.
You did what you had to do.
I know, but do tell her I'm sorry.
Sure. And thanks, buddy.
Rick, where are you going?
To get some air.
You're outside.
To get away.
You just grab her ass. Sir.
The doors.
That looks amazingly bad. Oh my god, look at it. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. I love bad rooftop shots. It's beautiful. The most famous one being, obviously, The Room, where they both used a green screen and shot outside. Because Tommy Wiseau. It does actually kind of look like The Room from The Room. It legit does. It's been a minute since I've watched The Room. I've watched The Room multiple times without, like, any kind of, MST3K kind of commentary, so I don't know what that says about me. Like, no riff tracks involved. I've watched that movie alone twice, and I've watched it several times with friends, forcing them to watch it. Yeah, there's something wrong with me. Anyway.
The doors of Darkplace were open. Not the literal doors of the building, most of which were closed, but evil doors. Dark doors. Doors to the beyond. Doors that were hard to shut because they were abstract and didn't have handles. They were more like portals, really. From this day on, I'd have to fight these forces of darkness and deal with the burden of day-to-day admin.
Wait, when did you get hurt? Okay, I can tell if it's meant to be like the shooting was so convoluted and insane that it's like at one point there was a scene, like he had written a scene where like he got injured and they just cut it, and then who cares editing, and they just left it in with his arm injured because they didn't want to reshoot it. I can't tell if it's meant to show that like they never wanted to do a take two. Maybe this is just a sea of no take twos. But or it's meant to be Garth Marenghi's character, like he would write his characters like, I need to show him as being vulnerable and like he's really been through a lot, so put his arm in a sling for no reason. I can't tell if it's poor editing and jumbled filmmaking, or it's inconsistent writing, or both. Probably both. Very hilarious.
I do not believe that any form of life, be it human, animal or plant, should be hurt in the making of a television programme, so I personally feel very bad about the cat we killed.
I had a cat once. I dropped a sofa on it. It was a write-off, so I stood on its head.
All I do is sit down at the typewriter and start hitting the keys. Getting them in the right order, that's the trick. That's the trick.
Oh my goodness. That was something. I gotta stick around and wait for the end though, just in case. I'm sure there's probably, I don't know if there are jokes at the end credits. Oh, Richard Ayoade directed, very cool.
Garth Marenghi's Darkplace is a Garth Marenghi production in association with Dean Lerner.
Mike stared in disbelief as his hands fell off. From them rose millions of tiny maggots. Maggots? Maggots. 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 Maggots.
It does. The funniest thing is it's so dumb, but I hate bugs, so it is kind of getting to me. I'm like, stop saying maggots. Oh, I forgot to mention a hilarious thing I found out. Just kind of irony a little bit, I suppose. But the guy who plays Garth Marenghi, he directed a horror film, which I have not seen because I'm too scared to watch it, called Possum, which is really funny to me. This character who's desperate to be scary made a horror film I'm too scared to see. I really want to see it. I've heard good things. A lot of that comes down to there is a puppet creature in it, and the puppet is extremely spider-like, and I'm very, very afraid of spiders. And it's just spider. I've seen clips. I've tried to see like pictures to like, can I handle this? For everything I've seen, it's just too spidery enough that it will freak me out. So it is very hilarious that this guy did make a horror film that I'm too scared to watch. I can't watch it. As much as I love horror, I cannot handle spiders or maggots.
All over the floor of the post office in Leytonstone. Greetings, friend. I hope you're sitting uncomfortably, be it on your sofa, armchair, or beanbag if that's how you choose to live your life. I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer. You know, everyone has a special talent. Mine is being able to write, produce, direct, act, paint. Other people are good plumbers, that's their gift. When I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Darkplace back in the 1980s, the television industry was up cack alley, and the inside of my head looked to be its only ticket out. This show could have changed the world, if only the station hadn't cancelled it for a rerun of Who's the Boss. But they were scared of my script's radical predictions. I portended that by the year 2040, the world would see its first female mechanic, and who knows, she might even do a decent job. In any case, I wish her the very best. Still, so much for possibility, French for
I think the thing I love about this character is that he is such a misogynist, but if you asked him, he thinks he's a feminist, which is very funny to me. Of like, he's just like, no, I believe women can do things. Sure. They can do things. Like, it's just like, he believes in women, and he's so misogynistic, it's really funny. And again, cutting back to the same angle of like, you can tell, and because this is in his house, I hope he didn't break into someone's house. We'll say it's his house. So any shot he does in this house, in the basement, in his office, he has set up. He believes these are the good shots. He believes they're the ones that make him look powerful or professional or scary. He is his own little director here.
In any case, I wish her the very best. Still, so much for possibility, French for possibilities. Tonight, I take no small amount of pleasure in bringing you this forgotten episode of Darkplace.
$5 says he has that cutout of himself in every single room of the house. I'm just saying. It 1000% watches him while he sleeps, there's no question.
Along with interviews from myself and my publisher, Dean Lerner, a man who was there during its creation and didn't die or offend me. Take this gift, sit back and enjoy...
Didn't die or offend me? Does that mean the others died or offend you? Is that what we haven't heard from the other two actors? What happened? Oh no. That's very funny. Also, someone in the comments mentioned Dean Lerner has a spinoff. If that's true, I have to go find it because I'm kind of obsessed with that character in this so far.
Didn't die or offend me. Take this gift, sit back and enjoy what still points the way forward for humanity. Love, loyalty, sacrifice, and extrasensory perceptive telepathic psychokinetic powers. Voici. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I'm Garth Marenghi, author, dreamweaver, visionary, plus actor. You are about to enter the world of my imagination. You are entering my dark place.
Apologies if I'm missing a joke because I realize it's been a minute and I don't remember what was in the opening credits, so I don't know if they've changed. I'm gonna assume they haven't, but who knows? But I just realized that like I won't have noticed that if they have changed. Darn. Tree so much. It always reminds me of, I don't know if I said this, see now the problem, I don't know if I said it last time, but it reminds me of the tree in Beetlejuice, the nice fucking model tree that Beetlejuice kicks over. I just love that it's a miniature.
No, it's always the same.
Have you ordered chicken?
Yes, of course I have.
I'm so tired of waiting.
How long have you been here?
3 hours.
Jesus.
Try the
Based on, what was that?
How long?
Based on melodies originally whistled by Garth Marenghi. That's funny. Oh my gosh. And again, just the voiceover that they clearly recorded later. That is something so funny to me, is that like the idea of punch-up writers that will write, like, they're not the original script writer for the show or the movie, but they're these guys that usually comics they get in a room. I know Patton Oswalt has talked about, like, in his stand-up, he's told stories of doing punch-up, where it's just, like, it's basically a bunch of people throwing out jokes or random lines of dialogue to be said by people not on camera, while other stuff is happening, to just kind of add to it, either by adding a joke or whatever it may be. I'm always fascinated by weird punch-up lines.
How long have you been here?
3 hours.
Jesus.
Try the fish.
Fish it off.
How long is it going to take the so-called chef to cook this chicken? Sorry, I'm not usually this bad-tempered. I'm just really peckish.
Don't be silly. I should be thanking you for looking after me so well.
No problem, I guess. How long is it going to take the so-called chef to cook this?
Maybe he was. Now I have no idea. When it cut to that weird framing of him, I was wondering if maybe it was that, like, he was taller than everyone else, so like the camera just didn't want to deal with having to adjust. But no, that's just a weird ass shot.
Chicken. Sorry, I'm not usually this bad-tempered. I'm just really peckish.
Don't be silly. I should be thanking you for looking after me so well.
No problem. I know that first days can be a real pain in the ass.
Who's that? He seems to have a special aura around him.
That's Dr. Rick Douglas, MD, the world-famous GP. He's a brilliant yet troubled man, and I'm privileged enough to know him. Here, I'll introduce you.
The doctors want their chicken.
Tell the doctors the chicken will be ready in 5 minutes, son of a bitch.
Whoa, what's going on with that chicken?
5 more minutes.
You said 5 minutes.
Do you know what's going on with this flipping chicken?
The word is it'll be ready in 5 minutes.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Tell me about it. Have you met the temp?
Listen, sweetheart, I've not got time to shoot the shit. So why don't you and your new...
Is the temp secretly a robot? Because boy looks like a robot. It looks like a Stepford husband. I'm so sorry about my cough. Oh my god, the like frozen angle and then just the sharp turns are killing me. Oh my god.
boyfriend, carry some chicken out to my office when it comes, if it ever comes.
Hey, are you alright?
No, I mean, yes, I deserve that.
Look at the shitty prop.
Hey, are you alright?
So clearly, to just make it easier, the props were just like, you know, again, in the story of the bad show, not in the story of the show we're watching, the story of the show that we're watching in the show. That they just had everyone have their so they can use the same like trays while they're sitting and not eating when they're pretending to eat. They have clearly the fork and knife like glued to the tray. So when he knocks it down, it just stuck like that. Oh god, that made me laugh. Great, I'm gonna be coughing the whole time because when I laugh, I cough. Again, apologies in advance. Yay, long COVID. If I waited for the cough to go away, I would never record anything. God, that dumb stuff like that makes me laugh so hard. It's so silly. But it's such a magical touch that someone thought to do that. Of like, what would a bad show do? Well, it would do this.
No, I mean, yes, I deserve that. Where's this flipping chicken?
Who said that?
Banana! Continuity.
Was it you, Missy?
I freaking thought when the chef talks to go, I swore it sounded like Stephen Merchant. There he is. Hey, friend. Man, I used to be such a... I know I've watched one... I think I watched the first series of the original Office. I've never seen the UK or the US Office. But I used to be such a fan of the Ricky Gervais show on Guardian Unlimited. I used to be obsessed with Carl Pilkington and Stephen Merchant. And Stephen Merchant always made me laugh so hard on that show. Again, we have, like I said, continuity error of surprise banana.
Was it you, Missy? Get this into your pretty little face. I said 5 minutes. But nothing. Women like you are the reason this chicken's late in the first place. You'll be lucky if you get any of my lovely chicken if you keep up this kind of behaviour.
Why?
Goddamn son of a bitch. This is great chicken. Getting nothing but flack. When's the chicken? The chicken's ready when I say it's ready. I don't even know what I'm cooking. I'm so angry. Seasoning. Now, what do I need? Tarragon? Maybe. Oregano. Never heard of it. Italian seasoning. Too vague. Old cloves. Yeah, I'll some of them in. Sage? Yeah, sage is for pork. No, I could do pork tomorrow. Let me bit of pork over the
Okay, so last episode we had her character is Dead Zone. Now in this one, her character is Carrie. Okay. We're just keeping it Stephen King. She's the Stephen King. Oh, no, of course, Garth Marenghi is the Stephen King, but she's the Stephen King scary character.
Son of a bitch.
It's the looped, clear, same line reading of son of a bitch. Not just the repeated line. It's clearly they just, like, took the same audio file and put it in repeatedly, which you'll hear in bad shows. Man, I hope this is enjoyable for people. I love pointing out all the amazingly... Because there's something so special about the way that they've planned out how bad this is. And it shows a lot of care. They really care about making this as bad as it can be, thereby making it as good as it can be. This show's special. I get why it's such a cult classic, because it is something special. Oh god, I'm so far in. I've only
If I
5
had to
minutes
call
in.
myself anything, and I hate labels, I would probably say I'm an imaginer.
I call Garth the Orson Welles of horror, and that's not just because of his weight. He is a titan of terror. I call him that as well.
There are rebels, and there are innovators.
He's like stifling a burp or something. That's funny. Oh my god. Oh god. Sorry.
I call him that as well.
There are rebels, and there are innovators. I'm a rebel. I play a rebel brain expert who's in rebelliance against conventional logic, who's in rebelliance against the world order. The show is about rebelliance. And if that's not being an innovator, then I don't know what is. My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. I hadn't been sleeping lately. Not that Darkplace lets you get much sleep. The pillows are like cardboard and my duvet's all lumpy. Got the call, chef down, and no, it can't wait till morning. Poor guy, ladled to the head and a fork where a fork don't fit. This damned evil place was getting crazier by the day. Morning all. Cheer up, Liz. How's Chef?
How do you think the guy's got a fork through his kernel? He's gonna make it just, but the chicken's off.
He's so perfect the way he holds his arms. Are always like Dean Lerner's arms are always like ha ha ha, just like weird little robot man. It's that joke thing of like actors, you know, bad actors constantly like they're trying to say their lines of what do I do with my hands? I don't know what to do with my hands. He has no idea what to do with his hands or his arms or his face or any parts of his body.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to the chicken. Gentlemen and Liz, it seems as though we have a mystery attacker in Darkplace.
God damn it, my cough. Oh, man. It's the saying the line and looking into the camera for a second as if waiting, like, cut, and then cut to, like, a different shot. It reminds me of, there's a take in Cannibal the Musical, which is a very funny musical by the guys who did South Park before, they did South Park back when they were in college. They did this great magical movie called Cannibal the Musical. And there's one shot of them during a song and they're all kind of walking, like they're all walking toward the camera. And Trey is in the middle. Trey Parker, he's the director of the movie as well. And so they're all like go up until they hit the camera and then suddenly they leave the shot in a little bit too long and you see his arms drop and you see him mouth cut. And then it cuts to the next shot. And it's just so, I find it like, it's something like that, it's so charming of like, these kids that just went out and made this movie while they were in college, which I do highly recommend. It's a great movie and a pretty damn good musical. I mean, like, South Park the Musical, Book of Mormon, they're great musical writers. And Cannibal the Musical is very, very fun. But that moment reminded me of that so much. Oh my god, that's funny.
Forward to the chicken. Gentlemen and Liz, it seems as though we have a mystery attacker in Darkplace. I suggest we split up and search the hospital. Dag, you, Samson, and Temp can search all the wards in the basement. Me and Liz will stay here and search this office.
Wait a minute. Me and Sanch are a team. We don't need a third wheel.
Look, Dag, this Temp was a personal recommendation of wontons. He might look like he's just fallen off the back of a turnip truck, but he wouldn't run if his ass was on fire. He goes with you, and that's a deal breaker.
Fine, but if he makes any administrative errors, I'll bust his hump, and that's a promise.
Look, at least you're not going with Liz.
That's true.
Now get out of here.
That's kind of funny because it's because the actors are shorter, but usually when the camera is showing down on someone, it tends to be to show that they're inferior to the other person, so it is kind of funny that he would allow himself to be shot that way. You'd think that someone like him would, for some reason, make it, even though it wouldn't make sense for the eye lines, for it to always be pointing up at him, which is more like the kind of giving the character power shot, which started mostly in Citizen Kane, or great examples of in Citizen Kane, Orson Welles, reference to the beginning of the thing by Dean Lerner. I've seen movies. I'm delirious right now. It's fine. I'm glad I'm watching this. I love it. Just like, we need to search the hospital. You search the basement, and I'll search this office. Perfect.
God, I wish I was hitting the walls with those young bucks. But I'm old, tired, spent, busted, rusted, stuck in a mouldy old office with just a moody woman for company. Liz, that bulb's gone again. You couldn't fish another one out from the drawer, could you?
All of us have untapped potential. You know, that's what the Garth Marenghi Foundation is all about, learning to harness psychokinetic abilities in underprivileged kids. We've got the full backing of the army. There's already a child down there who's very intuitive.
Now, I've seen Garth bend a fork, so he knows what he's talking about.
Amazing. This was kind of a thing. So this would have been in, like, the 80s. Well, actually, no. The show was in the 80s. These interviews would have been in the thousands. I think that's when the show came out. But yeah, there are like these crazy schools for like psychokinetic things. There's a really great documentary, not about those schools, but it's the only one I've seen, called An Honest Liar, which is about the amazing Randy, who's a magician, and he throughout a lot of his life went about trying to expose people who claim to be telekinetic, people who claim to be psychic, who claimed to be healers, any kind of things like that. and he sent some of his people into one of these schools claiming to have abilities, and were given like certificates and like given the test by these schools and said like, yes, you do have psychic abilities, and then basically just went like, lol, no they don't, they work for me. Kind of a dick move, but I appreciate where he's coming from. Yeah, that's fascinating. Of course Garth Marenghi would be all into that. Why wouldn't he be?
He's very intuitive.
Now, I've seen Garth bend a fork, so he knows what he's talking about. I mean, we all have abilities. I mean, I once learned how to hypnotise women. But with that power must come responsibility.
Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time. Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time. Did you attack the chef? Thanks for your time.
I'll say one thing for the guy. He's very thorough.
I don't like it. Don't you find it funny that all this started to happen when the temp arrived?
What do you reckon? Android?
And it makes sense.
Android,
I've not seen him eat or drink anything since he arrived this morning, and it's 1 p.m. now, so...
Sounds right. What should we do?
Just keep him peeled. We might need to kill him.
Bye. Good gravy. A small bunch of objects are flying of their own accord in E-Wing.
Oh my god.
And apparently more objects are heading this way. Goodbye. Flying object.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. It just... It's having to pick up the phone, remembering you had to get more information. I remember one time in creative writing class in high school, I would write stories, but I hated like performing them out loud. So I wrote a radio play for all my friends to perform. That was insane, involved like the bird flu or something. It was supposed to be like this really. It was supposed to be, the assignment was do something like War of the Worlds. So it was this crazy over the top thing that was mostly about like mass hysteria. But I had a character who ends up shooting himself in like a panic, thinking he's infected. So my friend was performing the character and pretended to shoot himself and did it one line early. And so he had two more, or like 2 months, he had a couple more things to say. So he did the bang and then went like, I missed! And then just the last 2 lines! And then did it. That is that moment. Oh my god, I cannot handle this character. He kills me every time. I'm obsessed with him. I am obsessed with him.
Apparently more objects are heading this way. Goodbye. Flying objects? It beggars belief.
Well, we've asked everyone in the hospital if they're the mystery attacker, and they've all said no.
And so that's why we're searching the hospital basement?
Exactly.
Dear Dag, we're too late. Looks like our man struck again.
Negative, Sanch. This ain't a fresh kill. In fact, it don't look like a kill at all. Guy probably came down, got lost, went mad, ate his hands, and died right here. Come on. There's nothing we can do for him now. Keep close. These tunnels are really long and curvy.
Clearly. Wait a minute! Where did all of their flashlights go? God, continuity errors kill me. Suddenly all their flashlights went, meaning either they forgot they were there, which is why it's important to have a script supervisor. Kids, script supervisors are very important. They do very important jobs, which is like this, making sure you're still holding what you need to be holding and in the correct hand. Or you'll end up like this. That or they just misplaced them. Maybe they like went to lunch and they came out and went, oh fuck, and had to finish filming and went like, just continue the way it is. Again, just such a perfect, silly little thing to add in. It just shows incompetency.
Hug the wall.
What is it?
Cordless iron. Friggin' smarts as well.
His voiceover acting is killing me, but what are all these, like, just ominous red rooms that we're walking past? What the fuck's in there? Oh, that's strange. Excuse me.
Of course. That's why these attacks are mysterious. They're not conventional attacks.
What is it?
I've got 2 words for you, Sanj. Telekinesis.
Teleka what?
Telekinesis. Someone or something is propelling objects around this hospital.
But who and why and for what reason?
I don't know yet. People do develop telekinetic abilities in some rare cases. Often the subject feels angry or unappreciated. How are you two doing up there?
I'm fine, but I'm having to tread on eggshells vis-a-vis Liz. She's got a face like the proverbial. I think it's her time.
Well, you can tell her from me, if I felt sorry for myself 5 days every month, this hospital will be up the creek, sans paddle.
Tell me about it. No one gave me any time off when I had troubles in a similar area. I mean, she's a right roll pain in the butt.
Reed?
It's the phone.
Reed!
What, Dag? Hello?
LP519, this is Douglas. I repeat, this is Douglas. It's ringing.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Jesus.
There's the push in, and then just the, like, having the take go on just half a second longer than it should. Just giving everything an air of being kind of awkward is great. And we have floating pens outside. Run! Yes!
I can't hold these plates off much longer, Liz. Why need you help instead of just standing there dreaming about lipstick? Holy cow! It's you, isn't it? You're doing this. I just hope Douglas makes it up here in time.
I do also, can we appreciate the beautiful visible strings? The majestic visible strings. Yes.
Split up! Split up! Carrying along. This way. See you soon, Dag.
Liz, I want you to be calm. No, Liz. No.
And the sound, no. The sound effects do kind of sound like not those ones, but earlier on there were ones that just sounded more like strings, which are very Carrie. It's been a minute since I've seen Carrie, but I do remember that.
No, Liz. No.
Reed!
Jim, in here, quick! Tell Dag it's Liz.
I love that. Didn't prop itself underneath the door handle, just as if Garth doesn't know why a chair in front of a door will make it hard to open. Like if you prop the chair underneath the door handle and then it can't push. He just has seen that in movies and knows that like you put it at an angle, the chair against the door, and then no one can open it. So he just put that in there.
Tell Dag it's Liz.
Okay, I'll get help.
And hurry!
Get me Dr. Rick Douglas.
Oh my goodness.
You again, you bastard.
I was about to say, like, since there's no rhyme or reason of what's getting controlled, why wouldn't his gun get controlled? There we go. Never mind. See, the show is smart. There you go.
Like this. Damn, please come alive in my head. Suck on that. Escaped it. Filing cabinet.
In times of conflict, when you're up against...
Okay, so in other words, they worried that that the audience would not know what that was. So, alright, well, no one's gonna understand the dilemma he's in unless he says filing cabinet. That's how we make the tension. It's, oh my god.
Filing cabinet.
In times of conflict, when you're up against an aggressor, be he human, be he inhuman, whoe'er he be, often he's both, you're running on adrenaline. And that is what you have to capture in the mise-en-scene. And then you add to that the supernatural element.
An eagle-eyed viewer might be able to see the wires. A pedant might be able to see the wires. But I think if you're looking at the wires, you're ignoring the story. If you go to a puppet show, you can see the wires. But it's about the puppets. It's not about the string. If you go to a Punch and Judy show and you're only watching the wires, you're a freak.
Yeah, it's me, Dag. I'm in a dead end.
Yeah, you know all the wires that are in Punch and Judy shows? The hand puppets? Oh, that's the thing about those shows. There's so many fucking wires. It's crazy.
I've been cornered by some cutlery. I think I can take them. A whisk, a tin opener, and a spatula. Yeah, I'll take the whisk out first and hold them off as long as I can. Ah! I'm hit, I'm down. Yep, got me in the leg. They'll be after you next. Bye.
I love how, like, you might be the best actor on the show, but he always seems, I mean, the actor of the actor, always seems so bored. Like, I want to hear his interviews. I hope we get some, unless he's dead. I hope we get some interviews with, I can't remember what the actor's name is. I know Matt Berry, but I mean, like, what the fake actor's name is, because he just seems like so bored, but also extremely like fate accepted of what this is. Just like, this is what I'm doing, whatever. I get speaking.
Let's do this.
It's just you and me now, kiddo. Hello, Dr. Ray Douglas speaking. How may I help you? Bye. That was Jim. He said that Liz is the source of all this telekinetic activity. She's pinned Reed against the wall of his office and is propelling objects around as a kind of guard outside the room. He also added that I would hot tail it up there right away, which means going all the way back to where we originally set out from, which is an irony in itself. You stay here.
But
it's just so... It's like taking producer notes. I'm just like, well, how will this person know this information? It's like, well, someone has to call someone. Okay, yeah. Picks up the phone, whatever, and then just immediately knows all the information. Just so beautifully, sloppily paced.
Rick! No buts. You're a good temp. You've got a lot of clerical work ahead of you. Don't blow it all by getting yourself killed.
Yes. Slow run. Oh no, there's a blue one there. I don't know if the red and the blue rooms are meant to look spooky, or if he just thinks that's what a basement is like, or who knows. With him, he might think that the colors have some sort of deeper meaning. The styrofoam cup made me think of a very silly movie called Freaked that involves a styrofoam cup. That made me laugh. Which, if you have not seen Freaked, look it up. It's a good time if you like really, 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 really silly comedies. And you want to see Keanu Reeves play a dog man. Wait, hang on, sorry. Just fully showing the apparatus that's making it for that little thing. Just fully showing the rig.
There's a lot of slow motion. The episodes were running up to 8 minutes under.
Oh my God.
The only way to stretch them out was with slow motion. And we tried to keep the slow motion away from the dialogue as much as possible.
As much
But
as
anything
possible.
without dialogue was considered for slow motion.
I ran the only way I knew how, by placing one leg in front of the other in quick succession. I had to help Reed, trapped in his office by a desk he could no longer trust. I had to help Sanchez, locked in primal struggle twixt man and wisp. And I had to help the temp, who was probably doing some filing or data entry. I pressed on, chased by a stapler that had my name on it. This was unbelievable. Liz was now turning my own stationery against me. What would she throw at us next? As I rounded the corner, I felt muscular and compact, like corned beef. Irony of irony, all this paper meant more paperwork. And look at that, I thought in my head. Liz has even struck the kiddie wing. If only someone would set up a foundation to harness kids' psychokinetic powers. This sorry madam was about to get a double dose of Darkplace Douglas medicine. Liz, hide your shame.
Oh my God, that hair. Looks like an early Tim Burton drawing. Up in the corner like Tony Collette in Hereditary. Heavens me. That was a crazy looking dude.
Hide your shame.
Sometimes I always think of the movie Ed Wood, my favorite Tim Burton film, my favorite Johnny Depp film, about the director Ed Wood, where he's talking to where he's talking to Bela Lugosi. He's supposed to be being attacked by this like giant squid monster, but they didn't have the motor for it because they were kind of filming where they weren't supposed to be. So it's just like, just flail his arms around, make it look like he's killing you. And that's all that I see here. Cut the sound completely. It's so bad looking. It looks so bulky. Like there's literally like there's a lunch tray in the front of his shirt. Oh gosh. That thing's kind of freaky.
I just want to say you did a heck of a thing back there. I'm sorry I busted your balls.
I wouldn't have had it any other way.
What's your name, son?
Clive.
It's a strange name for an American.
I'm from Bermuda.
Oh, that explains it. British Principality.
It's actually a dependent territory.
What's that?
The Queen appoints a governor charged with internal...
Oh god. It's that thing of like the guy, because he's supposed to be a Stephen King type character, and Stephen King writes a bazillion books. You can tell he's the kind of writer who overwrites everything. So it's just like, I can't just have this character randomly be called, like I have to explain why he's called Clive, and then also show how smart I am.
Internal security and external defense, but she's still the de facto sovereign.
We had so much to teach each other. I'm going to miss you, Clive. I'm going to miss the banter, which is fizzed from the get-go. And as I say, I'm going to miss your balls. I can't hear you.
I was supposed to file this.
I'll get Liz to do it first, then. Under the circumstances, it's the least she can do. Don't you dare, Dot.
Acting moment. Yes. Is there no better actor than the actor he thinks he is? I think not. Yes.
I suppose I owe you all an apology. And Sanch,
Yes, Liz?
thanks for the lobotomy.
Not a problem. The procedure to extract psychokinetic ability is in its infancy, though surprisingly simple all the same.
I guess being told that I couldn't get a chicken supper was the straw that broke this camel's back. It was unprofessional and girlish. It won't happen again. Buns?
I've seen a couple I fancy.
I bake them by way of apology.
And so ends a chapter in a book I fear is yet to close, right, Dag?
I just can't believe the temp is dead.
It's all right, Rick. We'll get another one.
It's not that. I guess I kind of liked the kid. He reminded me a lot of myself at that age. I was wild.
That's true.
Full of ideas, going knuckle to knuckle with anyone in authority, real Jimmy Dean. Guess we were two peas punching it out in the same pod. I just
I
hope
love that he's put all this, like, he wanted this character to represent so many things, but also didn't want to go to the trouble of writing that for the character, because then he might not have been the coolest character in the scene. So he had to make the character totally blank, so he is always still the best character in the scene, but then can retroactively give him traits by just saying that he had them.
when the temp died, he realised how much we taught one another, you know, that it weren't just one-way traffic.
I'm sure if he'd had any breath left in his body, he'd have used it to thank you.
Well, you'd hope.
Come on, Dag. What's that? Buy us all a drink down the drip.
I'd appreciate that. I could use a drink.
As long as it's not a screwdriver.
Yes, I'd prefer a beer. Dear me. Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Goodness.
We'd seen a new...
This is where the last one ended too. Okay, so what? Every episode's got to wrap up on the not green screen, but the like curtains showing the background. Looks like it's a school play background for the roof.
We'd seen a new side to Liz. Hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. They can get upset at the slightest thing, whether it be forgetting to acknowledge them in front of one's friends, or insisting on splitting a restaurant bill in proportion to the cost of food that was actually ordered by each party, even though that's only fair. I'd have to try and change. Tomorrow I'd tell her she'd lost weight, or that her hair looked nice, whichever seemed more plausible.
I think what this episode shows above all is that the human spirit cannot be overcome. You know, as a writer, if you took away my paper, I would write on my heart. If you took away my ink, I'd write on the wind. It wouldn't be an ideal way to work.
Nurse. But Little Miss Nurse didn't come. Little Miss Nurse was out in the back room having a cigarette and flirting with Doctor. The pain shot through her.
Tomb Boy. Worst superhero ever. Measure this up a little bit. There we go. Boop.
Like a big bullet. She knew babies were meant to kick, but were they meant to scratch? No, they
Salutations,
in
friend.
there so that we, the reader, know, hey, wait a minute. No, they're not. It's good that he wants to make sure we're on the same page as him, and know that babies do not scratch. Thank you, Garth. Thank you for explaining it to me.
I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer, although I prefer the term dreamweaver. When I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Darkplace for television back in the 1980s, I drew deep drafts of inspiration from the dike of my dreams. Other times I copied the plots from dead authors on whose work the copyright had lapsed. Bite me. Tonight's episode, however, is based on a true life story, which meant I could bang it out in under a day. I was told when I was 16 that my balls didn't work. They dropped, but they kept on going. And it was a question of either having them removed or going around with really long balls, like a couple of marbles in a hiking sock. I chose the latter option, and fortune favoured me, because the day I hit 30 they winched right back up. Point is, I thought of myself as a freak, an other. For years I wondered what exactly my ghoulies would sire. Would it be human? Thankfully, when I impregnated my wife Pam, she dutifully gave birth to twins. A huge relief. Though for years I couldn't shake off the fear that one of them might eat the other. Luckily they didn't, which I put down to good parenting.
Sorry, I am in shock that this man is married. Well, no, he said wife. So yeah, married. With twins. That just... Sorry, it took me a minute. Granted, we don't know if they're still married, if she's still alive. Who's to say? But yeah, that was maybe the biggest plot twist of the series so far, is that this man is married. Wow, I'm single. What does that say about me? Nothing good.
Tonight's teleplay is about others, or mutants. It's also about my own desire for a son, which I'll probably never have now because my wife's too old. So here is my poem to the put upon, lovingly restored with interviews from myself, my publisher Dean Lerner, and the actor Todd Rivers. That way, Darkplace will finally get the critical acclaim it deserves.
We get interviews with him.
Save her. I'm Garth Marenghi, author, dreamweaver, visionary, plus actor.
I love how beautifully bad. I know I've commented on this before. I've commented on this little stinger thing. I haven't really commented on that. The green screen is so beautifully terrible. Like, look how much border there is between him and the space. It genuinely looks worse than the opening credits for Twilight Zone. That's beautiful and impressive. Though, I mean, those were done by, like, probably just string. It's been a hot minute since I watched Twilight Zone. I don't recall the dates. I just said dates. I'm 36. It really is, it's a beautiful sight. It's beautiful.
Weaver, visionary, plus actor. You are about to enter the world of my imagination. You are entering my dark place.
On yet the whole idea of a guy named Todd Rivers playing someone with the last name Sanchez, of like the ongoing and clearly like looks like he might have a spray on tan, the ongoing tradition of having white people playing non-white roles. I would say just, well, in the 80s especially, you've got Fisher Stevens playing an Indian guy in Short Circuit's probably like the king of those. I'm cutting it out, but I'm broke. I can't afford YouTube Pro anymore, so I had to go back to regular, so I'm gonna like cut out where commercials show up. So just know that if the video skips, it's because of that.
Memories.
What the fuck? Why, four-boy grasshopper? At first I thought it was a turtle. it's not gonna get explained though, is it? Like, I'm just gonna have to live with this. And I know it's a comedy, it doesn't need to be explained, but I want an explanation. I also love that great filter, the dreamy filter on there. What the what? Oh my god.
Dr. Douglas toward B. Dr. Douglas toward B.
Thanks for coming, Dr. Douglas. I thought I heard voices.
No, he's really whistle.
Funny. I don't remember locking this door.
And yet it is locked.
Oh my god. Look at the size of...
I looked away. I shut my eyes, and then I opened them, and something bad was happening with an eyeball. Oh no. The kick down the door just made me laugh really hard. That was see, even if I know they're gonna do like they're gonna undercut things, it still manages to somehow surprise me, and I appreciate that. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have to relook at that because I need to know. I need to see the
Oh my god. Look at the size of that thing's rod.
If anyone here has seen the movie Freaked, from early 90s, I can't remember exactly what year it came out, the Alex Winters movie, it reminds me of the Rastafaris, the giant eye guards of Freakland, and if you haven't seen Freaked, you should, because it's completely insane. I think it's on YouTube, actually. It's pure magic, but yeah, it reminds me of the Rastafaris.
Not a word of this to anyone, capiche?
Look at that poor man. Not only has he just been screwed by a giant eye, he's now giving birth.
Yeah, child. Poor man. I hate when that happens. Giving birth with his pants on. Through his pants.
The actor who played that part was not happy. However, I had taken him aside that morning and explained to him what was going to happen. I was going to keep the crew down to about 10, 12 people. The guy who was behind him in the eye, he was a man whom he knew and until that day trusted. I think that scene's beautiful.
I just think it's very...
That is such a... You'll hear, like, anytime there's a really upsetting scene with a woman in a film, they'll always be like, well, we closed off the set, and it's very... Now they have, like, intimacy coordinators and stuff, which I don't think has always been a thing. At least if it has, I hadn't heard of it until, like, semi-recently. Which is a good thing to have around, so no one feels exploited. But yeah, that's just hilarious of using that kind of language of, like, we cut it close, we made it just, you know, we cut this down to 10 people, a guy he at one point trusted. Oh, it's funny. Oh, goodness.
Very sad that we've had to pixelate out an erection. I think it's very sad that we've had to pixelate that people are too frightened of that. I mean, I just think it's pathetic. You know, we've all got one. Let's get on with it. I could have one now, you wouldn't know. I've not got one.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. Who would have thought that that giant eye was once a young man?
Sorry. It's been a minute since I've watched this show, and I have a bad memory to begin with. I blame long COVID. My short term's kind of whacked since then, but I remember the bad driving effect. I don't recall his car looking like it was made out of cardboard. I don't recall that part. Maybe this was a car in the 80s. Granted, I was born in 88, so maybe I just missed out on this, but it truly looks like it is made of boxes. Wow, that's amazing.
The guy was undergoing experimental gamma ray treatment for months when the eyeball of a sex offender got in the reactor chamber with him. But if you sell your body for medical experiments to make a quick buck, you've got to roll with the punches. At least he was at peace now. Medical experiments to make a quick buck. You've got to roll with the punches.
I love that. I love that little tiny stupid touch of Garth, like, or Garth, of the character kind of shrugging, basically reacting to what the voiceover is saying, as if he's saying it out loud, and there's anyone else in the car, is very funny to me. That's a great little stupid touch.
At least he was at peace now, on account of being dead. What I couldn't work out was how he'd managed to make another man pregnant. I guess we'd never know. So, just to restate, that is something we'll never know. You're not going to find out later. I should have given the kid up to hospital top brass straight away, but I couldn't. I don't know why, but it felt good to have this little fella near to me. I guess it felt like I had a son again. Don't play with the windows. Reed hauled us in for the morning debrief, but this morning I was determined that my briefs were staying on. Even in times of extreme stress, I was determined to stay sardonic. But if they...
I'm sorry, I'm just always looking at dumb shit in the background. I know it's stupid, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Reed hauled us in for the morning debrief, but this morning I was determined...
Yeah, you can see... Like, camera's got to push it on him, of course, because he's our main character, as he's doing the voiceover. And so they just have to stay frozen in the background. I love that, like, what was the actor's name supposed to be? Todd. You can see, he's, like, just trying to hold in a laugh as he's sitting there just, like, staring down. You can watch his face try not to laugh and then being really serious, which you know is, like, a character choice and not, like, the actual actor breaking. Very funny. Just realizing, like, this was so silly.
Determined that my briefs were staying on. Even in times of extreme stress, I was determined to stay sardonic. But if they found my baby, I don't know what they'd do. Dissect him, probably.
As I'm sure you people are aware, Wonton's gamma radiation mumps program went west and created a horny giant eye on legs.
I heard about that. Did they ever find it?
It was found dead last night. It'd been shot in the eye.
Well, good riddance, Sim. So that's done and dusted then.
Negative, Sanj. It's neither done nor dusted. Wonton has reason to believe that the giant eye might have fathered a child. Dag, any thoughts?
I don't know anything about it. Besides, I think there are more important matters at present.
Could you give me an example?
Like hospital bloody hygiene. I went into the gents and there was a big pube on the pipe, so I had to use the one in E-wing.
It's true, I went there 2 months back and there was a piece of shit stuck to the seat.
Well, someone's going to have to pick that pube off the pipe and it ain't going to be me.
Come on, surely we can discuss something more sanitary.
As if your fanny never graced a pan.
What's crawled up your crack?
She has. She's so up herself.
You shut your mouth, or so help me God up.
Not even bothering with a fake crime for just cut to her makeup going down. I know the trick, the cheating trick back in the day, I assume they don't do this anymore. What was it? They like shoot these like vapor crystals like into your eyeballs basically to make you cry. Or I think you put like a little something underneath your eye. It's like a menthol stick thing that makes you cry. Or you could just like be an actor and cry. I mean, I'm saying that like it's easy. Crying on command's not super easy, but that was just funny. They just immediately cut to her and it's like all the way down. You'd think most of us, they'd show like the one tear. No, not here. She is, by the way, I apologize, I forget the actress name. I know she directed Prevenge. She is phenomenal on this show, I gotta say. Last week we had the Carrie / kind of Giallo vibe thing of her being a psychic. She's so fantastic on here, always looking kind of drugged. It's pretty amazing.
I'll punch your lights out. Don't know what the hell's got into him. Come on, Liz. I hope you apply some more makeup.
Anyway, I'm out of here.
Not so fast, mister. Where were you?
I'm sorry, I stopped too much. It's just that I'm leaving and then I have to pause and wait at the door for Dean to get up and say his line. The Dean Lerner character, that's why I really, really want to watch his show, because I think more than anything else on the series, his bad acting is so, like, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a bad performance like this. And I mean, this is the highest form of comedy because he's trying to be a bad actor. It's so real and beautiful. Because I've seen a lot of bad movies with bad actors, like student films or like just movies that were made for like $20 on a bet. Manos Hands of Fate. And it's such a genuinely terrible performance.
And I hope that he gets all the credit for this. He deserves so much love for how beautifully bad this performance is. I don't know how to say it without sounding insulting, but you guys get what I mean. You guys know what I mean. It's just, yes, just, wow. Chef kiss. It's beautiful.
Last night.
Nowhere.
Nowhere?
That's right. Nowhere.
Nowhere can be a lonely place to be.
I get by.
It's just that I've been hearing some things.
What things?
A lot of things. Strange things. Crazy things. Things, Dag.
Things?
Things.
Well, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, Thornton.
You're hiding something, Dag. I could swear it. I'm going to give you 24 hours to get your sorry ship to shore. After that, I'll do whatever it takes to hunt you down.
I don't know what you're talking about.
24 hours, Dag. 24 hours. 23 hours, 59 minutes. Don't make me stand here and count.
See you later. I would stay, but the air's starting to stink round here.
Not from me, it's not. I just went.
Honestly surprised it's taken this long for us to get a shot of like a fly landing on something. That's great. I think it's fun because as you get to know more about like specifically Garth and Dean, you can tell what scenes you like. It's so funny, and the layers of this show are so amazing because like I'm forgetting completely about the actual performers, the actual actors, but like when I see a scene like that that's like intense and like a lot of back and forth, like all I can imagine in my head is like, you know, they say cut and it's like, that went well, that went really well, like how pleased they were with that take. It's all I keep thinking about. It's just so great.
Reed was onto me. I needed to stash the sprog till the heat cooled off. I had to get my baby to the staff room. Quick.
Attention all doctors. Keep a lookout for a dangerous eye that is on the loose on the ward. This is a DEFCON 4 situation. I repeat, this is a DEFCON 4 situation.
He's just a little guy. Why is the score suddenly all funky? It kind of reminds me of the score in Dario Argento's Deep Red. Like at the beginning of Deep Red, it's got that weird, it gets weirdly funky for a hot minute. It's reminding me of that. I like it. It's great. You're a terrible father.
Makeup really is a godsend. Now that my cheeks are freshly rouged, I feel like a real human woman again, like I can face the world. If the world didn't include Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. What was up with him? I'm going to try and pump him for information.
That's Liz coming. Remember, Douglas, she's psychic. Don't think of anything or she'll read your mind. Here, have a thumb of this book. It looks like a tawdry horror paperback, but it might just take your mind off things.
Of course. It's amazing. Of course. My prediction is he's gonna be like, hey, actually this book is pretty good, or like she knows of his books or something. It's gotta, they have to comment on how great the book is or what a great writer this Garth Marenghi fellow is. Oh my god.
Romford is the cruelest of cities. Nice start. Beneath its skyline's tattered shards lay a million broken dreams. This is good. I've misjudged the genre like so many.
I'm going to find out what's really going on. I took that batch of slides down to floor 6.
That morning it had rained, but it cleared up again in the afternoon.
It'll be great when that new microscope arrives.
This great city was home to Trent Stockton, and when he saw injustice, anger rose up in him like a bad sandwich.
Word is it's coming Thursday, but you know what deliveries are like.
Unreliable.
Especially these days.
Hold on, Dag. Remember, Liz can read your mind.
He's onto me. Best change tag. What are you reading?
Oh, nothing. Just some horror novel by this guy, Garth Marenghi.
Garth Marenghi? He's my favourite. I've read everything he's done.
I knew it. I do think it's funny. It looked like he was, he's like, oh, I'm at the beginning of the book. And he clearly was like 30 or 40 pages in. Oh my god, he's my favourite.
And take it or leave it. Shit, that was a really bad throw. I hope she doesn't see the photo I'm using as a bookmark.
Who's this?
That's my son.
I didn't know you had a...
He's dead. He was born half boy, half grasshopper. He never had a chance. End of. I think you better go, Liz.
I think I better had.
We'll go then.
I'm going. Bye.
Goodbye. Now she's gone, I can think about the eye child.
Eye child?
This episode is really about my own desire to have a son. I have 4 daughters, and whilst I don't blame them as such, I don't really feel they're on my side.
I do feel for Garth's daughters, seeing what a misogynist he is, and he lives in a house with 5 women is fascinating.
So you think this eye child is linked with the big eye that raped the man in B-Wing?
Maybe not linked, but they're definitely connected. It's just what Reed feared. But why would Douglas be hiding it?
Wait a minute. Today is the anniversary of Douglas' son's death. Maybe he's using this eye child to fill a void left by his dead son. It's a punt up a dark alley, but it's all I've got.
Well, I suggest we tell Reed that it's Douglas who's harbouring this mysterious eye child as soon as possible.
Aye, aye. Hey, this cat's got claws.
Everything's a joke to you, isn't it?
Not everything, Liz.
Awful Foley work. I need it again. Give it to me again.
Aye. Hey,
oh,
this...
it's so bad. She doesn't even connect. I love bad Foley art. It's so funny. Bad sound effects. Aces. Love it. Again, it's just like so much of any time really that like these two especially are on screen because so much of their stuff is 80 art. It feels like I'm watching a bad 70s Italian film, which I've watched a lot of those, and it really, really feels like that. I love it so much.
Cat's got claws.
Everything's a joke to you, isn't it?
Not everything, Liz.
I'm going for a shower.
I'll be with you in 2 secs. You can scrub my legs.
Men.
You better believe it. I'll phone Reed. Get me Reed. Oh, it's you. It's Sanch here. It's about Dag.
Hey there, little guy.
Was it frozen? What just happened? Oh,
hey there, little guy.
This mark of a good show, I genuinely don't know if that's an issue with this uploaded video or if that happened in the episode or not. I have no idea. But I do love this awful outside set with the bad like bad map art stuff, the bad scenery.
We're family now.
That's creepy.
You can call me Pops or Dada, and I can call you Skipper. I once had a little boy called Skipper. He was different too. And when you're different, people fear you. Look at Michael Jackson. Or the Crankies, although I think they're quite shrewd. But it is our duty to fight prejudice and injustice, whether it be in Nam, where I fought for my country, or right here on the streets of Romford. Come on, let's get you back to beddy, boys.
I do think it's funny that he's being kind of creepy and the eye, because it's wide open, looks petrified. Like, I would be too. Run away, Skipper. He's getting way too attached.
Day draws into nightfall, yonder stars shine bright. You can be my baby, I hope that is alright. I haven't, but you're dead. You have a little brother now, and one day we'll all meet in Valhalla. I love you, Skipper. Both of you.
So what have we just learned? Voice of an angel. He fought in Vietnam. And I guess he follows the Nordic pantheon. Look at that beautiful toy helicopter. Oh my god, I was not ready for that song. On my Spotify when? I gotta go find that. That was amazing.
Put the eye down and your hands up. I repeat, put the eye down and your hands up.
The upload episode.
Give it up, Dag. That thing's a potential killer. Look at these lab results.
If you're going to grab me by the balls, at least have the decency not to wave a piece of paper in my face at the same time.
Look, Dag, don't get your panties in a scrunch. There's nothing we can do. My orders come from the top. This is from Wonton himself.
I remember the old Reed. The Reed that wouldn't kowtow to Wonton.
You know how I feel about Wonton. If I saw him in the street, I wouldn't even stop to slap his ass. But believe me, he's one fiery dragon whose tail you do not want to tug. Trust me, it won't be harmed.
It has a name. It's called Skipper.
Look, Rick, we all know you've had a coach-class trip to hell and back with your dead son, but you've got to get over it. That thing's dangerous. Can't you see that?
You know what, Sanch? You can dissect a heart, but you'll never find out what makes it skip a beat.
Look, Dag, this is hospital business now. Hand him over. K.
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 K. But as soon as I'd finished saying K to Reed, I had a fearful premonition. Skipper! I knew what I had to do.
Look out, he's got a stick.
Love to see it. Just the beautiful lack of contact. I kind of wish you could see in regular speed because it looks so silly in slow-mo. It's gonna look so stupid awkward in regular mode. I really want to see.
Sit there, little one. Wash my glasses. Keep away from me! Keep away! Keep away!
He's insane! He doesn't know what he's doing!
Of course, most of that fight was shot from behind, so you could have a stunt double, obviously.
Calm him down. You're acting like an ape. A wild ape.
Just let me hold him in my arms one more time.
All right, get up.
Hello?
His mouth wasn't that prominent before. Wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Yes. Did he have... He did. So I love the fact that, like, chomped on his fingers and suddenly his coat's covered in blood. No blood. Oh, the blood. And you know it was Garth going like, it's not brutal enough. How are they gonna know that I'm hurt if there's no blood?
Dag? Dag? It's time to go. If there's anything I can do, anything.
There is one thing.
Just say the word.
You know the gents?
It's been taken care of. I got John to give it a quick wipe. I'll leave you alone to make your peace. Actually, sorry, Dag, they've just asked if you could be moved out. They need to bleach the sink.
I haven't acted since. Some would say I didn't act during, but those would be unkind people. I did my best.
He couldn't actually interact with, like with another actor. I've never seen that before, and I've never seen that since. But, I've just seen the tape here. It looks okay, though.
Do you think that eye child took over Dag's mind?
Okay, so it seems like he kind of knows that the show he's on is ridiculous. To a degree, anyway. Oh my god, that line from Dean was funny. Oh boy.
It looks okay, though.
Do you think that eye child took over Dag's mind?
I don't know. But it took over his heart. For a while, at least.
I think Liz and I are going to go and check up on the guy. See how he
I
is.
love that Liz is always wearing just like pink. It's like pinks. We got Surgeon Blue, so it's just like so just basic.
You want to come too?
No.
A+. Where's your basket? Good boy.
It's my fault. I should never have let myself get this close again. How's your head?
It'll live. I've lost some vision in the left eye though, and I get headaches.
That's concussion. You just got to sweat it out. Help yourself to Panadol from my locker.
Thanks.
Replace them when you get a chance. There's no rush.
Thanks, Rick.
So caring. I'm just slowly back out of scene.
She's a good girl, Dag. You're too hard on her.
I know. I just don't find her physically attractive.
Like he's saying words.
Memories. They have a habit of sticking to you like...
Like a pube on a pipe?
Yeah. Something like that. Come on. Let's get out of here. I'll buy you a drink down the drip.
Can I take a rain check on that? My guts are playing up.
Sure. Here's £1 if you change your mind.
Thanks.
Are you sure you're going to be all right?
Can I take a rain check on that?
You bet.
Satch.
Yeah.
If you pass the postbox, can you pop this in? It's my Paul's coupon.
Sure thing.
I'd been pound foolish. I could see that now. And that takes humility. Nothing could take the place of my son. Not even a pet. Though I would like a Jack Russell. They're very clever dogs. I thought back to the good times we had together. We'd play games all the time. I'd beat him easily, of course, but that wasn't the point. He learned something important from each fresh
Again, the great touch of like all of these memories are clearly just from like one day because that's the one time they're just like, we'll just bulk shoot this real quick. We've got the cricket boy, the grasshopper boy, just not even attempt to like change outfits, maybe something. No, just all his happy memories one afternoon.
feet. The one thing he could do was out-jump me. That, one day, would prove to be his undoing. But I'd need a scotch before I told you about that one. All I'm saying is, it involved a hop and the blades of a helicopter.
There's the one tear, yes. And we have Skipper. Oh no! Wasps! Baby!
The pube on the pipe metaphor came from a real-life incident, which I observed in the Jets at Dean's.
All I know is the pube weren't mine, because mine are grey, or indeed white, so I can't take credit for that one.
In the end, I picked up that pube, and I'm glad I did, because it made that gents a better place to be in. And that is my question to the government. Are you prepared to get your hands dirty, or are you going to let things clog up the system? The moonlight shone down on the place unhindered. The gnarled parapets jagged upwards like a bony hand of icy indifference. In the background, there was a pigeon. Who knew how long the place had stood there? 40 years? 50 years? Tempus immemoria, i.e. always? But it was a bad place. That much.
Yeah, I'm stopping already. 25 seconds in. What? Yeah, no, I love that because that is very... It's Tempus Memoriam, Memoria, saying something of like, you can tell how much he tries to have like this very impressive vocabulary when he writes, because of course he is a literary genius, as we all know, but the fact that he also has to define it, which isn't, I think in his mind, is not him explaining, it might be him explaining it to like clueless readers, but I think it's also him proving that he knows what it means. I think there's a little bit of that as well. It's like, I know what the big words I say are, because I am a genius.
Was certain. A very bad place indeed. Greetings, traveller. Who am I? Perhaps you have met me twixt sleep and wake, in the penumbra of uncertainty you call unconsciousness. Or perhaps you've met me at a book signing. I'm Garth Marenghi, horror author.
If only. Oh, if only.
My business is chill. Pure and simple. You know, my books are all essentially about what-ifs. In Black Fang, I asked, what if a rat could drive a bus? And what if it and its rat brethren took over and ate Parliament? When I wrote, directed and starred in tonight's episode of Garth
The sad reality is, I wouldn't read Garth Marenghi's books if they existed, because I don't know how to read. I don't read books. I haven't done that in years. But if they were turned into films, I would watch and own every single one of them. As I sit here wearing a John Waters t-shirt, I love quality cinema, and I would be deeply in love with all the things he's described. Like, so much. I would 1000% watch that movie, and it would be one of my favorite films. You gotta appreciate the creativity.
Marenghi's Darkplace, I was asking another what if. Now, I won't tell you which what if it is, but it's basically along the same lines but with a different animal. Without giving too much away, think Planet of the Apes. This Eve's Tale of Blood is an allegory, and as such I've included interviews with myself, my publisher Dean Lerner, and the actor Todd Rivers, so that we can tell you what it means. Here it be. A future shock that'll shit you up. I'd like to dedicate tonight's episode to my wife Pam, who deals with the bulk of my admin.
I think he wants to be one of those writers that leaves things, that has allegories and is like, you decide what it means. He wants to be one of those writers that can do that, but at the end of the day, he can't help himself. He needs everyone to know how smart he is by explaining exactly what he means.
I'm Garth Marenghi, author, dreamweaver, visionary, plus actor. You are about to enter the world of my imagination. You are entering my dark place.
Talked about the theme song. It is pretty perfect. the kind of, it sounds very 80s, like a 1 hour drama kind of thing. And the fact that it's like, it's very actiony, and then the minute, of course, the woman comes on screen, it gets all soft, is really perfect. And of course for Dean, because he's just, he's a soft man. Don't tell him that, but he is.
Sanch, are you copping Z's? Come on, I need you on the ward. There are kids dying out here.
Hey, bud, just give me 2 ticks.
His emotional support bear? Is he going to treat a child with the bear?
Now it feels like somebody parked a car in it.
We're getting very, very Troll 2 in here all of a sudden. Those who have not seen Troll 2, please watch it. And then watch the documentary Best Worst Movie. But everything in that town is green. The town of Nilbog, which is troll spelled backwards, as we all know.
That's peculiar.
Sanch! Sanch? What?
Oh no, I need that. Well, we're gonna get it in a second. Although he had to have a bear, the only reason he had the bear was so that he could dramatically drop something. I know we're gonna get more shots of it, but I need the first bit of that.
Sanch? What?
Yes. The coloring, it's perfection. Just not even attempting to blend. I love that makeup.
I think it's only with hindsight that I realise how radical Darkplace was and is. We knew at the time it was raw, but we didn't realise it could get rawer with time. It's balls to the wall, flat out horror.
They would not make this show today. They would not make it. It was way the hell out there. We were young, we were physically fit, and we were challenging logic.
I also love that they never attempt to make the actors look younger or older. I think Dean might actually look younger now than he does in the show. Is very funny to me. Oh, and we're back in the beautiful car. The beautiful, beautiful golf cart car.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. A new terror in Darkplace. Sanchez, my friend, my buddy, is now an ape. Although still a competent surgeon, he does now smell like an ape. But was he the only one? Well, the word on the ward was no. He was.
A little just not breathe him in. That's it's actually, and it's kind of sweet of him. He didn't want to let him know how bad he smelled. Oh, there you go. He's a good guy.
This place was dark. Damn dark. Hence, Darkplace. We parked the wheels and hauled ass to Reed's office. But on the way, I made a special detour. Hey there, little guy. Good news. You're gonna be alright.
Thanks to you.
Now here are the...
Is this the... No, that kid was blonde. I was like, is this the same kid from the first one? At least in this one, the kid is 6. I remember in the first episode when he came into that kid, he was just telling him his dad was gonna be okay, which I'm like, is this where you just keep the children of patience? So of course we have to have a moment to just show how good of a guy this character really is, to really connect with children and bring him something.
Those prescription drugs you couldn't afford. I bought them out of my own pocket. Don't thank me. I've got to go and save another life. Take care, little guy.
Dr. Douglas?
Yes, buddy?
I owe you everything. If you need any help, you could always rely on me.
That means a lot.
Let's look at this. I have to always double check something before I call it out.
Yes, buddy?
I owe you everything. If you need any help, you could always rely on me.
That means a lot.
That little moment where he just, for a second, the kid looks into the camera and then quickly looks back.
Kid actors are so fun to watch in movies. I always think of that kid in what is it? Back to the Future Part 3. You can just look it up. Just type. I think he loves just type in kid Back to the Future 3. But like he's for no reason at all. As there's like a scene going on. I think he's playing one of. I've only seen that movie once. I think he's playing one of Doc Brown's kids. But he's looking into the camera and going at the camera, and then points at his crotch. I think maybe he's saying he has to go to the bathroom. It's the weirdest thing. It's just in the movie. So I love when you catch kid actors just being kid actors and not knowing what's going on is a beautiful thing. My hero.
I punched one of the child actors who was working on set because they were rude about Garth writing. It was more of a back of the hand than a punch. But they came up in a big red bruise. Someone took a photo of it, blah, blah, blah. Cry, cry, cry. I don't see it as a problem.
Jim. I feel like slowly over each episode we're starting to learn more and more about how Dean Lerner might be a monster. I feel like the more tidbits he drops, the more you're like, what? They're so out of pocket.
Could you run these ECG results past the boys in radiology?
Right away.
Dag, in here.
Don't even have time to drink this water, I'm that busy.
Could you ever love a monkey, Liz?
It's certainly an improvement on the old look.
Hey! Morning, Dad. Morning, Thornton Reed.
Good morning.
Would either of you two like a glass of water?
No, thanks. I'll have a coffee.
Thanks, Sanch. I'd love a glass.
Oh, drat, it's run out. Here, have mine.
No, Sanch, you have it. I'll grab a coffee instead of the water.
One coffee coming right up. Here you go.
Cheers.
Oh, that was such an awkward shot. It's perfect. And the one was clearly sped up just a little bit so they can get the right, like, they needed to make them all cling together. It's those little touches, man. I can't not break, like, I'm sorry, I probably spend way too much time pointing them out, but they need to be highlighted because they're magical. These dumb little moments of, you know, like, oh, I will have the coffee instead of the water. Like, let's explain everything bit by bit.
As I'm sure you people are aware, we've got a situation. People are regressing to a primal stage, and it's spreading. Fast. Douglas, we need a slice of your loaf. What's going on?
I figure the following. Sanchez...
I used to work at Disneyland for like 10 years, up until about a year ago, when I moved, and 1,000% he moves while acting like an animatronic. He looks like he's in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, when his kind of body moves before his eyes move, it fully looks like an animatronic. Oh my god.
Progressing to Homo neanderthalenus. Right now, Sanch, you're Homo erectus, but who knows how long you've got.
I appreciate you being straight with me.
And you and
I just want a good shot of the video.
Now, Sanch, you're Homo erectus, but who knows how long you've got.
I appreciate you.
It's just so beautiful. The hair is magic. Like, they tried to put a little bit of, like, sticking it to his face, but then just didn't even... I have a friend who does, like, makeup and costuming and stuff, so I've watched her, like, try to blend, and it's just so beautiful how it's a completely different skin tone. That's that extra point of being the most bad. And having the eyebrows way up higher, and that's the only thing you change, just put on a goofy wig and have kind of odd teeth.
You being straight with me.
And you and I are Homo sapiens.
Correct.
But if we're all basically homos, shouldn't we get along?
You'd have thought. But Homo erectus is famed for his meanness. How you feeling in here, Sanch?
I'm bearing up, you know me, Dag.
Yeah, I do, big guy.
Come on, you two queers. We need to lick this problem before it turns round and slaps us in the nuts. We need data. Liz, fill us boys in, if you'll pardon the expression. Liz?
Liz?
Liz!
It's got Liz, too.
Whatever it is.
Dr. Sanchez, if you don't come to surgery now, we'll have to start without you.
Wish me luck.
Good luck. I need you to crack this, Dad, because if not, one ton will be all over me like knockers in a wind tunnel.
I'll go and have a word with the Padre.
I like to think that actually, I can't recall the actress's name. I mean, the actress in the show, like what her fictional actress name is. But I just like the idea that, like, she's just a better actress. She's like, oh, I'm a monkey now, okay. Boop. And just like this little monkey, physicality. Oh, look, her legs are all hairy. Magic.
I need you to crack this, Dad, because if not, one ton will be all over me like knockers in a wind tunnel.
I'll go and have a word with the Padre. He knows a lot about monkeys.
Right, I'll stay here.
Come on, Liz. I led Liz, by now a sick parody of womanhood, down the corridor. Perhaps the Padre could elucidate the cause of all this. Though at this stage in the narrative, it would be odd if he did.
No! This makeup was done years ago for the monkeys. I was worried when I saw the VHS again that it would look ridiculous and old-fashioned, you know, and quite naff. It's not true. It looks great, still.
I feel like he always is kind of a little bit aware of how bad it was, but then at the end of the day, I think for his own sanity and for his own ego, has to spin it where it's like, actually, it was okay. Because he keeps kind of crapping on it, and then at the end, always coming around a little bit, at least so far. In the last episode, I remember him doing that too. Sorry, commercial break. I can't afford YouTube Premium anymore. Anyway.
Would you like a drink of something?
Hey! It's obviously it's from Mighty Boosh, which I still don't know from Julian Barrett. Freaking love him. He was in Mighty Boosh, which I haven't seen much of, but he was in The Great, which I love him in The Great, and he was in this trip of a movie called In Fabric that I highly recommend. It's crazy. It's so freaking cool! And he's a priest. Also, I think I heard once that if anyone had watched the show Spaced, the old Edgar Wright, Simon Pegg, Nick Frost show, which I adore, I think I heard once that, like, the character of Brian was originally written for him, which would have been interesting, but I love the guy that plays Brian. But yeah, heck yeah, that freaking rules. Yay!
Tea, coffee, juice?
I'd love a glass of water.
No! That's mine.
All right, don't sweat it. I'll suck them in. I'll come straight to the point. Where does the church stand on the matter of evolution?
Monkeys were created by God to entertain us. That's all we know, Rick.
But surely...
That's all we know, Rick!
Yeah. Sure, Padre. I think I understand. Come on, Liz.
Mind how you go, Rick. Mind how you go.
It worsens. The Padre, my friend and colleague.
I don't know how to describe this, but there's something about his performance there that it's probably one of the better ones on the show, but there's something about it that feels very, like, stage heavy. Kind of like the people that were in, like, early episodes of Doctor Who, like first Doctor episodes, where it all is put on like a play and everyone is kind of overdoing it a little bit in the way that you can tell they're all stage performers. That makes sense to me anyway.
Is now an ape. Who was next? Would it get me? I really hoped it wouldn't. And what was it, anyway? So many questions. Why Liz? Why the Padre? Why Sanchez? Why not Reed? Why not me? This hospital was turning into a jungle.
Cough in the middle of VA. Keep it in.
And everyone was acting like monkeys. Terry, run a J over the seat. I think Liz has left a souvenir.
Emergency in surgery. Emergency in surgery.
Not my fault, monkey bastard hands. It wasn't difficult for me to get into character. I mean, I know the beast in me. I've been drunk with him for 15 years. So, it was home from home, you might say.
Both Todd and I were wild at the time. I mean, we were behaving like flipping Romans. We were like animals. And I looked in the mirror one day, excuse me, and I said, "You're not a man, Dean. You're an ape."
I've stood in Dean's front room and watched him make a lot of love. Let's just say that. I'm afraid, Rick.
What?
I'm afraid of what I'm becoming. Yeah, that's me. Well, this is unmanageable. I used to have...
I'm wondering if they just, if it's the idea that
that Liz's actress is a better actress, or if they just wanted to give the female character less lines. If Garth just wanted to, like, you don't need to talk as much. With Garth, it's possible it's the second. It's probably the second.
The best head in the hospital. And I'm starting to get some pretty primal urges.
I didn't want to say, but when I went into surgery this morning, you were waving your bits out the window.
Oh my god. I don't know if okay, I might be overthinking this. I stopped so much, I'm sorry. But it looks like... it looks like they have a paper display out the window to show, like, the outside of the hospital, the exterior, and it looks like there's a wrinkle in the paper. I think it is. That's amazing. I've never seen that before. That's such a funny touch. Oh my god, the detail on the show.
No, I don't even know I'm doing it. I thought I was helping attach a drip. I went to the padre to confess. Ended up washing my ass in the font.
Liz is throwing her own poo as a way of getting attention.
If I get too far gone, Rick, you know what to do.
Yeah. Well, you hang on in there, bud. You hang on in there for Rick. Having been knocked, I fell into a strange, fantastical dream, rich in imaginative...
Okay, so obviously, as we all know, monkeys can just pull those out of nowhere. I thought they were trying to show that he had something wrong with his teeth earlier, but no, it was to establish what his teeth look like so that we can now see that they're different. There you go. Let's see the dream ballet now. What's happening?
My bonds having been knocked, I fell into a strange, fantastic...
God, look how much you can see the fabric that he's laying on and wiggling on. Yes.
...dream, rich in imaginative imagery. I found myself alone in a primitive land where phantasms, spelt with a PH, not an F, abounded. I turned one way.
It may look just like the woods with slight lens flares and a little bit of sepia tone on there, but no, it is a fantastical world, as you can see.
Then the other. Then back. Then forward. Then I saw myself as a monkey. When I came to, my head felt like a plum without the pip. Apparently I'd been asleep for a month, which is ages. Reed told me everything. How the monkeys now rule Darkplace. How they'd taken over.
They've taken over.
Oh no. Oh Jesus. They've taken over. They've taken over.
I know.
I'm honestly surprised that they showed that many people on screen at once, because it shows they had that many little monkey prosthetics is pretty impressive. Shows they did spend a little bit of money on this show. Again, the show being the show within the show.
Why's Liz here?
The clan rejected her. She'd been mauled when I found her. The brutes.
What are we going to do, Reed?
Blow me if I know. God, my throat is parched. I'd best have a sip of water.
In Garth's mind, this is building a lot of tension. It isn't just incredibly silly that he puts little umbrellas in his water. He thinks this is like, oh yes, they'll be sitting there on the edge of their sheets going, no, no, don't. Oh, 'cause, 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 '
Look, Dag, maybe we shouldn't do anything.
What do you mean?
I mean, this hospital's running pretty well, despite all this.
What do you mean?
No one takes days off anymore, everyone's grooming each other, and the doctors are literally working for peanuts. Within a year, our financial problems will be history, old news. We'll be able to build that children.
This is actually some of the best acting Dean's done. It's not good, but it's better than his usual, and I'm very proud of him.
Wing. Think about it, Rick. The Darkplace Douglas Kiddie Wing. It's what we've always dreamed about.
Not this way, Reed. It's barbaric. I want that kiddie wing just as much as you do. But right now, most of those kids are chimps, and that's my priority.
You're a fool! You're a fool to walk away from this! You're a fool! 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 You're a flippin' fool! You're a fool!
Rather than you two like a glass of water.
I don't even have time to drink.
Yes, they did. They flipped what arm the water was in. Hilarious.
Right now, most of those kids are chimps, and that's my priority.
You're a fool! You're a fool to walk away from this! You're a fool! 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 You're a flippin' fool!
I think it also says something about Dean that this is maybe the most convincing act we've seen him in, and it's when he's supposed to be, like, kind of creepy. Just saying. Maybe he can pull a little bit more from his inner self.
You're a fool!
Rather than you two like a glass of water.
I don't even have time to drink this water umber. I'll grab a coffee instead of the water.
Would you like a drink of something?
I don't even have time to drink this water umber. It's the water, the water, the water, the water, the water, the water.
I still haven't had a glass of water. Wait a minute, it is the water.
Don't drink that! Look, it's bright green!
Thank God I only took a tiny sip.
Someone or something has been tampering with our water supply. I'm going to the water storeroom. I have a hunch that whoever or whatever he or she or it is will be in there.
Right, I'll stay here and try and recuperate as fast as I can.
No, he's back to his normal setting now. It's only when he's being a little scary that he's any good. Also, apparently he's going to be fine now because he only drank a little sip, and apparently that's how the rules go.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, shot Duncan. Hang topping.
The reason Reed survives is that I only take a tiny sip. There's that line, thank God I only took a tiny sip. And if you take a tiny sip of this, you're all right.
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. Okay? What I was asking in that scene is, what if politicians continue to pay doctors peanuts? Could they literally turn into monkeys? And no one's asked that before.
He's asking the real questions, and we should respect him for it. The amount of pause between where when they again show us in the show we're filming those two extras was like, okay, bang, and the person was like, oh, okay, lay on the ground.
Water everywhere, and not a drop to drink. Coleridge, Samuel T. It was here that I found the fiendish fount of this fear. An apoloid, micturating, which means urinating, on my erstwhile, which means former, buddy.
Again, constantly having to prove that he knows what the words mean. He can use the big words, but he also has to make sure that you know that he knows what they mean. Also, I really respect the show, because I've seen a lot of things in movies. I watch a lot of crazy stuff. I pride myself in the amount of films I've seen from all different countries and eras, and I watch a lot of every kind of genre, including a lot of just like, oh, that sounds strange, I'm gonna watch it. And still, the show manages in every episode to show me something I've never seen before. And I think that's special. And horrifying.
I had a hunch this guy was the head honcho.
Con la mano!
First, they made a point of having him count how many bullets were left in there, and then he said he had 5, and he's already shot 6 times. Okay.
On the back.
Why does it have motor sounds when it's a bicycle? Why? Why does it have motor sounds when it's a bicycle? Is it to make it more dynamic, or does he want us to believe that those are motorcycles and he couldn't get some, so he got bikes? I don't know the answer, and I wish I did, but I'm never gonna. Maybe I'll find out. Maybe they'll say it in the little interviews, but. Oh. Shaky cam here. I don't know why it's giving me vibes of like that crazy roller skate chase sequence in Muppets Take Manhattan. Yeah, I referenced Muppets Take Manhattan, where it's like they cut to like clearly a dude dressed as Miss Piggy. But that it's, I don't know why it's giving me those vibes. We got some good green screen.
I thought I'd lost you back there.
You know me, Dad. I'm too busy just staying alive. Pull over. Pull over. Shit! Monkey drivers. Monkey drivers.
Clearly no longer like the horrific stunt double with the giant amount of hair. Just obviously standing as he's doing it.
I'm sweating now. If you use
I gotta tell you, that is absolutely one of the chase sequences I've ever seen in my life.
antiperspirant, it clogs up your pores If you clog up your pores, you're going to sweat elsewhere, on your tongue, under your ears, on the forehead, and if you block all those areas with antiperspirant, you're going to get a breath problem. And that's fact. That's scientific fact. And if you block up everything, well, then you're going to sweat inside and get cancer. That which died in my arms out there should never have walked on God's earth.
Agreed. So what was it, Dag?
A blasphemy. A demented monkey man, half-formed and hell-bent on dragging us back into the Stone Age. Demented monkey man, half-formed and hell-bent on dragging us back into the Stone Age.
Like something fell. I can't tell if something fell or if it was just a little bit on the camera. Again, there's times where I can't tell if it's on purpose or there's just something wrong with the recording.
Could you give us a detailed explanation as to why all this happened?
He was once a scientist who specialised in human evolution and had worked hard on it for many years. At some stage during his research, he discovered he was specialised in human evolution.
Could you give us a detailed explanation as to why all this happened?
He was once a scientist who specialised in human evolution and had worked hard on it for many years.
So that's just clearly, they decided to explain it after the fact because they had her speed up and then cut to something else so that they could do it all in ADR. But the way how fast they had her talk. I don't know if they're setting up that there's something hiding behind here or they fully just cut to a different thing so that he could have his explanation off camera.
At some stage during his research, he discovered he was able to access mankind's atavistic tendencies and harness them for his own malevolent schemes. He developed a serum extracted from the gonads of gibbons, which when passed through the balls of chimps at light speed in a special atomic container could turn...
Yep, he just couldn't get the speech right on camera. Oh, bless. Oh, bless.
men into monkeys. He then set about contaminating our very own water supply. So I've had to develop an antidote, which is why everyone is now back to normal. Thankfully, he didn't succeed.
Well, I think we all saw the beast in us this last week.
True enough, but if you boys make another crack about my taking a shit in Dag's car, I'll give you the thick end of the wedge.
Okay, Liz, no need to go away.
Hey, I thought I told you.
She's going bananas. It is funny. It is funny.
We laughed to
For a second, I was really worried that we weren't going to have an on the roof scene, and I was going to be a little bit sad.
protect ourselves, to mask the awful horror. Although I thought what Reed said about Liz going bananas was genuinely witty. Each man must acknowledge his beast, whether through sport or violent films. But a man must not let his beast be his master. Otherwise you're no better than Bill Wyman.
I called Madeline Wool Menagerie Wool. I've always been good with words. She was like a zoo in a woman.
I don't think anyone will get an animal impersonator like her again.
It's so hard to watch this episode, knowing that she's now missing, presumed dead, with the presumption heavily on dead. I don't think they'll find anything. But then again, she was like a candle in the wind.
So Dean murdered her, right? Like, Dean fully murdered her. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Unreliable.
Yeah.
I was typing and I had this block and suddenly I heard a voice come here and it was Madeline. And she spoke to me. And she said, Garth, that sentence needs a verb. And she was right. And she said, that's inelegant. And then very quietly she went. And I lit a joss stick and prayed.
Through the years, you've never let me down. You've turned my life around. The sweetest days I've found with you. Through the years,
Original test footage is her looking upset.
I've never been afraid. I love the life we made, and I'm so glad I stayed right here with you.
I reckon she's probably somewhere in the Eastern Bloc. That's my hunch.
Do you think she's still alive then?
No, I think she's probably just buried in the Eastern Bloc.
if she got a burial. Garth Marenghi's Darkplace is a Garth Marenghi production in association with Dean Lerner.
I feel like it's gone from like Dean's a Goodman. I think I originally thought maybe like he was kind of being taken advantage of almost by Garth because like he's a producer and just clearly like worships Garth, but now I think he's a full-on monster, which is a turn I didn't think it was gonna take, but I'm not mad about it.
Nina's eyes popped out of what was left of her back.
Oh.
Why, oh why, had she opened that tomb? The sand turned red. This was because she was bleeding on it. Blood. Ruby red blood. Her blood. Blood. And piss and shit. This was the worst day of her life. Welcome, friend. You know, a lot of people say, Garth Marenghi, isn't he the guy who writes all that horror crap? Well, good luck to you, you're an idiot.
Genius.
Because my books always say something. Even if it's just something simple like, don't genetically engineer crabs to be as big as men. There's always a message or a theme. When I to be as big as men, there's always a...
That's... I wish this show was huge so that they would, like, sell that as a poster because it would be on my wall. Look, as a horror freak, I have to acknowledge the beauty of this crab. His little eyes and the blood dripping off it. It's amazing because that was such a huge thing in like I was about to say like the 70s and 80s, like post Jaws. But I guess it was really before that too, because you had like them with giant ants. I guess giant, usually insect movies started in like the atomic age of horror. Like in the 50s, because you had like Kingdom of the Spiders, and you had them, and you had, I'm sure, some others. I kind of avoid bug stuff because I'm really afraid of bugs. That is the horror I do avoid. But I know like post Jaws, you just had everything. Like there was Grizzly, there was Night of the Lepus, which is I don't remember if all these were post Jaws. Night of the Lepus is amazing if you like bad films. It's Bones from original Trek, and it's about a small town being terrorized by giant rabbits, which are illustrated as either normal-sized bunnies in a tiny diorama town with ketchup on their mouths, or people being attacked by people in bunny outfits, both of which are aces. But yeah, there's I think the swarm was bees, I know there's worms, I think there's a snake one just called there's a couple different cat ones. There's frogs. I've seen slugs. I saw slugs during, which I didn't care for because again, don't like anything bug-ish. But I was watching it during an all-night horror movie marathon at a local movie theater, and I was kind of surprised for a movie about a lot of people being murdered by slugs that there was so much like seemed to be a hidden agenda about talking about the evils of alcohol. Like, I feel like anyone who ever had a drink in that movie was immediately murdered. Yeah, it was weird. Anyway, I don't think I've seen one about crabs, though. Unless you count, I guess, like, some of the things in Cloverfield kind of look like a crab. And there was a monster in that Love and Monsters movie with Dylan O'Brien that was a big crab. How do I remember this stuff? I don't remember, like, where my keys are, but I remember this kind of junk. Such is the curse of me. Anyway, I just love it. Love you, Garth. Huge fan.
A message or a theme. When I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Darkplace back in the 1980s, I gave every episode a theme, even when we were running out of time or I was really tired. However, one theme proved so controversial, so dangerous, so radical, the theme's prejudice by the way, so outre out there, that Top Brass finally pulled the axe on the entire project.
Why is it whenever anyone does a theme of prejudice, they always think they're doing something really radical? Like all those like very special episodes of things, and I feel like every time something's like, oh, it has a deep meaning, it's always prejudice. But yeah, I feel like every very special episode of things in like the 80s and 90s always had a prejudice one, and like a no smoking one. And if you were that show Smart Guy I used to watch in the 90s, which was like, what,
like I don't remember, like mid to late 90s. I remember there was a very special episode about like specifically teaching kids like not to go with strangers because they might have you like put on a bathing suit and take pictures for the internet. That was weird. I'm getting off on a weird tangent now. I'm on very little sleep. I know it's something I say often, but it's also always true. But yeah, that just made me laugh. Made me think of Zootopia, which I do love Zootopia, but it's a thing of just like, hey guys, I think this is about prejudice. Oh goodness.
Tonight, Pilgrim, I entrust this episode to you, along with interviews from myself, my publisher, Dean Lerner, and the actor, Todd Rivers, who hasn't had a decent gig since Boone. These mini-seminars will help further elucidate and unravel the mysteries of Darkplace, so you have no excuse for not getting it. So, here it be. Uncut, uncensored, unbelievable, unpalatable. And I sincerely hope you are disturbed by the show.
And look up automatically. Okay, so we've got the music that's totally not John Carpenter music. It's absolutely not the theme to Halloween. I don't know who started that rumor. It's totally not that. And the guy, the music is obviously non-diegetic. It's not happening in the scene. Dude's still nodding his head as if he can hear the music. Just always so talented. Such a talented man, Garth Marenghi. It is funny, like, that was very, I think it was the red light, mixed with maybe the Walkman for some reason, was making me think of Nightmare on Elm Street. So this feels very 80s horror. Granted, I often think of it. I'm literally looking at a Nightmare on Elm Street VHS tape off camera, because I've got my stack of VHS right there, which is Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Highly underrated, in my opinion. But I love that it was him sitting there dancing with the Walkman, her with her hair, drying her hair that's not turned on. These little touches make it so beautiful. They're just like, well, we're not going to plug this thing in. There's no point. Just mime it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Makes me think of the Ed Wood film. We don't have the motor for the octopus. We'll just, fling the tentacles around. Pretend like it's killing you. Oh, God.
Yeah, that's real good. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's continue this outside in the bushes.
But you're due for your operation in 5 minutes.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun.
Come on.
That must be some of the worst ADR we've seen so far on this show. I loved it. Oh my goodness. Also, even it's down to the choices of the voice actors sound like ADR people I would have heard in one of those I watch a lot of 70s Italian schlock films. I love them. It sounds like those especially the female voice 100% sounds like one of those voices. And those ones where it's either the actor doesn't speak English at all and is just kind of mouthing the words, or they're speaking, they're trying to mouth English, or they're just speaking their native language and just putting English over it, just dubbing it, and where the mouth doesn't match at all and even stops talking while the ADR is continuing is really funny. I don't know, I hope this makes sense. Those voices are just so specifically correct when it comes to dubbed voices. Either I think Italian, because it'll be it could be a lot of films, but when I guess I've seen more dubbed Italian films or Japanese films personally. But my God, just a weird extremely specific choice that I have to assume is on purpose, especially with this show. Outside.
Well, let's get down to it right away. I'm feeling really horny.
Yes, let's make love right here on the moor. Hold on. What's that?
Oh, that's just mist off fog. You'll forget all about it once you're into it.
I think you can definitely see the source of it, but I think for just like a frame, I could be crazy. I think you can actually see the hand of the person like getting the fog machine in their faces. Oh god. Oh wait, is this like the fog reference? Oh no. Alright, if we're going for a full John Carpenter thing, then I might not know all the references, even though I claim to be a horror fan, because I have not seen a ton of John Carpenter films. I know I'm a bad person, and I'm sorry. I'm working on it. But so if there are like really obvious horror references that I might not get, fully feel free to rage at me in the comments. I deserve the ridicule. But yeah, this feels like it's, especially with the, I don't know if they're supposed to be, I assume they're supposed to be Scottish people. We only saw the back of them, but if they're like ghost Scottish people or something, we're going for the fog. Isn't it the fog or is it the mist? That's the thing. So I think it's the fog. I might be crazy.
Jesus Christ, what the hell, no!
A lot of people write to move. A lot of people write to protest. I write to chill.
He had a very ambitious script, and I said, Garth, this is a very ambitious script for the money we've got. Seeing as we've got no money, it's extremely ambitious. We were filming it in my garage. I had a big garage, but still, it was ambitious to film a TV show in a garage.
Well, the thing about Darkplace is that it was
Where was he filming in the garage? Is it it can't be the hospital. How big is your garage? Why do you need a garage that big? Someone did say in a comment that I should start counting the crimes of Dean Lerner, and could that be one? Just having a large garage, because why do you need that much? Maybe you have a lot of cars, or maybe you just have a lot of things you need to hide from people. I don't know. Where's Liz?
a real turning point for me as a writer, because up until that point I've been writing balls-to-the-wall horror. For this, I wanted them to kind of go, And I think that's one of the great strengths of the programme, is that it managed to bridge that gap between and ooh quite well.
Actually, well said.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. It's 3 a.m. and it's misty, too misty, and the weatherman had said, and I quote, more mist to come. And once you added that to the mist that was already here, you were looking at a whole mess of mist. I've been called out to the grounds of Darkplace. It was taking ages because of the mist, though. There was something about this mist. What? I hadn't the foggiest.
I know I stopped too much, I'm sorry, it's my curse. But I do want to point out, I love that, again, it's the question of, like, it's not just what were the choices of the people who created this actual show, but what was Garth Marenghi thinking when he was doing things, which is, like, when he does voiceover, that one I feel like was more than others, but it's been a minute since I saw the last episode. Whenever he does his own voiceover, it's, like, really deep. It's even deeper than his normal speaking voice, because he wants to sound like a protagonist. He wants to sound like the hero, so just like have the deep voice. You know that he put it on just a little bit. Also, this show is so funny, and the only time it's not funny is when he's actually trying to be funny. Wait, why are the doctors here?
What do you make of it, Dag?
I'm going to level with you, Sanchez. I've never seen anything like this. In fact, I haven't got the foggiest idea.
Great joke, Dag.
Cheers, I thought of it in the car.
Look, their faces are patterned.
Good work, Liz.
What is it, Rick?
Doing like it's cocaine.
Porridge. I think I know what did this. Scotch mist.
Scotch mist, Dag? But what Scotch mist?
One moment while I cross-fertilise the data. According to my printout, Scotch mist is an evil Highland force, the ghosts of Scottish warriors trapped in foggy mist.
Well, I'll be dead and rained on. Ever since Dag reopened the gates of hell last week, there's been a glut of fresh terror on...
Now I'm wondering, is the thought process of covering the mouth, is it because on the day, in the show, within a show, on the day could the actress the actress who plays Liz, not get the line? And so it's meant to be like, oh, we'll just cover her mouth and have her ADR it later. Or is it because Garth Marenghi himself, like, hadn't fully written that part of the script yet? He's like, yeah, you'll give an explanation and we'll figure that out later. And then he writes it afterwards, then has her ADR it later. I don't know. I like to think it's the second. But who can say? I get so excited whenever it's an office scene. But again, why are they cop doctors? Because Garth has to be both. Because that is how versatile he is as a performer. Clearly.
On the wing.
But why would long-dead Scottish warriors trapped in the mist come so far south?
To kill the Queen. And then destroy our way of life. That's what every Scotchman wants.
You can't say that.
Believe me, Liz, I know. I've met a lot of Scotch people. They want what we've got. Order, sobriety, hope. Everything Romford stands for. They're jealous of our continental ways.
Well, all I know is that I've got a hospital to run. You'd better do something and fast. Because I don't want to be sitting here this time tomorrow with mist up my crack. Do I make myself clear? Good. Now get. That's the phone. Hello? Speaking. I beg your pudding. And the same to you too. Of all the nerve.
Problem, Thornton?
Someone's given my number out. Says I'm running a massage parlour. Now who'd have pulled a stunt like that?
I don't know, Thornton. Some people are animals.
Well, if I catch the culprits, I'll string them up by their Buster Browns.
Not if I catch the mongrel first.
I just don't understand it. Why are you two still here? Scram!
I love how, like, not quite right the continuity is of where his leg was in the shot, where it's the shot of Dean, where it looks really weird. Again, those little continuity errors, which granted, no, I was like, oh, they could just be mistakes in the actual show, Garth Marenghi's Darkplace, but I'm like, nah, they're not. Those are on purpose. I have a problem of noticing continuity errors. Sometimes my mom gets mad at me about it. She's like, just watch the movie. I'm like, I am. She's like, just enjoy it. I'm like, this is how I enjoy movies. She's what I do. They had nowhere else to go. There was no hallway to sit outside. They just awkwardly stopped there and kept the foot noises. Oh my god.
The mist rolled relentlessly round Darkplace, much like smoke or fog. We stood transfixed for what seemed like forever, but was probably nearer 20 minutes to half an hour.
What is that sound?
That's a bagpipe.
Dag, it's Liz. She's having a vision.
Go away. Didn't mind let you go. Please, be gone. Oh, God, you must go.
Thanks, Rick. I was hysterical.
What is it?
It's Jim. He's out there.
I guess it's right. You can fight.
We found out that the mist was poisonous when 2 techies died, yes. Now, I don't like to see anyone die, but if someone has to die, it might as well be a techie. Because another one comes along, it's the same belt, it's the same hammer in the tool belt, you can barely tell the difference.
Does that count as a crime? Yeah, I feel like as the producer, that's a him crime. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a Dean. That counts as a Dean crime. That's a Dean crime. So we got punching children. I think we have way more than that. We've got drug use. We've got possibly murder. This would be what, second degree murder? Or just bad, just irresponsible everything?
Keep your headbands on. That way we won't get lost. And use your fans sparingly. They eat through batteries, and if you're not careful, they can nick your fingers. Stay local.
Just out of interest, Dag, what kind of batteries are you using?
Power Zone turbo cells. Got a bag of them down Herne Market. £1, 30 batteries.
Can I speak frankly?
Of course.
If you act like a cheap arsehole, expect the shittiest portion.
Let me live my own life, Sanj. They're fine.
I was about to say, oh, I wonder if that was like product placement, like they were one of the sponsors or something, but it's like apparently not. Apparently just dumb details Garth puts in to make it feel real to him. I think that's why he puts that dumb stuff in the dialogue.
Look, it's Jim. He's been struck by the mist, though he's still alive, unbelievable as that seems.
Quick, let's run into that outhouse.
Heavier than I thought. Just over there.
Move your arse, Liz! You goddamned evil Misty Jocks.
Listen to me. I am not prejudiced, all right? That is what I'm saying. I am not prejudiced. But Joe Public is. You probably are. You look like a dropout. Point being, I wrote this to heal Britain.
Scotch mist some thought was fairly racist. I didn't, to be honest. Thing is, I'd play anything. A Nazi, anything at all. I don't think I'd ever kiss another man. Not even for the big boys. Have you ever been to Scotland, Dag?
Once.
What was it like?
I remember it much as one recalls a dream. Or a nightmare. I was on a budget flight to Norway when a storm hit and forced us to ditch in Glasgow Prestwick. I was stranded. And it's so hilly up there you can't get any signal on your car phone. It looked bad. It looked like I was going to have to spend the night in Glasgow.
Jesus Christ.
The cabin crew suggested we all go out and club it. I had no option. There was that or one of their B&Bs. I figured it'd be safer on the streets. For the first time ever, I saw the Scotch in their natural habitat, and it weren't pretty. I'd seen them huddling in stations before, being loud, but this time I was surrounded. Everywhere I went, it felt like they were watching me. Fish-white flesh puckered by the Highland breeze, tight eyes peering out for fresh meat, screechy, booze-soaked voices hollering out for a taxi to take them halfway up the road to the next all-night watering hole. A shatter of glass, a round of applause, a 16-year-old mother of three vomiting in an open sewer, bairns looking on, chewing on potato cakes. I ain't never going back. Not never.
My aunt lives in Scotland. She says it's quite nice.
Well, she's wrong.
That's so great, is even scenes like that, where, like, there are definitely some jokes in there, but it's more just like a monologue. Because of the framing device of the show, and because not just like them doing a parody of a bad show, because you have the framing device of the show within the show with the, the interviews, and we are getting to know Garth Marenghi as a guy, it adds this extra layer of, like, you're sitting there going, he was so proud of this scene. He was so proud of this performance. He's like, I will win awards. I will win awards for the writing, because I'm healing Britain, and also I will win awards for the acting in this scene, clearly. And that just makes it extra special, honestly. Everything about the show is really special. I really wish that I could, like, force someone I know to watch it. But I don't think anyone I know would like it, which kind of bums me out. Yeah. Oh well. But it's great I can share with y'all.
Bloody thing's cut out.
Wait, is all the markings gone from his face? Is that meant to be the face? I can't tell if it means that he's better, or they just, like, broke for lunch and forgot to put the makeup back on him.
Bloody thing's cut out.
mist is retreating.
She's right, the mist is retreating.
You're both right. It is retreating. Okay, you two get Jim back to the hospital. I'll cover you. Heroically, I let Sanch, Jim and Liz run back without me. In my private bone.
I always love that when that happens in movies and shows. It's rare. It's only with like bad movies and shows where it's just the camera goes on for a teeny bit too long. The one that's always my favorite. Who knows? I could have mentioned this already on one of these reactions. I apologize if I did. But granted, this is a comedy. In Cannibal the Musical, the Trey Parker, Matt Stone musical they made in college. There's one where it's obviously a musical, and in one of the music sequences, they're like all marching toward the camera, and then the shot goes on just a fraction of a second too long, and they all drop their hands, and you can't hear it obviously, but you see Trey Parker mouth the word cut, and it's one of my favorite moments of that entire movie.
I knew they'd be safe. This mist was out for one person only, and that person, methought, was moi.
Why?
I ran like my life depended on it, which it did. As a writer, I make my own rules up.
I do love that this show just goes fully off the rails at some point in every episode. It's really admirable. Also, I have to say that the way that the bagpipe moved did make me think of the little bits that I've seen of, God, I'm so embarrassed. I always forget the name of the guy who actually plays Garth Marenghi. His film Possum. The little creature that moves in that thing, which I'm debating on actually reacting to it. I am afraid to watch it only because the thing looks spidery to me, and as established, no spiders. But if I am going to do it, I might as well do it for this channel, because why not? But it did look like a scene I've seen of, like, the legs of that thing on somebody, which is just kind of a silly happenstance. But what is he becoming Scottish? Is he part Scottish? What is... God, this show.
As a writer, I make my own rules up, okay? If I want to start a sentence with a full stop, I will. If I want to highlight social prejudice, I will, but I'll do it my way. And sometimes you actually have to be a bigot in order to bring down bigger bigots.
At the end of the day, this is not just a horror show. This is a show about great original writing.
Where the hell's Douglas? He should be back by now.
We have to help him.
No dice, Liz would never make it. The batteries in these fans are spent. I think they were warped.
That's what you get when you buy cheap batteries.
Oh, tell me about it. You try and make a saving, yet economically it's more sensible to buy from a reputable high street retailer.
And not from some street corner fly-by-night with a suitcase.
Exactly. Who knows? They may even be stolen.
The initial price of a name battery is so much higher.
I'm afraid they'll always be dear, Liz, but you're paying for reliability. I personally use rechargeable batteries. Couldn't use my charge last night, though, because I was up playing the keyboard till 2.
Well, we probably ought to check in with Reed. Maybe he has a supply of name batteries like Duracell or Everready.
Well, you'd hope so.
I told you before, I don't do that kind of thing. Another one. As if I didn't have enough on my plate, what with this mist? And just listen to the answer phone.
Hello, I'm calling about arranging a massage.
I ask you.
Take that last bit back.
Rick!
What happened?
Shit happened, sweetheart. Come on, time's running out.
What are you up to?
I don't know yet. Slow it down, 26%. Shh, listen.
Douglas, mine.
What does it mean?
I know Martin means man, but I don't think Och means anything.
It's me they want. And that's what they're going to get.
But why you, Dag?
I did a stupid thing on that night in Glasgow. I went into a chip shop and I ordered a cheeseburger.
But that could have happened to anyone. Don't beat yourself up about it.
Wait, Thornton, that's not all. I ordered this cheeseburger, but instead they put a frozen slab of meat in a deep fat fryer and served it to me in a tissue. I refused to pay. An argument ensued, and I said some very racist things about the Scotch, and about how fat a lot of them were, probably on account of what they did to their burgers. That's why this mist is here. Revenge. I'm going to have to face them.
I'm coming with you, Dag.
No, you're not, Sanj.
Fair enough.
I've been running from the Scotch all my life. I'm going solo on this one. Man to Scotch man.
Then take this. It's my flick knife.
Thanks.
And you might need this. Be careful with it. It's my mother's.
And take this.
What is it?
Something that might come in handy. And Dag.
Yeah?
Put your trousers on.
I've got to do it like this.
What's up? Dean had like a shotgun in the like a full-on shotgun in the first episode, didn't he? Give him something like that to work with. You clearly have an arsenal somewhere. Come on now. I've said a gun several times. A revolver. You wear cowboy boots? That's a look. Going for like a Sergio Leone. I've actually never said that name out loud, and I probably sound really dumb. The guy who makes spaghetti westerns. It's going for like a good, the bad, and the ugly kind of score, but also laying in the bagpipes. It's a nice touch. Honestly, the music in this whole episode is pretty great when it comes to like really subtle references. It's fun.
Please, accept this shortbread. I'm afraid I can't offer you any salt to go with that. I know it's me you want. Look, I just want to apologise for what I did to your countrymen.
You said
Making the chewing so loud in the mix is an attack. I don't like it.
some pretty nasty things.
Look, didn't he get me wrong?
Of course, he has to put the subtitles, even though it's like not even. Well, I don't know. I feel like a bunch of people I know really seem to struggle with understanding English, Scottish, Irish accents, which maybe it's because I grew up, my grandfather's from England, but it just sounds like English to me. But it is very funny. They put subtitles.
I'm a big fan of the Scotch people. I love Lulu, and if Taggart's on, I'll tape it. I was very tired that night, and I was pissed off I was in Glasgow. Colleagues of mine have since visited it during the day, and they say they've had a cracking time. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I see that now. My life is yours.
Oh, that way, so.
You have showed courage and dignity. You are a true Highlander. Take these and remember us.
They forgive him, but they have to make him an honor. Like it's he has to be seen as still, like, you can't lose a fight. And also, he has to, like, gain their respect and now be the ultimate is, yeah, perfect. Exactly what he would do.
What about the hair?
That'll grow out.
It was very, very chic. You like Scotch food, Liz? I know a little place we can go.
I know a little place you can go. It's called To Blazes.
Hey!
Well done, fellas and Liz. I'm sure this'll be Wonton congratulating us. Hello? Beg your pudding. No, for the last time, that's not my bag. What's wrong with you people? I mean, I'm just trying to run a decent hospital, and you people keep bothering me in the most rude manner imaginable. Get out of the office, thank you.
You guys are so cruel.
I'm going to get out of here for a bit. Grab some ale.
Hang loose.
I wonder what brought them here, Liz. Was it Rick? Was it this hospital? Or was it both?
Or all three.
One mist had gone, but another mist remained. A worse.
First it was the saxophone, now it's this. Do we see the character growth? We see it and we respect it. This show's insane.
Mist. A mist that fogged men's minds. The mist of misunderstanding. Luckily, this mist was just a metaphor and wouldn't really affect things that much. On a nearby rooftop, a bird took flight. But not even that could spoil this beautiful moment, as rosy-fingered dawn cupped Romford in its hands and thumbed open the new day's crack.
That's a visual.
I love Scotland. You know, I'll take the high road, I'll take the low road. I think both are valid.
I once tried to open a string of gentlemen's clubs near Fife, north of the border. But they're just not ready. Glasgow's been industrial for a while, but in many ways it's still a third world country up there. But they'd be the first to accept that.
Things are improving by degrees. Today, if an Englishman meets a Scotchman, or vice versa, 50-50 they're going to get along. And that's a very encouraging statistic. He whisked off her shoes and panties in one movement, wild like an enraged shark, his bulky totem beating a seductive rhythm. Mary's body felt like it was burning, even though the room was properly air-conditioned. They tried all the positions, on top, doggy and normal. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the recently extended sofa bed. Then a hellbeast ate them. Welcome, friend. I'm Garth Marenghi, horror writer. Although I also...
I'm trying to be more Stephen King. I've actually never read a Stephen King book. I've heard that he has, in a few of them, are more sexual than you would expect / want them to be. I don't know if that was supposed to be a reference to that. One day maybe I'll read one. Maybe Misery. Theoretically it doesn't have sex in it, but I can't be sure. I think it said its name was Juggers, which is amazing. Oh, was it supposed to be a Shivers reference? The Cronenberg movie? That's a very sexual, body horror movie that no one ever talks about when they talk about Cronenberg films. Tend to talk about Scanners, or if you're cool like me, you talk about Videodrome, maybe The Brood, or obviously The Fly, but no one ever talks about Shivers. What's up with that? Go watch, it's a lot, but go watch Shivers, because, you know, why not?
also pen westerns and erotica to keep my oar in with other fields of literature. I've always loved the great tragedies. King Lear, The Poseidon Adventure, Superman 2. And when I wrote, directed and starred in Garth Marenghi's Darkplace, I set out to continue that grand tradition. This eve's yarn is a simple tale of heartbreak.
An eternal story of love and loss, set against the backdrop of an abortive alien invasion, though you don't actually find out it's abortive till the end of the show. It's my Romeo and Juliet, but less whiny. So, dear Pilgrim...
Sorry, I never know how clear my facial expressions are. If I look very angry when you mention Romeo and Juliet, it's a trigger for me. I hate Romeo and Juliet. Love Shakespeare. We do not allow Romeo and Juliet in this house because my last name is Montague. Therefore, Romeo and Juliet, having to go through high school with that last name was not enjoyable, so I despise that play with all my being. Anyway, that's just right because I couldn't tell, like, in my head, my face went very flat. Probably it didn't read remotely on camera, but just in case it did, that's why.
I give you my hymn to the heart with horror, along with interviews from myself, my publisher Dean Lerner, and the actor Todd Rivers. That way you won't have to think for yourselves, which is probably safer.
Appreciate it.
Hold it gently, as you wouldst a lover lying in a field, nestled in the shade of a mighty oak tree. Perhaps you're gently petting, having just enjoyed a hamper of chilled white wine and a selection of continental cheeses.
Lovely.
Bon appetit. I'm Garth Marenghi.
You know, I don't think I've ever mentioned this, but it should be mentioned. The lovely little subtle note of not only having the little hairs on the film, the little, like, black spots you see when it does the Dean Lerner, Garth Marenghi production thing, but then when the piano kicks in, having it sound a little bit warped, as if, like, the film hasn't been super well taken care of. Like, obviously the you know, production, whatever channel it was on, I think it was before, the channel was like, didn't care about keeping them nice, and so the only copies we have are the ones that Garth Marenghi kept, which makes sense of why it doesn't sound great. I think is a fun little touch. I love that.
A moment. Nature calls, if you know what I mean. I'll just leave you briefly by this air vent.
Because they don't have another set for the hallway, it's just like the same hallway they've been using, but it's got like this bad little cardboard cutout thing of Jens is great. And this awful effect was kind of like a Pepper's Ghost effect of making it look like there's green. Oh, it's I always point out the bad effects, but it's because they should be loved and appreciated.
What is it?
I forgot to flush! Oh!
I love the camera moving in like this, but it was better. What happened?
Get me Dr. Rick Douglas, MD, now! Yes, I'll hold.
He's too tall for the thing! No, I've never, maybe this is a common thing in England, I've never seen a public phone that's got that weird little, like, egg thing around it. I've seen, like, phone booths, but I've never seen something like that. I don't know if that was more in the 80s, or if that was an English thing. I wasn't really using payphones till it was the mid-90s or something, or late 90s. I love the little, alright, so if we're going for, like, it says Moss, so if we're going for Mossy, is it going to be more like Troll 2? Or is it going to be more like, Creep Show? Or we'll see. Or something else. I shouldn't assume it's always going to be a ripoff. It probably will, but I shouldn't assume that.
The script to Shoggoth was based on an old sonnet sequence I wrote when I was 16.
That's beautiful, man. That's nuts and boobies. If he drew that when he was 16, I mean, like, hey, that's not bad. He could have been, like, a comic artist, but he went a different way, and thank goodness, because he gave us such beautiful stories.
I'm a language junkie. That's my hit. I get off on language. I mean, you know, just to think of that poem by Wordsworth. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on higher vales and hills, when all at once I saw a cloud, a host of gleaming daffodils. You know, and to think that there weren't even rhyming dictionaries around when Bill wrote that, it's very humbling.
Garth is the most significant artist that I've ever worked with, and I've worked with Lulu and 4 other people. So we're talking creme de la creme.
My name is Dr. Rick Douglas, MD. A woman turned green last night. The porter said he saw her breathe in a green gas. Could this be linked to the green cloud of gas that was directly over the hospital's ventilation shaft? I was cruising down to Ward B to find out.
I love they never attempt to make any background behind the car. That's always in this weird, dark, negative space. They never attempt anything with it. Or even just put it outside or something. It's just always in this weird, dark void. It looks like a dark ride at like an amusement park.
I'd stopped out of my way to give Sanchez and Asher a lift, a courtesy for which they'd yet to thank me.
So mad.
You're welcome.
What the hell's the matter with you, Dad?
Nothing. What are you doing for dinner tonight, Liz?
Oh, nothing really. Why are you asking me out?
No. Just trying to get some recipe ideas. Finding food a real bore at the moment.
What I do is sometimes get a tin of soup, heat it up, poach an egg in it, serve that with a pork pie sausage roll.
I'll get a wimpy.
Your call, Dad.
She's looking so attentive just at one spot on the newspaper. I did want to say, completely off topic, so feel free to fast forward, but since I do these things as a film nerd, I did actually just watch Alice Lowe's new movie. I think it was from the last year or two. I can't remember when it came out. Time Stalker. I just saw it like yesterday. It wasn't bad. I think that the idea of this brief description, this woman who's in love with a man in like what was the first go around, 1600s or something, and she dies in an effort to save him, and then basically just keeps happening. It's like a repeated thing of multiple lifetimes, and she always wants to find him and love him. He's always kind of not that interested, and then because of him, in a way to save him, she dies. It definitely was a better concept than it was an actual film. Like, I feel like there were some good ideas and there's a good movie in there, but it kind of dropped off a little bit for me. I don't know how many films she's made. I've only ever seen that and Prevenge. I thought Prevenge was better. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad. She's good in it, for sure. But yeah, there you go. I saw Time Stalker. Off topic, but, you know, whatever.
Liz, fancy egg and soup? I'm free this evening.
No, I think I'll wash my hair.
Okay.
Plus, I've now got a headache.
Sure, whatever. I'll put some sounds on. There's a bad atmosphere in here.
I love that he has to write the female lead as being into him, but also he won't be into her because he's too good for her. But she can't ever be with anybody else, is telling.
Can she be mine? I wish I was more attractive like Douglas.
You gonna sing?
Still, one can only dream.
My God.
I'm a one-track lover, down a two-way lane.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Riding fast down the highway, must have been insane. 'Cause the temperature's too high, traveling way too fast. And I knew our loving was too.
Feels like the Billie Jean video. All of this is great, and it's so 80s, of just like a lot of weird lighting and like just like the I think I saw some mannequins in there, and they were like floating picture frames. Feels very 80s music video. What was that music video I covered that had a bunch of mannequins? It was Aha's Sun Always Shines on TV. It was an exorbitant amount of mannequins. This is amazing. Matt Berry is a great singer. Like, don't go and make him look the best ever, and then make us still have to believe that we're into Garth. Come on now. Like, he looks fantastic. This is great. The lighting especially is giving me vibes of, even though it's not a music video, some of the songs, some of the music segments in Shock Treatment, the
official, unofficial sequel to Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is better in my opinion. Just saying, you should watch Shock Treatment. But there's a couple, Looking for Trade, which is a great song in there, sung by Jessica Harper. That's got the same kind of lighting in this, and it's awesome.
Hot to last.
Amazing. Oh, there he is.
She's smooth, like ice, cold to the touch, and it isn't very nice when you left alone. You let you treat you bad, leaves you hang on the phone. Take shove your loving on the wheel, put the pedal to the floor, cause you're heading for the hills. Got to get away, can't take it no more. Man, you don't need this, leave her at the door. The door. Sanch, open the door. Open the door, Sanch.
Sorry, Thornton. But
I felt so out of place. It feels like maybe that feels like the kind of thing where like an actor wants to get into like a singing career, and so they'll force the show they're on to like let them sing. I think that happened to like Vampire Diaries and a few other shows where it's like with their age or something, it's like, well, we want to have her sing because, you know, we're trying to get her pop career started. So it's like he knew the show was maybe not doing well, so he wanted to start getting into being like a pop artist. So like, let me sing on the show kind of thing. I hope that makes sense to anyone. I've seen it many times before.
a dream.
Count yourself lucky. Look at her.
It can happen. Like that. You can fall in love in an instant.
Todd's wonderful in this episode, and there are scenes with him and me where I think you're watching him as much as me.
Apparently she was in for a routine operation to have her toe shortened, which was really long, like a finger. The next thing she knew, this happened. All in all, she's a little off colour.
You shut your mouth, Liz.
No, you shut your mouth, Sanch. That was funny. If we lose our sense of humour in this place, we might as well kill ourselves.
He's right, Sanch. One of the main reasons I went into medicine was for the laughs. That and the
That's so minor, but I feel like in other shows, like, they would change the framing of the shot so it didn't look like he was a unicorn. But on this show, they probably just wouldn't even notice, but it's really funny. It's just like a weird touch of just kind of illustrating incompetence.
Shut your mouth, Liz.
No, you shut your mouth, Sanch. That was funny. If we lose our sense of humour in this place, we might as well kill ourselves.
He's right, Sanch. One of the main reasons I went into medicine was for the laughs. That and the pussy. And that dried up 10 years ago, if you'll pardon the expression.
That may be so, but there's no reason to mock this poor woman's condition. Look, I'm going to stay with her, talk to her, help her. It's called a bedside manner, heard of it?
Word of yours, pal.
Oh god. The intense look on her face, I can't tell if they just, like, put that makeup on her because they just didn't want to deal with it, or if they had a full emotional scene where that actress like cried and stuff, and then they cut it because Garth found it uninteresting because it wasn't about him, and so we just are left with this intense look in the eyes. Oh my god, that's more likely.
I've had it with you clowns.
He's acting like a jerk. Come on, Liz. Coffee's on me.
The coffee's free here.
Shh. She don't know that. I'll look after Liz. You get this skin sample analysed and keep this stum. If Wonton gets wind of this, my arse is grass and he's got a lawnmower. You dig?
10-4.
Don't I heard you've had a sting before? That was never a thing.
Funny. Hello, is that Gavin, the hospital gas expert? Well, can you put Gavin on? Hi, Gavin. Just a quick question to read that green gas in the sky last night. Sorry, I thought you were going to speak. Yeah. Could the green gas have contained cosmic fungi and or...
I was about to be shocked if they did a realistic pause. Oh, man. Oh,
and down spores? It could. And those fungal spores could infect a person. Only if the person had been left directly next to an air vent. Cheers, Gavin. I owe you a beer. Actually, you owed me one from before, so we're quits.
Stop tasting things!
Broccoli.
Yes.
She's turning into broccoli.
It is Trolls 2. Hey, it is Troll 2.
Something smells good.
It's egg in soup. Here, let me cut up your pork pie.
Whoops.
Ah, you've spilt. I'll get a nurse to help you out of that night dress.
I think I'd be more comfortable with a doctor's touch.
As a horror writer, there are certain words you don't use when you're writing a sex scene. Balls, knickers, scrope. It's not clever, it's not sexy, it's bad writing.
I read modern writers and it's screw this, he licked her, she sucked that,
Not
he
just
bit
one.
the other, you know, someone put it there.
I don't know if this is I don't know if this is like a different moment or if we're meant to just now realize they've been being interviewed in the same room that close to each other. We just never saw that before, which is very funny to me. I really want that to be the case so badly. I love it, like, someone gave Garth feedback that, like, I don't know, it's a young doctor show, and, like, it's not sexy. He's like, I can be sexy, and then made this episode.
This, he licked her, she sucked that,
Not
he
just
bit
one.
the other, you know, someone put it there, and he held it. It was at this frequency. I mean, where's the sensuality?
Exactly, where's he glided in liquid smooth? Where's her wispy mound?
Where's her sacred V?
Honeyed lining?
Her mossy cleft?
Look at that. Makes you wonder what else is up there. All our broccoli must have come down from these skies billions of years ago. Over time it's evolved, become less aggressive.
Broccoli from space. I wondered why it tasted odd.
This is serious, Thornton.
Come on, Dag, that was funny.
You're right, that was funny. I'm just worried about Sanch. How are we going to tell him that this time tomorrow the girl he loves will be a complete vegetable?
Broccoli.
I can cope with constant bereavement. He can't. Most people can't.
That's not all, Reed and Rick.
Isn't it?
No. Gavin, the hospital gas expert, just called. He handed me this.
Well, according to this, the broccoli spores can be passed on during the act of physical lovemaking.
But if it's Pastor Sanchez, half of Romford...
This, the broccoli...
Gavin, the hospital gas expert, just called. He handed me this.
Well, according to this, the broccoli...
It's the long pause that you can see. You can look at it at home. It's very funny. Oh, God.
can be passed on during the act of physical lovemaking.
But if it's Pastor Sanchez, half of Romford could have it within the week.
If they have made love, there is a 50% chance Sanchez has got it.
Well, we're going to have to hope Sanchez dipped his wig. Otherwise, this could go nationwide.
Bang goes my Hippocratic oath.
Have you ever done that before?
What, making love?
No, I mean with a patient.
Once or twice, but they were dying. It was their last wish. But with you, it was real. I did it because you're different. Plus, I think I've got a thing for green women.
Hold me in your arms.
We don't even know each other's names.
Linda.
Dr. Sanchez.
Oh,
What is it?
I'm just so happy.
Dr. Sanchez, the way he said Dr. Sanchez might be one of my favorite line readings in this series. It's just really funny. So she's acting as if he doesn't notice. Are they going to play it off that he hasn't noticed that her fingers are now bruckalifying? Because she looked down guilty, like, oh, I must hide this, as if, like, in a zombie film, she saw she'd been bitten and tried to hide it from everyone. With this show, they might pretend like he didn't notice that she's covered in green.
The cosmic spores, of course, represented AIDS.
I have had such terrible experiences with that, with the AIDS. I've lost so many friends to that terrible disease. My half-brother, who was such a promising dancer, very quietly, very peacefully, he went. And then Freddie went.
Back then, no one would touch this subject. You know, it was us and Princess Di.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What's the matter, Dag? You look like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders, if you catch my drift, as it were.
Have you ever been in love, Padre?
Only with the Holy Three.
It can make you feel like the king of the world, or...
a complete tool?
It's powerful stuff. My best friend's woman's gonna die. She's turning into broccoli.
Jesus Christi.
It's taking her
I
over.
don't remember what happened to him at the end of the monkey episode. We'll just pretend like it's all good and he should be here. Why not?
It's very infectious, Padre. And I fear the only way to stop this spreading will be to boil her.
You could steam her.
How does one weigh the happiness of these two star-crossed lovers, Romeo and Juliet, against the future of Romford?
You'll know what to do. You're the most sensitive man I know. And I know God.
Thanks for the advice.
Wow.
I knew I'd be right.
Come on. Come to Padre. Embrace the infinite.
I want to say that from now on. When I offer people hugs, I wanted to say embrace the infinite and then give them a hug. That is my new favorite thing.
Yep. That's it. That's it. Oh. Oh. Come on. If you need me, I'll be right here in the vestry. If not, I'll be out in the Jeep.
Cheers, Padre.
Stay holy.
Amen. When I pray, and sometimes I do, I pray to myself. I pray that I can pull myself through. And if I'm lucky, I answer myself.
Champagne on ice, a bed 395, and make sure it's in the bucket. I want to surprise Linda.
We can all be horrified at that pure amount of narcissism, but it's almost admirable. Like, man, I wish I thought that high of myself or even close to it. I'd be a bad person, but you know, I'd have confidence. Wow. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And now I'll have a double scotch, and I might.
It's just the dude from the. Like, this guy has played like multiple people. He's at least someone that's worked at the hospital.
My good friend here will have to say, she's a hell of a woman. To Linda and her speedy recovery.
Yeah. How can I tell him she's dying? It'll tear him apart.
Sanj, I just saw Linda. She told me to tell you that she doesn't love you and that you should forget anything ever happened because it was meaningless.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, buddy.
That's a goddamn lie. You can't stand it, can you, Dak? You can't stand it that this time I got the girl.
Don't walk away from me, lover boy.
I suggest you remove your hand, or so help me God, I'll knock you down.
You're gonna have to make me.
Okay, buddy, let's dance. Jesus, been in the gym. Nice shot, buddy.
Look, I'll level with you.
Jesus, been in the gym.
So the bottle doesn't come out. They have to overdub that Jesus bit in the gym because he just comes up immediately like totally fine from the punch. Meanwhile, Garth is like, ow, ow, ow. I mean, he probably actually tried to punch him, and immediately regretted it. Oh my god, that's funny. He has to be the toughest one. It's like what, that clause that Vin Diesel and The Rock both have in those Fast and Furious movies, where neither of them can lose a fight. So when they fight each other, it's pointless because neither of them are allowed to lose, which is crazy to me. Like, losing in a fight is like that's what makes a character interesting. But anyway, I'm not gonna get on that topic.
Nice shot, buddy.
Look, I'll level with you. Linda's dying. She's turning into broccoli. It's very contagious. She must be boiled.
Boil Linda over my dead body, you bastard. Okay, come on. Yeah, come on. Guys, on dirty trick on my back, bastard.
Knock it off, you two. This is a hospital.
He's out of line.
I'm out of line. He's out of line.
You're both out of line. Now, I'm not going to stand here and dance for you. I don't have to. I want to see both of you in my office 5 minutes ago. So you'd best hurry up.
I just now realized this bar is in the hospital. I just figured that out. When it got to the reverse shot, I saw nurses at the couch. Okay, sure. Yeah, fuck it.
Look, Sanch, I know all about Linda, and I'm sorry. God knows I am. But slapping Dag's ass about the shop ain't going to bring her back any. Now, if Dag thinks that the only way to contain this is to boil her, then I'm backing him 110%. That means I could backtrack 10%, and I'd still be completely behind him.
You have no idea what this feels like, old-timer.
I've been there, hombre. When I heard my wife died, I could barely finish my lunch. But right now, Dag and I are more worried about your downstairs area.
Sanch, we know what's up with your meeting too. I saw you in...
Now, we know Dean is a monster. But did his character kill his wife? Maybe. I'll go with yes.
The gents.
Mild discomfort, nothing I can't handle.
Tell Reed what colour it is.
Olive green, what of it?
Look, we're going to have to lop it off, otherwise it'll spread. Now, I've asked Reed to assist me in the operation.
That rusty general, he's not been in surgery in 10 years.
I've had first-hand experience. I lost a ball in Korea. Had to do the op myself.
That was one ball. This is the whole 9 yards. No way am I letting him near the old boy.
I'd offer you my own if I could. But this is the only way.
It's the only way, Sanch. Otherwise it'll spread.
You're not getting my Rob without a fight.
The next sequence in the show, alas, is lost. The pertaining can of film was destroyed in a drink-related misadventure in Fulham. It was an idiotic altercation, which I bitterly regret, both for personal and professional reasons. However, with the aid of some photographic stills taken by the girlfriend of the time, we have reconstructed the missing scenes with added narration from the available cast. I hope that this does not impair your enjoyment of the drama.
Sanchez lunges at Reed, but is held down by Douglas.
Don't.
Oh my god. This might be my favorite bit. Just the ridiculously obvious, like, I don't think I've ever seen worse reading on screen before, and I watch like award shows. That was beautiful. I want to know where the footage went. I wonder if it was like just one of the actors didn't approve of it or something. It's so funny. I have to imagine there was some kind of messed up reason for getting rid of it, as far as in the narrative of the show, not in reality. In reality, they just didn't film it. I was wondering what it was going to look like. This is the funniest way to do it. Of just not actually showing it. That is better than anything you could have imagined. It's so silly. It's just like not even a fight, it's just him sitting there.
Catch it.
Sanchez says. Reed calls for backup, and a general anaesthetic is administered by a hospital orderly. Meanwhile, Linda's condition worsens. Sanchez is rushed to surgery in a race against time to stop the infection spreading. Reluctantly and with some difficulty, Douglas and Reed remove the affected penis and leave Sanchez to recuperate. However, it is now too late for Linda.
Hello,
Oh my
Linda.
god!
You look better. Do you feel you're getting better? Now, I've run some tests, and you're going to have a long sleep, and then you're going to wake up again right as rain. And Sanchez will be with you, and you'll have a great future together. Sanch would be here, but he's out on his rounds helping some crippled children right now. Can't get him to shut up talking about you. You found yourself a good man.
This is a hilarious situation, but I will give it to Rick here that he is being as comforting as one could be when you've just removed your friend's penis because he had sex with a broccoli woman, and the broccoli woman you're gonna go have to boil to kill. In that specific situation, I think he's being very understanding and very sensitive. Some have even stated more sensitive than God. One particular person did say that.
Guy happens to be my best bud in the whole world. What's this?
It's a dream catcher.
What's a dream catcher?
It's like a wind chime.
Then why don't you say wind chime? Thank you. Sanch will love this. He loves wind, and he loves the sound of tinkling. And he loves you. She's gone. She's all yours, guys.
Oh my god.
As Linda breathed her last green breath, the cloud disappeared, much like the Scotch mist did last week. And I went back to my humble doctor's duties.
Thanks for saving my life.
You're welcome, little man. He's a good kid. You got to keep him off the smack, though, otherwise this will keep happening. Maybe you should try and get a husband, get some stability in your life, okay? Excuse me. Okay? Excuse me.
For a minute, it looked like his body was faced the wrong way around. It kind of freaked me out. Okay.
Hey, big guy. Take it from Rick, I will not rest until I found you an adequate replacement. Linda asked me to give you this.
What is it?
It's a dream catcher.
What's a dream catcher?
It's like a wind chime.
I think you should have it. For saving my life.
Thanks, Sanch.
Wait! Thanks for that lift.
Don't mention it.
Did he cut himself in surgery? Is that the issue? in the scene we didn't get to see? It's looking like Rick's about to go die. Everyone's slow waving at him. Yes. Oh, it's the final roof scene. Emotions.
The broccoli had gone, but the hurt remained. For all of us, not just Sanchez. Darkplace was finding ways of getting to us from within, and what we had to fear most was ourselves. That and AIDS. If you want it, wear one. Sex, that is, not AIDS. No one wants AIDS. I guess I was going to have to look out for everyone. Not that I get any thanks. With this show, I wanted to make people laugh and cry and shit themselves at the same time.
100%.
I fear that we are seeing an end to the quality of television that you and I should be able to take for granted. We are seeing a dumbing down of television. I think we're living in dangerous times. The horror genre is in decline. Reading is in decline. Literacy, numeracy, the 3 L's are in decline.
You and he were buddies, weren't you? Need I say more? Need I say more?
We didn't know what it was going to achieve in the long run. We didn't know it would still be, talked about these days.
Garth's place in history is assured. His place in history is assured.
As a horror writer, I don't ask for much. I just hope I've changed the way you think about life.
I'm a one-track love. And there we are. The last episode of Garth Marenghi's Darkplace. I still think I, a Child is my favorite episode. Yeah, I think it is. I think I will say that. The first episode's pretty great too. This whole experience has been so fun and just weirdly, specifically my sense of humor. I tried to get a buddy of mine to watch the first episode and they're just I don't get it. And you know what? I had to be yeah, it's fair. It's okay. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at you. So this one is going to be Darkplace Illuminatum, and I thought there was just one, but I guess there are 2 videos. So I'm just going to go through both of them today, so this video might be a little extra long, but who cares? So here we go.
No, I didn't write the scripts in advance. So I wrote scene ideas primarily, and we'd start and we'd shoot whatever I could. I'd come in, I'd say, right, we're doing this, we're doing that, and then then I'd go and dream a bit more and come up with stuff. So it was a very organic process.
I think it's a very.
For a minute, he was gonna fall asleep. That's honestly a little surprising, based on what we know about Garth, because I would feel like he's gonna be the control freak that would want to that he's a genius and he has the overall plan. Then again, he's also a narcissist, so he would think that it doesn't matter if I'm there, it's going to be brilliant regardless. So I don't have to actually plan anything because I'll just dream and vomit onto a piece of paper and it's going to be amazing regardless. Maybe that's it. I guess that's it.
Brave and forward-thinking piece of writing. which I did at the time. I still do now.
I don't think I'm rewriting the Bible with Darkplace, but I am adding an addendum.
Well, all he was trying to achieve, basically, was to put down on celluloid what he'd been trying for various years to put down, on paper. He has a very distinctive style, you see. That's what, got me thinking, it could be quite good, because, if he can do what he did within the books, in film, then you possibly might have something fairly new to say. And I still, think that's probably the case. Nobody writes books like Garth Marenghi. Nobody.
I feel like there's... I always forget the fake actor named Todd Rivers. I feel like he does look very to me he sounds kind of drunk, so I'm glad they're showing him with a drink. But it's like half of him knows that this sucks, but he won't admit that he was in something that sucked, because it seems like he doesn't have much of an illustrious career. So he's gonna stick to, no, I mean, yeah, I haven't done much, babe, but the things I've done are important. So it's like, you could tell if you probably got him really drunk, he would be like, oh, it's a piece of shit, right? But like, he's still trying to save face. So like, no, I mean, like, obviously you understand why I would have gone with this, because Garth's a great writer and things like that. Like, even if it might be bad, like, well, but you know why I went with, why it was a good decision on my part to do this. There's this weird sort of, and maybe I'm over like reading it over, there is this weird sort of layered thing of not wanting to look stupid. That's very funny to me.
Ahmed had financed films before. He was interested in motion pictures himself and the moving image. And I persuaded him that this was a worthwhile artistic endeavour.
And what happened to him? Because
Ahmed very, very sadly died. He was shot dead in his flat.
What did you do? So Dean killed him. What's wrong with you? I wonder if his name being Ahmed is like a reference to sort of like the foreign investors that you'll hear a lot if you follow down rabbit holes of weird movies. A lot of like, what bad Nicolas Cage film is happening right now? Oh, it's being filmed in Prague. It's always these weird like foreign investors or foreign directors, things like that, which are always very funny to me. If you want to fall down a fun rabbit hole, if you watch, you've probably heard about this if you watch Darkplace, for the fact that it does a great job at showing bad television and film. The documentary Electric Boogaloo, the the whatever story of Canon Films, the Canon film production, and how these people would just make these movies based on nothing. They would just be like, we've got a poster and we're gonna sell the film based on that, and just the crazy weird money schemes they came up with like foreign investors and all kinds of things, and selling movies based on like a title and maybe a star they think they can get, but they're not super sure, is fascinating to me. It's a really, really good documentary. I fully recommend it. But Dean is a monster. We know this. I guess I'm gonna find out more about why he's a monster in his show. I'm a little bit scared.
I was actually led to believe that Darkplace was going to be a film from the outset. It's only when arguments ensued between various other cast members and things, it was cut up into so many episodes. I think it probably would have benefited from being, a full sort of feature. But
it's hard to tell because like so much care is put into all the random things in Darkplace that I can't tell if it's on purpose that his hand is shaking a little bit. I'm like, are we meant to believe he's an alcoholic, or like I'm probably thinking way too much into it, but I feel like every little thing in Darkplace has like a specific, like it's saying something, and so now I've just looked like a psycho analyzing hand movements. I'm like, oh, is he DTing even though he's drinking right now? It's like Todd's not in a great place. Maybe we'll learn that he's doing fine, but it does make sense now saying that he thought it was a film, so he thought he was going in for like one of the major roles of a film.
What can you do?
But, I mean, according to reports, if it were to have been a feature film, it would have run at 7 hours.
Yeah.
Would it have been that long? Good heavens. We see now that's too long. 2.5, I think, is most... Well, no, not even that. Yeah, well, that's a problem. Better off as a TV series then. Can't always be right.
The main...
Yeah, I've watched a 7-hour... The longest movie I've ever watched was 7 hours and 45 minutes. It, I think, was released as... It was an OJ documentary that I guess was released as a miniseries, but I just, like, saw it like, oh, here's a movie, and I was like, okay. And it was 7 hours and 45 minutes. I know there are a few other movies that exist. Was that... I'm gonna sound stupid saying it. It looks like Satan Tango to me. I don't know how it's actually pronounced. To me, it looks like it's called Satan Tango. All one word. But that, I think, is 6 or 7 hours. I think the longest movie that's not like that documentary that I've sat through is maybe 4 hours. Close to 4. Yeah, it's a bit long, I'd say. It's a bit long.
The problem was that we made this show, and I forgive me for not telling you this up front when we hired you, but we made this show without any channel's permission. So I just started making the show with Garth, paying for it myself, and we didn't know you had to be asked. So we made it, gave it to the channel, and they said, I'm sorry, we didn't ask you to make this. I said, what do you mean? You didn't ask us to make this. How, do you ask everyone before they make a show? And they said, yes, we do. And I went, this is news to me, sweetheart. I made this show with my sweat and blood. I spent the last 4 weeks of my life making this show. Do you want it? No, they say. So I'm, caught between the devil and the deep blue sea, having to sell 40 episodes of a medical-based horror show with no one buying it. That's why we had to put it out in Peru. Thank God for the Peruvian market.
I'm slowly feeling really bad for Todd over this. We're only a couple minutes. His just face is just like, you're seeing slowly all of the like life drain out of his face. It's just like, oh my God, this was all for nothing. Oh, bless that man. And you know what? Hey, if nothing else, you have to say that Dean has confidence and a can-do attitude. Even if that can-doing might be murder, it is still can-doing. That is really funny. I always love watching like unaired pilots for shows. A big one that's always, I think, a fun watch is like the Always Sunny pilot. They just went out and made for like, I can't remember. They used to throw around the amount. Now I can't recall what it is. Like, I don't know, a couple $100 or something. And they just filmed it by themselves and then ended up selling it. That's a really fun thing to hear about. You always love those kind of stories. I'm trying to remember I can't remember how much it cost. There's weird numbers that fly into my head that I still remember, like the budget for Clerks from Kevin Smith's like $27,575. Why do I remember that? I don't know. I still don't know where my keys are. Welcome to ADHD, hyperfixation. Anyway, but yeah, I like looking at like unaired pilots. I think they're kind of fun. But maybe don't make an entire series before you sell it. That's my advice for the day.
Well, Douglas, first and foremost, I wanted Douglas to be every man. I wanted him to be everything that an audience member would want to be, would aspire to be.
That's not an everyman. That's not an everyman. An everyman is John Watson. You want to be Sherlock, that's a different thing.
It had been in the past. It had to be Johnny Average. It had to be your average Daily Mail reader. In many ways, he is an extension of my own natural abilities. He's got a little bit more than me. He is a little more tragic than I am as a character. He's seen the dark side a little too much. Rick Douglas travels in a golf cart around the hospital corridors. Now, I know that some people will say doctors don't really do that.
Okay, so so he's saying it's a golf cart. Around the hallways? Okay.
Well, it depends. If you go to a private hospital and you ask for it, you'll get it. I like to think if I was a doctor, I'd probably soup up all my implements. I think I wouldn't wear a white lab coat, I don't think. I'd wear a leather one.
Of course.
Sanchez is a really complex guy. I mean, he's been in the Falklands. You know, he's seen some serious stuff. Super glued men together, that type of thing. You know, the type of thing that you and I will never see. You know, so you've got to give respect to these kind of characters, which I hope I did. One Track Lover was written with Garth falling in love with a broccoli woman. Anyway, from what I remember, he had to be out of town to do something. Something with his wife, I can't remember what it was. So therefore, there wasn't any time, so I did it. That's all it was. Otherwise, it would have been him. So no, there was no, letting...
That does make sense. I did actually wonder that a little bit, but I'm shocked that he's giving someone else a love story. That makes sense. It was supposed to be him.
Letting us see, the different sides, to Dr. Sanchez.
Nope.
Sanchez was, just going to be just this down the line surgeon, didn't take any shit, did what he wanted. If he wanted to operate that day, he did. If he didn't, he didn't. That was pretty much how it ran. So that's why I fell in love, with the broccoli woman. I believe it's a very good episode. The main sort of focus of the end of the episode, of the broccoli episode, Sanchez loses, his old chap because he's laid down with the broccoli woman. I mean, it is, for instance, if you imagine somebody like Jean-Michel Jarre losing their hands. We can only imagine what that would be like.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know what to think. I'm slowly just like... I really want to know what everyone else's read now on Todd, because I'm just like, I can't tell if he's dumb or on a lot of, downers. I don't know what it is. He's either dumb or he's on a lot of muscle relaxers, or both. I don't know which it is. I'm concerned for him. Does he ever appear on Dean Lerner's show? Probably not. I want him to. This is also maybe the second show I've ever seen Matt Berry in, because I watched What We Do in the Shadows, and this, I know he's in a bunch of other stuff, but I've never seen it. Unless he's popped up on shows and I just didn't know it was him. Because I've only seen one episode of The It Crowd. I've never seen. I know he's got was that Toast of London or something? It's a bunch of shows he's in that I've never seen. So I gotta watch more of him because he is so just funny. And obviously everyone knows the greatest voice.
I played Reed as a slightly dishevelled boss anyway. He was a man who was trying to deal with maverick doctors. I mean, Sanchez and Douglas are maverick doctors. They're great doctors, but they do doctoring their way.
I just feel like of any job in the world, you don't want your doctors to be mavericks. I don't want my surgeon to be I don't want a devil-may-care surgeon. No, thank you.
And Reed has to contend with that. He's got hospital to run. He's got Wonton on his back 24/7.
Where's Wonton?
He's got the third floor to contend with.
What's that mean?
He used to be one of the best surgeons on the wing, but he lost a knee in Korea, and so he can't operate anymore.
Was that mentioned? Maybe it was.
I thought he lost a bollock in Korea.
Yeah, he had a bad time in Korea. He lost a knee and a ball.
There was a lot of trouble because Dean wore boots as well. And partly why I bought the boot was to kind of raise my height a little. As you know, I am, I wouldn't say significantly, but I suppose I am, to any bystander, a little bit shorter than Dean. But Dean would deliberately buy bigger heeled boots to make me look smaller on set. So then I would buy a boot with a bigger heel to up the ante. And then it became this really rather ridiculous boot war, which never really ended. And there were a lot of casualties, and it was a sorry business, and it was stupid and crazy, and it went on for 5 years.
He wears those ridiculous cowboy boots to make him slightly taller. I never understand men that do that. I think Tony Blair does that. Lifts, they're called. These hugely arrogant, stupid men. They're as bad as fucking toupees. They wear these lifts to make themselves an inch higher than they already are. If you're small, you're small. Think anyone gives a shit if you're 5 foot or 5'1"? You know what I mean? With a lift on your shoe. You're still a short man. Unbelievable what people do. And I believe he's still doing that. He's still wearing cowboy boots now with built-up heels. Fantastic stuff. Always makes me snigger.
Well, he's gone on record.
That is funny. It's like he just finished that glass. It's like I said, as he's drinking, the honest part is coming out a little bit more. I want that to continue. If this continues to this, I would be real thrilled.
They're saying that you're a good foot shorter than him.
Really? How tall does he think he is then? Answer that.
I'm nearly 6 foot. And Dean is, I think, 6'2", something like that.
He says he's 6 foot. Garth Marenghi, 6 foot tall. He's barely 5 foot and wears lifts. End of story.
Guys aren't like that, man. It's so funny to me. I'm a big fan of like the BuzzFeed Unsolved guys. If anyone's ever watched those guys, they do like puppet history, which I'm obsessed with. A bunch of online shows, and they have a very big height difference. And a couple times they've talked about, specifically the smaller one's talked about his height. It's like, well, you know, I'm 5'10", and it's like, are you actually? It's like I'm 5'9.5", and the other one's 6'4", which is that giant height difference. Which they play into it. It's big guy and little guy. It's fine. That's like a classic comedy dynamic. Come on now. But Garth, of course, as we know, is I believe him. Garth would never lie to us. He's 6 feet. He's 6 feet.
There are a lot of guns in this show. Do you think that's realistic for life in a hospital, Todd?
Is there a lot of guns? I think... I don't particularly remember using a gun that often. I don't think there are guns used in hospitals in this country, though I think that there should be. If I was a doctor in this day and age, I would definitely be carrying a gun. Saturday night in Casualty, you get all kinds of people. Most of them are pissed. And they don't recognise that you're actually there to help them. You see, so they can, you know, all these sort of situations, you know, can then flare up. And if you just flash a bit of steel, I think, you know, it would soon sort out the men from the boys.
Okay, I've decided I'm putting my own story onto this. This isn't real. This isn't actually what I'm thinking. But I've now decided to form a narrative where... where when Todd is being interviewed separately, he's getting progressively drunker and maybe more honest. And when he's being interviewed next to Dean has drugged him to keep him chill and is staring at him nonstop to make sure that he only says nice, supportive things. This is my narrative I'm adding into it, but I'm very dedicated to this narrative now. So yes, that's why Dean keeps staring at him, just like, you shut up, little puppet, and you say what I need you to say. Because Dean is a monster. Let's go.
Have you used a gun, personally?
Yeah.
That's why I don't remember holding a gun. He's so out of it.
There are certain times when one is backed into a corner where the only way of getting out of that particular corner is with a gun.
What sort of gun? That's life, isn't it?
That's what I found.
He looks so terrifying.
Do you use guns as well?
If I had to, I'd use a gun. I've not had to shoot anyone in the face as yet, but I would happily... I'd shoot you in the face if I had to. I mean, I'd try not to, but if I had to, I'd shoot you in the face.
The state of the NHS at the moment, you don't know who you're treating.
So, make them look good. Oh my god.
Half the time. I've honestly, when I was in the hospital last year, my mother was in there, and I shit you not, there were a couple, curtains round, in that very ward. And the nurse came by and said, happens all the time.
And if you'd been a doctor, you would have shot them.
If I'd been a doctor in that situation, I would certainly have pulled out my gun and ordered them to halt.
If you came into my car, for instance, okay.
You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. No.
Demanded that I got out of my car so you could have my car. Now this kind of thing, you know, does go on. It goes on in this country now. I should be able to kill you for that. Okay, shoot you dead in my own car for telling me to get out of my car so you can take it. But you'd be in the
I'm putting $5 down now that this interviewer doesn't make it to the end of these 2 videos, or there's like an in memoriam at the end, because the looks that Dean is giving whoever is asking these questions, he will not make it home.
You'd be up against, the judge gripping the yoke.
I'm in!
The guy that they got to be raped by the eye hadn't seen any photographs, didn't know what was going on, didn't know what would be asked of him. He was just, some extra that was told he had to lie in a bed all day. So, of course, he's going to say yes.
You should get better pay than an extra if you're going to get assaulted by an eye man. Come on now. You need to at least get a little bit more pay.
Then they bought this bloody great thing with this, dwarf chap inside, with this cock that was coming up and down, like, behind this poor boy. And he got a bit, he got a bit upset about that. I've seen it. It makes me laugh. I think it's very, very well done.
You don't find it chilling, then?
Chilling? The idea is chilling, oh, yes. But, no, because thing is, I was there while it was being filmed, you see, and it was rather a hoot for me. Garth didn't find it at all funny. He took, the whole thing very, very seriously.
I have a problem with your word bugger there, okay? The man was impregnated to death, in my book.
Stuart and Kim were carpenters / builders. They put in a decent little performance as well. Harrison Ford.
Oh my god, I didn't know we were going to get into, the reoccurring extras. That makes me so happy. I love this.
Ford was a carpenter. As far as I'm concerned, Harrison Ford is still a carpenter. But, he's done very well on it. He looks like he's always just about to fit a joist, as far as I'm concerned. That guy is on auto cruise. Harrison Ford is on auto cruise. I wish he'd just get it into fourth gear once in a while.
Jeez.
And of course, Jesus was a carpenter.
Jesus, also, another great carpenter. I don't know whether he was a good carpenter, but his eye wasn't really on the job from the age of 27 up. He had bigger fish to fry, literally, bigger fish to fry. But it just shows that woodwork is a good grounding for whatever profession you end up going into.
It's insane.
Graham is very, very tall. It's very difficult to act with somebody that tall unless, I suppose, you're doing something like science fiction, where he can play, I don't know, an alien or something. Normal BBC drama, there's nowhere for him. He can't really play a lead. What kind of leading lady is going to be doing that all the time? A leading man with him the whole time. No, it's ridiculous. Dean's very tall, but nowhere near as tall as Graham. Graham's a giant. Garth's direction pretty much consisted of, can you be here at 9:30? There's no cab or anything. Probably best you bring something to eat also. That's true as well. I've not made that up. Absolutely true.
Did he ever mention your performance?
Well, he just said he liked certain bits. He pretty much, left me to my own devices, I think. He knew I could do it.
Here's the thing, I've watched so many, because I collect movies. I still kind of do. I collect, Criterion collection movies or, just weird movies that I can find. But I used to be the queen of, I'd watch all the extra features, I'd watch all the audio commentaries, and so they're just especially these moments with Todd where he's a little tipsy, sounds so much like little moments I've seen in extras. And also, I've worked on, or had friends work on, indie films, and then had evenings at the bar with them afterwards, and them discussing the director. Sounds very similar to someone that a couple of my friends worked with on a project, and it makes me so happy. Oh my gosh, I love this so much.
He had many other things to worry about. So did Dean.
Was it true that Garth has a habit of muttering no to himself when someone was doing a take?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
I sent a memo out, did I not? Because you and I drafted it together. A memo was sent out, first week, pre-production, saying, point out to everyone concerned, cast and crew, that Garth Marenghi, the director of this project, will be speaking at twice the speed that he usually does when directing people on set.
He would pretty much shoot everybody else's scene at the end of the day, so that there's a certain rush, which meant you had to get them done, so you just got one take at them. Whereas if a scene involved himself, that would be done, near enough first thing. So, he got about 4 or 5 games.
Because they had to be perfect, because he's the only character that matters. Of course. Obviously.
goes at it, which I can understand. You know, his cash, fair enough.
You're not popular on set, are you?
Go on.
Garth bollocked the sound man because he said the mic was putting him off acting. And he said, get that thing away from me. And the sound man said, well, if I do get that thing away from you, we won't be able to hear you. And Garth said that wasn't his problem. That was the sound man's problem. That if he couldn't mic him up on the other side of the room, then he would go looking for another sound man. The thing with crew is that they do insist on getting paid.
And
They're
fed.
not artists. They insist on money. I said, you will have your bunts at the end of the week, cash in hand. And they did not believe me. Because 3 weeks in, they still had only got coppers off me. And I said, look, you're getting fed. You've got a roof over your head if you want.
How are they getting fed when they said bring food? I assumed they had no craft services. There's probably just a vending machine. Oh my god. It's so funny. There's two versions of Dean. There's this weird obsessed with Garth and just like hapless dum-dum who's just like, I just don't know why no one would listen to me. Why can't we all just work together? And the other person who's a stone cold killer. And they both scare me a little bit.
To DOS down here, but I can't pay you yet. Stay with me, believe in this, you'll get your money.
The crew was getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
How many people did you start with and how many did you end with?
Crew, I remember, I could be wrong here, of about 30. I think there was 7 at the end.
Jesus.
And did that include you?
Yeah.
I was doing the camera, I was doing the lighting, I was doing the sound, I was doing the bloody catering.
What soils my memory of the production, and it always comes back to me, is
I don't think we've seen those two next to each other yet. Maybe we have and I just forgot, but definitely not in this video.
combination. It was the combination. It was the combined drinking and lovemaking at all hours, which really did, I thought, insult my intelligence, because I wasn't running a circus in my book. I wasn't running a circus. I wasn't running some shoddy cowboy outfit. And at times,
I'm sorry you think that.
Well, you and Dean were seen on set naked and photographed that way.
I don't remember that at all.
No, you don't remember that.
I don't, I don't doubt that.
Dean don't remember it either. But it's on film.
There was a lovely little thing called Tika, was she called? She had a twin sister.
The idea that, like, Garth will, I'm sure, say that he didn't participate because he's married, but it's just because he's a nerd. This is all giving me vibes of, and I've probably mentioned this in the reactions earlier, but it's giving me vibes of Island of Dr. Moreau's set, which I mentioned Electric Boogaloo before, but if you also want maybe my favorite bad movie documentary, go watch Lost Souls, The Island of Dr. Moreau. I can't recall the full name of it, but Lost Souls is a documentary about the making of the one in the 90s with Marlon Brando, and it's insane. Everything that went down in that movie is truly just a lot of people trying to make a movie that was bad, that were going mad. Like Val Kilmer and Marlon Brando, like getting this weird ego battle. Val Kilmer flicking lit cigarettes at crew members. The original director snapping from stress, climbing up into a tree and refusing to come down. A bunch of crazy sex going on with people in animal outfits. It's crazy. It's maybe one of my favorite documentaries ever. I sat through the movie so I could watch the documentary. The movie is bad. The documentary makes it amazing. But yeah, that's all I'm thinking of when they're describing the crazy set, as I'm just thinking of Island of Dr. Moreau.
Beautiful girl that I got actually confused, and because the way that the actual caravan was, there was 2 doors. I was on one side, Dean was in the other, and drink had flowed, and I didn't know whether it was Tika or her sister had gone in one door, come out the other. Dean had gone in one door, Tika had come out, I'd gone in the other. Absolute mayhem, but such good fun.
I think at an early age it's important to tether your beast. Otherwise it can run riot.
and in the days of Darkplace. I have to say, Todd, you and Dean ran right.
Well, let me say one thing about that. I would say a man who behaves like a beast shall never suffer the pain of being a man. Yet a man without love is like an orchard without cherry blossom. That's the way I feel about it now.
Okay.
I've mellowed, I think.
We have
story.
Oops. I think it's amazing that he can say anything in that voice, and I'll be like, for sure. Because it just sounds so like, it sounds so legit when he says it. Give me a second, I just lost my place because I'm dumb. Hang on. Boop.
Yeah, Dean had never acted at all. I remember on the first date. If you can't
know what that bit of
King stuff what and then he wanted to play shade off. We have restored
Got me.
About it now. I've mellowed, I think.
We have restored Darkplace to as near its original condition as we can get it. But a lot of the film is lost in the Thames. There was a police raid on my house and I had to get rid of certain articles sharpish.
His eyes get so intense. I'm really scared of him.
In that mix-up, I ended up dumping half of Darkplace in the bottom of the Thames. There's no going back from that. I apologised to Garth. He understood. He's a good friend. But this is partly why we're yakking so much in this, just to fill up the bloody time. The editing was done in the old way, on an old flatbed editing thing, which is why it sometimes jumps around. Because once you cut, you cut. And we cut with scissors, and we just threw the stuff away that we didn't want. So sometimes we cut it, throw what we thought we didn't want away, and just think, oh, we could have used that, but by that time we'd scrapped it. Or it was covered in beans or something, you know.
I have questions about performance.
I never really saw myself as an actor. I had acted at school. I played a shepherd in the nativity play. The year after that, I played one of the kings in the nativity play.
Garth's not bad. You know, he could have gone on to do other things, possibly. I don't think he's that interested, but, you know, he seemed to, you know, remember his lines, which I suppose he should do as he wrote them that morning.
I do tend to, you know, do a little bit of Stanislavskian. Have you heard of him? Stanislavskian psycho technique. Do you know what that is? I do that.
2 takes, yeah.
God, I love Garth. Have you heard of him? Stanislavski, have you heard of him? The most fit, yeah, I've heard of him. It's just like, but he needs you to know that he's heard of him. Because he's a legit, even if he's not really an actor, whatever he does, he's legit at it. Bless him.
If you can't, you know, basically nail the thing in 2,
I'm sitting on a fidget
you
toy.
know, then you know, pissing in the wind, I think.
If you can't get it in one take, then you're not an actor, in my opinion. It's an odd one. Dean's...
I feel like that's very Ed Wood. Ed Wood was very kind of one take, usually because they weren't where they were supposed to be. So it was a lot of like shoot this and run kind of stuff in some of his early movies anyway. But I feel like that's very like, yeah, well, that's perfect. It's great.
Not an actor. But I told him at the time I didn't want an act. Not interested. I want the truth. Dean's one of the truest people I've ever met. He will not lie to me.
Okay.
So I just want...
If he's never lied to you, either you are extremely gullible and he has lied to you, or you're an accessory to so many crimes. I don't know which is more likely.
To that, I wanted to capture him. As far as I was concerned, he's my boss of sorts. It was more about not wanting to have anyone else as my boss who I couldn't trust. I don't like being bossed. I don't like having a boss. And I knew that if I cast anyone in the role of Thornton Reed,
I kind of never thought about that. Yeah, that is kind of a thing of like, because in their relationship, from what we've seen anyway, maybe we'll see more on Dean's show, but Dean does sort of, at least creatively worship Garth. That is who he would need the person playing his boss to still
he'd have to do it knowing that this man worships him. That actually makes a lot of sense.
I'd probably sack them within a couple of weeks because they just rubbed me up the wrong way.
Dean had never acted. Now, I know Dean. I mean, I'd known Dean for a fair few sort of years before we actually did this. He never spoke about, sort of wishing to act. It was just about saving money. Dean had never acted at all. I remember on the first day that we got there, we had to do some sort of camera tests. And first thing, Dean would do this. It would be a case of him going, "Can you see what I'm doing there? Now, just by blinking of the eyes, I'm making myself weaker. You see, as an actual performer, one is much weaker, when blinking the eyes." So I said, "Dean, stop. Think about next month's rent. Think about your tax bill, trying to bring the guy down." Straight away, he got it.
Any emotion you care to mention, I can do now, thanks to Mr. Todd Rivers.
It comes from the shoes, comes from the feet, it comes from rhythm.
If I were to do terror, it's not too much, you see. Because before, with terror, I'd be going, "That's too much. That camera's like a bloody magnifying glass. You can see everything. You can see thought. So you're in for a treat. Hope you can't. But it can, actually."
I like his vacancy. I like it. I think there's a rawness to it. It's almost like he's made a pact with Lucifer, and Thornton. I think if the series had gone on, we would have discovered how Thornton Reed had kissed
Oh, we're gonna say, are we talking about Thornton or are we talking about Dean has made a pact with Lucifer?
the bottom of Lucifer.
I'm a great believer in Garth's writing, and so I didn't want to do too much with the words. And Todd was saying perhaps I was doing too little with the words. And I thought, all right, I'll take that on board. And so, if I was picking up the phone, instead of just going, "Good morning," which is how I started off, I go, "Good morning." Just give it a little bit of something.
How do you pick up the phone at Beelzebub's?
"Hello, Dean Lerner," is how I pick it up if I'm at Beelzebub's, because it's important to give a good... It's important to give the customer...
Is that his publishing company? Does he work at? Does he work with? Of course, he still works with Garth. They're besties.
...a confidence, and so I will pick up the phone and use a bit of a voice. So you're an actor when you're a publisher, so I'll pick up the phone and go,
"Yeah, of course.
Hello, Dean Lerner. How may I help you? Can I interest you in a book? Which one would you like?"
That's what he does when someone calls. He goes, "Which guy interests you in a book?" That's that. I love that they're that's the customer service voice, man. Hey, I talk like this normally. For years I worked at Disney. "Hi, how can I help you today? Have a magical day." It's the Disneyland voice. "Hi, princess. How are you today? Happy birthday." It's a lot of that. And then it's tiring.
So that's 2 books on their way to you. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And that makes them feel that they're in safe hands, because the guy's been courteous. He's got the 2 books that they had, that they'd wanted, and he's putting them in the post the next day in a brown paper envelope so that the wife doesn't see.
How do you answer the phone at home?
"Dean."
I think he actually could have made up a lot of those lines while he was going. I mean, it looks as if he did. He's very good, though. He's not an actor, but, not many of them were.
Who are your main inspirations as an actor?
As an actor?
Anyone from Star Trek, really?
No.
Well, I'm speaking personally.
My great inspirations, I've always admired Chuck Norris, but that's really, and I know that he's not a Shakespearean actor as such, but he was the chief inspiration for my action moments.
He's a cinematic actor.
But I really like the guy who played Maverick. What's his name? Garner.
James Garner?
A wonderful actor.
Does he do the shampoo?
Did he do Heart to Heart? Or was that Robert Wagner? He's good as well.
I've always liked Mr. T.
Mr. T, sadly, is no longer with us.
I tried to put on Othello with Mr. T.
You know that these sections went on for hours of these two just riffing off each other, and I wish we had more.
But he wouldn't get on the plane. I mean, he literally wouldn't. I thought it was just in a show, but he actually refused to get on the plane.
No, that's true. I mean, they wrote.
He didn't
that
call
in.
me a fool or ask for milk, but he wouldn't.
He was
get
very
on the plane.
polite. He was very polite about it. Not like B.A. Baracus, but he did refuse. You're quite right. He was a lovely chap. Really nice. Bit too Christian for me.
Yeah.
And he's no longer with us, or is he?
I don't know.
I think he's just ill.
I did Love Labour's Lost with Peter Wingard.
Random unimportant note, Hate Loves Labour's Lost. It's not a good play. I'm just saying, I'm a Shakespeare fan. That play is penned in. It's not good. It's not good.
Who was in, I mean, he came to a sticky end, but an incredible actor. You know, I would say as good, as any, of the big names. Gielgud, whatever. Wingard definitely had it. Right up to the end.
What do you think about the theory that Darkplace was cursed?
So you want to talk about the curse of Darkplace?
Darkplace was cursed. I mean, I went bankrupt. Garth had a nervous breakdown. Todd became an alcoholic.
I became very bitter of the actual business itself after making Darkplace. That much is true. I suppose it did curse me, yes. I'm not really interested in the other supernatural nonsense, they may have...
See, everything doesn't... See? I want to hear about Garth's nervous breakdown.
arisen from the show. Didn't affect me. Don't care about things like that. That's just a way of getting people to watch the show. I've also found that out.
If you are an extra on a show or on a film, you know the risks. They know there's a risk that you might die. That's why you get paid £80 a day. You might die. You probably won't die.
But they didn't get paid. That's happened on sets. It's sad. What was that one? Oh gosh. I don't remember what film it was. It's a really, really old one where there was a massive flood scene and I think a couple people died. Stuff happens. It's crazy. Film accidents are insane.
But you might. What's probably going to happen is you're going to be 80 quid up on bunts. But you might die. Now, some of the extras on Darkplace died. But some didn't.
How many?
They all got paid. Their families got paid. I waved adieu to everyone who passed away during the filming of this, with a tear in my eye and a song in my heart. But they knew the risks. We were using live physical effects. We were using flying knives that hadn't been blunted because they were straight from my kitchen. Their memories are with us. Not too well, but they're with us.
There are some things you can't rush.
With filming.
They're with us because Dean kept a bit of their hair and it's in his house in a box. Because even if he didn't murder them himself, if the thing he's his project kills them, he still counts it toward his total body count. Give us a number.
Exactly. There are some things you can't rush sawing, and you can't rush hammering, which we asked them to do.
And so the turning point was the death of the grip. That's when we lost the crew. We had a flying bin, and that bin careered out of control, and I believe the word is brained. It brained him. And we said, all right then, Colin, you have half a day off. So out he staggered into the morning, bright as you like, and he walked into a bus. Now, did we kill him, or did that bus kill him? I say it's the bus driver, but he got off. I had to go through the indignity of a manslaughter trial.
Oh, probably not your first, honey.
Do I believe in the what?
The Horned one.
The Horned one?
Yes.
What kind of nonsense is that? Do I believe in the Horned? Do you mean, do I believe in the hoof-footed one?
Yes.
Do you know, I think I do.
I could see the darkness in her eyes.
What is happening?
I knew that she'd done things with the Horned one.
What sorts of things do you think she was doing?
Well, I don't like to speculate as to what Madeline was actually doing. I do know that if you're a witch and you make a pact with Lucifer...
Wait, hang on. Okay. So either she was a witch or a Satanist, or they're just bad-mouthing a woman that Dean killed. Or both.
You have to kiss his bottom. She would not learn lines correctly. She'd slip up. She would... I'd find her nudging my arm accidentally when I didn't want it to be nudged. She wouldn't sit on Todd's knee. And, you know, after a while you think, for God's sake, it's a joke. Just sit on the man's knee and he'll stop asking.
I went into the caravan, to the sort of toilet cubicle, because I'd left my earring in there. And she was in the shower. So I said, "My dear, I'm sorry, I've left my earring in the shower." And of course she was naked, so I turned round. And I turned back, and I shit you not, my friend, she was gone when I turned round again.
So what would you say the message of Darkplace is?
Keep making good television. You know, Darkplace is very, very good television. You know, storylines are bang on, not bad acting. Yeah, you know, but they don't want to make things like this anymore.
I mean, I believe that the great shows have come and gone. T.J. Hooker's come and gone. Dukes of Hazzard's come and gone. You know, Crystal Maze has come and gone. We won't see shows like that again.
All those classic shows. Sorry, not a fan.
In our small way, I hope we're contributing to that canon. It might be a niche market. Who knows? Who knows? I'm sure people would rather watch Big Brother, rather watch people shower. And to be honest, I'd rather watch people shower than watch this.
Simple storytelling. That's what's lacking now. That's what's lacking in cinema, TV programs, TV, you know, expensive TV drama, simple storytelling, decent acting, thought-provoking stuff.
Art isn't a commodity that you haul in and out.
No.
Like dildos.
Darkplace sums up television as we know it. By that I mean, to the untrained eye, everything looks smooth, hugely entertaining.
Absolutely.
Every woman looks good.
Yep.
You know, everything is tied up at the end.
Yep.
Yet, the reality is far different. It was horrible to work on. I didn't get paid any money for it. And to be honest, I can't remember a thing about it now. And that's the way I hope it stays. Thanks very much.
Because I will not pay a licence.
He remembers backstage sex stuff, so he remembers something about the experience. Poor Todd.
I believe that the gift of Darkplace is such a sufficient gift to television that I don't believe I ever should really have to pay a licence again. I really don't. That's my gift. I've paid my licence 100 times over with just one episode of Darkplace. No. So if they come, you know, gypping me for a licence again, up theirs.
Now we're on to Horrificata. Why couldn't my brain read? Horrificata Illuminata. Wow, I'm exhausted. It's not even like it was because it was spelled goofy. Just the letters started to go woo.
The first horror novel really is the Bible. It's certainly the first Locust novel.
As far as I'm concerned, there is only one horror writer, Garth Marenghi.
You know, by here, bit more, bit further, by the end. That's what this kind of stuff is.
I think I still never, I'm sure I've mentioned this, I've never read a horror book. I love horror, I've never read a horror book. But I did recently start getting into horror comic books a little bit, like horror manga from Junji Ito. And I will say, not that I would ever compare anyone to the great Garth Marenghi, I am genuinely impressed how that, I was reading Uzumaki specifically, how that book is able to actually do jump scares, like pull off jump scares in a comic book. By just knowing how to build the tension, and then when the page turns the floor, like it genuinely, there were several times where I was just like, oh my god, it was rough. I loved it, it was great, but like I was genuinely shocked by how well they could pull things off by just knowing how to set up tension and where to put the panels and things like that. It was very cool. But I have not read a horror book. I should. I'm bad. I will eventually, maybe. If there's any I should read, let me know.
what I'd hope that my fiction achieves now is more of the slight chill. You know, the kind of... You know, for example, if that was Dawn Waters, you know, rather than I would hope that it would be right. Really? But hang on, I thought. And if I can achieve that, then I will die a very happy man.
I feel like he does that with all of his books. Like he'll sit there and just like, or he'll have Dean read it in front of him and mark the reactions. I feel like he's done that before.
Shakespeare was a horror writer. Shakespeare dealt in the realms of the fantastique, as does Garth. They're both imaginers. They're both ferrymen. They both explore worlds. That's what they do. I have no truck with snobbery at all. To me, it's all the same. Literature, porno, dog racing.
And the way that he writes, you know, those nightmares down, is almost childlike. And that's what makes it frightening for me. It's like if you, a young son, you know, or a daughter, and they come bursting into your room, you know, at 1 a.m, screaming and crying. You know, they've had this awful nightmare. And you say, what happened? And they say, oh, this man came down with dish mops on his head and blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? It has a certain, you know, certain horror than if I was to wake up, you know, my girlfriend and say, listen, I just had a nightmare. This man...
I do kind of get what he's talking about. Nothing's scarier than, like, if an adult's like, I had a dream there was a man in my closet, and a small child is like, there's a man in my closet. It's terrifying. So just things are always scarier with kids. I say, as darn it, a champion of the horror film Skinamarink. People fight me, and that's fair, but they're wrong, but I'm wrong, so whatever. It's an ongoing, if you're not a horror fan, it's an ongoing fight of, is that movie brilliant and terrifying, or is it the most boring, terrible movie you've ever seen? Who can say? Everyone I know says the last one. I say I haven't been more scared in a movie for the past 20 years. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. That movie made me cry. Anyway.
Man came down from the sky with a, I don't know, pitchfork, stuck me up the arse with it. Next thing I knew, I was, I don't know, on someone's tongue. Do you know what I mean? You wouldn't give a shit. That's it.
Garth has made a lot of people read. A lot. I mean, most people who read Garth's books hate reading. Garth makes people who hate reading read. I mean, they won't read anything good, but they'll read Garth. I will generally put in punctuation. I see that as my job. Garth does one draft. He doesn't want to dull it by constantly revising. He'll do one draft, and he'll often elect to omit punctuation. That's his call. I will put in commas. I won't put in semicolons. This isn't Joyce. I will omit dashes. Again, this isn't French writing. I will make sure that sentences start with capital letters. That's what they're called. I will make sure the book is long enough. Or should I say thick enough? That could be a question of adding more...
Hey, you know, not everyone does... Well, I think Louis L'Amour didn't do a lot of punctuation. He also didn't write interesting books. And, what's his name? Oh, God, I'm bad at this game. Guy who wrote The Road and Blood Meridian. I don't think he was big on periods. It's all good, man. It's a style.
More words. It could be a question of making the paper thicker. Depends what we've got time for. I, in consultation with Garth, will view the cover. Are there too many skeletons on this cover? Is this skull big enough? Could we fit more maggots on? Should bits of this book be pop-up? Questions like that. So it is creative.
I want Garth to write kid books.
Horror is dead.
I beg your pardon. What did you just say?
You should stop writing.
Did you? No. You said horror is dead.
Horror is dead.
No, horror's not dead, my friend. You're dead. You're dead inside. If you think horror's dead, you're dead.
I thought he was about to call in Dean to murder this man. I will say, people say that, I swear, like every 3 years, people are like, oh, horror, like, as a film genre is dead or over. And my whole thing is just like, you're just not looking. Like, that's my whole thing is, there's been great horror films that have come out, I think, every year, period. I like horror movies back in the 20s. I'll watch anything, man. I love horror as a genre. So it's just like the people who claim, oh, horror movies bad, I'm like, I mean, some mainstream ones are. And I don't think that's true of the last couple of years. But there was definitely a period, especially in like the 90s maybe, where the mainstream horror film wasn't that great. So look at other countries or just look more independent. They're there. You just have to care enough to look. That's all. Anyways, my little film rant I had to go on.
Inside. Horror's not dead at all. Horror's alive. Here I am.
The horror genre, I think, is in a lot of trouble at the moment, in the fact that it's been made pretty obvious to me that nobody's buying the books anymore.
I mean, Slighter, Garth's first novel, sold over 1 million copies. His last novel sold 173 copies. Mail order. And it was mail order only.
My books did not sell 173 copies last run. London Fiends sold 219 because some of those were mail order. 173 was after the returns came back.
Oh, no.
Last run of Garth's books, he was able to give every reader a free jumbo mug, and that's demeaning.
No.
Salman Rushdie doesn't have to give everyone a free jumbo mug. I mean, the literature sells itself, by and large, although a mug wouldn't go amiss from Salman.
Sorry for the pause. My sister was walking around upstairs. It's kind of loud when she does. We have creaky floors.
People aren't buying videos. The kind of films that are made a spoof. So it's really possibly had its day.
Never. Oh, God.
I love working with women. Well, hang on, let me rephrase that.
There you go.
I admire the women I work with. Let me rephrase that. I will work with women. Just because I fall out with every woman that I work with doesn't mean I don't love working with women. I love working with women. And if women work the way I love, then we'd get on like a house on fire. But the trouble is women have a different way of working to me. They do not like anything I like.
I've been criticised for only employing women at Devil Press, even for heavy lifting. Now, I work better surrounded by beautiful women.
Yeah, that's one thing you cannot bounce back from. You can be a boozer, okay? You can, even drink drive these days. If you're a sex pest, you've finished. There's nowhere else to go. You can't be an actor after that. You can't go back on the TV. You're a sex pest and you're through. Best thing to do is to piss off to Spain or something. That's what I'd do, I think.
Todd, are you a sex pest? I've also never heard the phrase sex pest, but it kind of sounds like that might be what you are. But
you've had troubles at Dean's with underage girls.
Yes, I have, that's right. The main problem has been, I personally believe that really from
Why are we talking about this?
13 and up, turn the other way.
Oh my God! Dean, no!
It's not a popular view, I know.
No!
Most older women put up with a lot of nonsense.
It's the worst when he brings out a larger cigar. Oh God. No.
I've found. Younger women these days certainly do not. And I can vouch for this. It's quite funny now I think back, but a few weeks ago I had a blazing row with my young girlfriend. I called her father a thief, which in actual fact he is. There was no argument there. She took huge offence to that. Didn't say anything that night. Anyway, next morning she poured scorching coffee on me. Okay, now most men would have gone through the roof at that. Got up, I put my trousers on, grabbed the car keys, and I went on holiday. Okay, and since then she's mellowed and it's been fine.
But I personally believe that girls who lie about their age, and I'm talking about 14, 13-year-olds here, should be imprisoned. Or certainly sent to some kind of corrective institution. Because they're playing with fire.
Isn't this supposed to be about a show? Or books? Why are we talking about this? It's getting so dark. Oh my God. If you're discovering, I laugh at anything, so I'm sorry if it's offensive. I'm not getting offended, but these people aren't real. It's okay.
And if you play with fire, little girl, you're going to get burnt.
He's burnt people.
Garth, I know you once said one of the most beautiful things someone said to you was that they'd actually climaxed while reading one of your books.
That's right, yeah. It was...
Me? I said that to you, didn't I?
I write scenes about making love. Now, some people might think that's just titillation.
It's not screwing, it's making love.
It's making love.
And can I just say you've not made love until you've made love to Mr. Jean-Michel Jarre?
Well, that's true.
It's like making love underwater, but, you know, with more control. In the sex scene, a phrase I do like is her doc, because that's got a nautical theme that I feel fits in
Her
with
doc.
With the saltiness of the entire endeavour.
Her doc, my ferry.
Yeah. Wet doc is too much.
Yeah, you see,
and
that's
I've seen
pushing
someone do that.
That's pushing it.
Stop at doc. I've read someone...
Oh, man. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out, has there been a Bond girl with the last name Doc? I know Dr. No, I think it was, had Trench, which is really bad. Oh, man. Alright, next Bond film. Let's get Tiffany Doc or something.
One referred to it as a harbour. And I thought that was too ornate.
Well, that's, you know, that sounds more vampiric, certainly.
Well, it just sounds like you're going to be moored there for a couple of days.
Yeah.
Move on, because I don't want to talk, you know...
It's, you know, it can be sordid.
I'll make love all day, I won't talk about making love all day. Well, I'll make love for as long as I can these days. Which actually is quite a long time by the time I manage to get anything going.
All right.
He's got such a sinister vibe as Dean. His looks are terrifying. I think it's the hat. I don't know what it is, man. I've seen him in lots of stuff, but never this scary. I always thought he was like a little sweetie doof. He's petrifying in this.
All right. You've started him off.
It's a sad, sad day.
I don't want to hear about it anymore. I don't want to hear about it, please.
Both of you look me in the eye and tell me that you, on a late night, while sad and desperate, having not sold very many books and being kind of low on rent, have not had sex with each other. I'm just going to say it. Come on now. That has fully happened.
Let me tell you, it is a sad day.
I know it's a sad day.
It's a sad day for Dean. A sad day for Dean. When I had to say, love, get a cab, it's not happening.
No woman has survived in any one of the last 3 books of yours.
Beg pardon?
Well, the women always buy it.
The women do not buy it, they die heroically.
Do you think that's going to be a problem when you're trying to...
Look, alright, we're talking about London Fiends, right? I presume you're talking about the story about the Wasp Priestess.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so the Wasp Priestess dies, but she was evil. Okay, so does that count as a woman? She's half wasp. So shall we say I'm knocking the wasps? Should we say that? Alright, I'm knocking the wasps as well then. I'm knocking the wasps and I'm knocking women. Okay? The female woman in that, the heroine, so the two women in that book for a start, half woman, half wasp priestess. If you include the wasp priestess, that's half woman. Alright, so we say it's half woman, half wasp. So you've got 1.5 women in that book, alright? Who show a hell of a lot of spirit. Who are feisty, who can get the job done. The Wasp Priestess. I mean, you've really got to read some books, my friend. You have no idea.
It is true that
I will say a lot of people will claim about sexism in especially slasher films in the 80s, and I'll say I will always defend, even though I'm not a big slasher film fan from the 80s. Like I don't like Friday the 13th or any of those because they're boring. I'm more of a Freddy or Chucky gal myself. I mean, it's almost always that the girl lives. She takes the phallic-shaped weapon and kills the bad guy. She takes his manhood and kills him with it. It's fun. But yeah, I don't know. People get really kind of weird about that stuff with horror films. I don't know. That is hilarious. It's 1.5 women, half wasp. It's fine.
a lot of the female characters do end up dead in Darkplace, but if you look at their character, they're not all what they seem.
That's a lot about Garth villainizing women, which I'm sure means nothing.
Broccoli, when she appears, on first look, to be a perfectly beautiful, healthy young lady. She's not. She's made of broccoli. So she's hiding something.
I'm not saying that sex is the cause of their death. I'm not saying it's because they have sex that they die. I'm saying they have sex and then they die. Put it this way.
That is very 80s, which this show did come out in. Well, this show came out in the 80s, so hey, it made sense for horror at the time, man. That was the rule. If you had sex outside of marriage, you totally died. Oddly conservative values in those old horror films.
When you are making love, everything is potent. Okay? You probably won't know that, but take it from me. Alright? When you're busy doing it, everything's potent. You are raised to the highest pitch of experience. Okay? You're at a knife edge the whole time. You know, it's a knife edge as to whether or not you're gonna... I can't say that. It's... Put it this way, you're out of control. Or can be out of control. Now, all I'm saying is that at such extremes, the chances are you're going to do something stupid like die afterwards.
It's funny, I feel like these interviews have sort of made me see Garth as more shy than I thought of before, which is really funny to me. Oh, goodness.
I grew up in the shit. Yeah? I can tell you about all kinds of shit. I can tell you about horse manure, I can tell you about dog poop, I can tell you about human excrement too. Because I've seen it, and I've smelt it, and I've talked to the guys who made it.
Wow.
So up yours. Pal. I work a 24-hour day. I dream. I get up at around 9, read the papers till 10, breakfast till 11, and then there's a bit of admin I need to do, and then I hit the typewriter at about 11:45, and then I break at 1:30 for lunch, which Pam usually makes, and then we'll go into town during the afternoon. I might read a bit in the afternoon, and then it's really dinner, and then it's, you know, thinking about dreaming again.
It's busy, man. It's hard.
It's nice to see you back in the black leather.
What do you mean back in the black leather?
Well, on Darkplace you wore a doctor's coat.
I've always liked black leather. I like the buffalo. I like cows. I like that food group, and you know, I like to wear what I eat in a way. There's always a roast in our house, either on the table hot with gravy on the stove, or in the fridge cold and ready for the slice. They often say to people, "You've got to."
I haven't eaten in like 8 hours, and I want to hear about him talking about roast because I want it so bad. I'm so hungry. Sorry, I just had to say that out loud. I'm hungry.
Sweet tooth. With me, they say you've got a meat tooth, and they're right. I love meat. Pam loves meat. The children don't love meat, but that's what we cook them. And until they can afford to buy their own vegetarian food, they're just going to have to lump it.
You use humour brilliantly.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, how do you write such funny jokes?
Oh, well, if I hadn't been a horror writer, I think I'd have been a you know, sort of musical comedian type. I'm very funny in conversation.
I thought I was going to say stand-up comedian, but no, apparently also musical.
People love what I say. They find them very funny. I'm just blessed with a natural wit.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, do you try your jokes out on anyone?
I don't have to.
They just come naturally.
Well, I do try them. If I find a joke that works, I'll repeat it. I don't have to try them out. I mean, I know they're going to work.
You've got a very funny anecdote about your first pet.
I used to take him for walks up the road, and I used to let him off the leash, and he'd run into the mud, and he'd get muddy, and he'd get dirty, and he'd be barking, and I'd have only just cleaned him earlier, you know. And he'd come back, and he'd be stinking, right, because he'd been rolling in God knows what, probably cow turd, something like that. And I remember one day he came bounding back, and I said, "Get away, I'm not getting anyone." I ducked out the way, and he tried to hump a child. And we nearly had him put down. I grow bloody sick of how many bloody letters I have penned and sent off and received no reply to. So this was always a kind of to the government.
Sorry,
What are you upset about, Garth?
The fact that they never replied to me.
Who?
Them.
Who have you been writing to?
The people. The people who hide it from us.
Oh, what, the government?
Yes. I'm not going to call them that because I don't believe they govern.
You've got a funny theory about who is running the country.
I certainly have.
Who's that?
Rats.
Garth has many strange theories. Broccoli coming from space is just one.
The look on Dean's face was just like, no, don't bring this up again. I've heard a lot about the rats.
I don't like broccoli. I don't eat it as a rule. It's very fashionable now to eat. It could easily come from space. I'm sure that's nonsense, though.
Not many people know this, but there's a theory going around that wasps were the originators of life on this earth. We actually come from wasps.
I haven't heard that.
There's a part of wasp in all of us. However, there are some pure people who are of this earth. I think I'm from this kind who view the wasp as, our clan enemy. So I see myself as a crusader, a vigilante against them. They're disgusting creatures. They're very evil too. And they think. It's a hive mind. We're all part of a hive mind. Did you know that? We are.
I know that you have a chill call.
I almost said Garth's on coke right now, but I think that just might be all natural Garth right there. Oh, wow.
Corner in your house.
Mm-hmm.
What have you done there?
It's very simple. And if you're a serious student of the Fantastique, you'll take heed. You take a corner of your house and you have your chilly books there and you sit in your chair and you can pick up a candelabra probably for about a couple of quid now if you go to one of these garden places. Put that beside you. Black candles. Make sure you've got some extinguisher or something should there be an accident. And I recommend the music of Yannis Exanis, Bohor 1. Put that on, and I guarantee you a nightmare.
Do you think that's the thing many people in the world are trying to achieve?
No.
No.
I think Garth, in terms of calibre of artist, will be remembered up with the very best. He'll be remembered in the same breath as Rick Astley. He'll be remembered in the same breath as Maureen Lipman. I would like my...
When this one was happening, I can't tell if it's Dean being realistic with how Garth will be remembered, or if it's Dean truly believing Rick Astley is the peak of talent. I don't know which it is.
Remains scattered among the tables of my club.
And what does Garth want done to his?
Garth wants to have his remains blown out of a medieval horn.
Alright, so he has a club. That sounds horrifying.
I am self-taught.
I don't want your life.
In fact, I've made it a point of honour never to learn anything from anyone else. My mother, God rest her, even though she's alive, but let's make sure that God helps her get some rest.
That's cute.
Brought me up on her own, worked a number of jobs. She was a quick fit fitter, she was a pool cleaner, and she was a taxidermist. And she did taxidermy nights. If there was a rush job on her stuff, she would be called in, and that's just the nasty stuff. That's getting the gristle out, that's getting the bone out, that's getting the innards out. And she would do that through the night, come back, clean a pool, get down quick fit, and then same again.
Yeah, maybe Dean developed a fascination with dead animals. That's usually how it starts, right?
Nice to see you both, gentlemen.
Hello. Oh, it's good to be seen, Paul.
You've been a team for a long time.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how that first happened.
Well,
why Dean, Garth?
Well,
why not?
I knew who he was because he was making the papers from a very early age, and I was only 15, 16.
The magazine that I was working on was called Dude, and it changed its name to Fella, more English. And it was a mixture of erotica and fantastic stories. I got a story by Garth Marenghi, writing under a pseudonym at that time, so I didn't know who he was, called Face Bottom. I read it, and I thought, hey, there's something here.
That is 100%. All I can think of when I hear face bottom is that scene in Society where the dude's face comes out of his butt. That's all I can see. I'm sorry.
Not only is this a very haunting story about a guy whose face is literally half a bottom, but it's also a allegory of the Biafra conflict.
There is a movie from a short film that has that. I haven't seen it. It looks awful. Called like Skins or something. Not the UK show, obviously. But it's like a woman has an asshole for a face. Or a mouth. Not like ass mouth or arse mouth in the Preacher comics. That's different. That's cooler. I love that character. But no, yeah, it's look it up or don't, but I've seen like bits of it. It looked gross.
This is very exciting, isn't it? Let's give him a call. Come into the office, please. Came into the office, met, got on, and he just signed my chest. We never had anything written. He signed my chest right there and then.
Okay.
In retrospect, I should have got something in writing. It was hubris on my part. But we've never looked back. We parted
Yeah, it was in blood. It was being your Faustian deal.
briefly, Garth and I, in the 80s. Garth for a while thought that he could do better with another manager. And that manager died.
Did he?
And then he came back to me. I wanted to stand for Parliament because I believe that there is a voice yet to be heard in politics. That is the voice of the liberated man. I got 7 votes in total, which is a shame because I know more than 7 people. Society deems driving drunk unacceptable. That's a society we live in. So we have to accept those rules.
What do you think about it?
I am personally capable of controlling a car no matter what level of intoxication I'm up to. That's a gift I have. At the moment, the law denies me from exercising that gift. I've had a lot of trouble with censorship in my life. I don't believe in censorship. I don't believe in self-appointed judges. I don't believe in judges. I don't really believe in appointments. My style is eclectic.
He's one of those guys, if you ever need to take him in for questioning, you just kind of stop talking and he'll eventually incriminate himself. It's fine. Even if he hasn't done anything, he'll incriminate himself just by talking.
Mix. Some of it comes from 20s golf. Some of it comes from Al Capone. Some of it comes from the future. And some of it comes from feeful landlords. I've been smoking cigars since I was 12.
But you've never smoked a cigarette?
No. I don't want to get cancer.
Where did the cap angle come from?
This is how a man wears a cap. I mean, I could put it flat on, but, you know, I'm not a potato farmer.
It looks slightly camp.
Slightly camp? Yeah, well, that's your call, friend. I don't think it looks camp. I think if you speak to people who know me, I'm nothing if not camp.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. It's a shame to end on that tone. That's quite a shame, because I was enjoying that, and you've kind of soured it. But never mind. Dean.
That interviewer will not make it home alive.
It's like any art form. There's a lot of sitting around. You know, one gets, dependent on certain things. I started to drink, you see, in 1979. And things got worse up until about, I'd say, 1994. The work kind of dried up, and I became, I think, a bit of a joke. Due to my own bad behaviour, I would imagine.
They simply don't make parts for people like Todd anymore. The parts got smaller. That's what happened, and he's got bigger.
I did have to file for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is not such a bad thing, you see. People have this stigma about bankruptcy. I mean, it's there to actually protect one. The thing is, if you're not on something which is on BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, whatever, then people think that you've died. Okay, I've done a lot of theatre, things, for no money, which I thought were good. What can you throw at me now? I've been in prison.
So See, I kind of love this. I love this as I'm really glad that I watched these, as a compare like after the series, because I feel like in the series, you know, of course they talked like everything's like they're larger than life characters, and I feel like in this we're just kind of seeing the dark, sad reality behind these failures, and I'm a bad person, so it makes it funnier.
I've been bankrupt. I haven't worked for many a long year. I've been dropped from every single record company that I was with. Do you know what I mean?
That's a crime.
What else have you got? I suppose you could say that I'm a sex pest. That's about the only thing left.
Yeah, you're a sex pest.
You won't get any proof on anything like that.
No, you are.
The question is, would I want to know the real me? Who knows that? I don't want to appear bitter about any of this because, you know, that's a very sort of easy way out. I'm not bitter at all. But, you know, certain things do really get me down. I tend to sort of change my opinion on acting the older I get, but there are a few rules that I've stuck to from, you know, basically from day one. It is like Beats. Acting is like...
I can't tell if we're going for earlier in the interview, so the cup's fuller, or if it's just he's had that many drinks. It's probably the second one.
Beats. Standing on stage, the best kind of training an actor can ever get. Try telling that, you know, that to an actor now. You know, they'll think, you know, you're a fool. All right then, Mr. So-and-so from EastEnders or whatever, you know, get yourself on... you know, stage in front of 500 people. That's how many you can get in the theatre these days. I doubt even that. And, you know, reach the man right at the back of the hall, you know, and at the same time keep the intimacy for, you know, the first row. You know, that's not easy. Can't learn that kind of thing on TV, I'm afraid. The thing that I normally do is, I mean, I think of myself as being a human drum kit. Now, I can actually play the drums, which makes this much easier to describe to you. So it's as if I'm either sat at a drum kit, and I'm going... and you're keeping up a beat, usually 4/4. 4/4 is much easier, because other people know what 4/4 is. Once you start to, you know, change a waltz and things, people don't know where the fuck they are. So if you keep it, say, 4/4, and you say the lines, something like... Scotch mist? What Scotch mist?
It was not remotely.
Somebody like Michael Caine, his beat would be obviously very simple, and would be a... where it's just, you know, like a march, if you like. Whereas somebody like... who do I like? Christopher Walken, for instance. Now, he would have something completely different, more of a...
Happening? What is happening?
Do you see what I mean?
What about Garth and Dean?
Garth and Dean? They wouldn't be aware of any beats or any kind of style at all. Garth would just be... Dean's would be... Just imagine somebody mentally retarded sat with a drum kit. Imagine the noise that they would make. That's what you got with Dean, I think. A good actor, I think, is always somebody who is very easy on the eye. And I don't just mean, you know, looking good. I mean, in terms of easy to watch, but at the same time has a kind of edge. So you're not quite sure what they'll do next. And that's all down to timing. Now, I could read the same lines to you in 3 or 4 different ways, and I pretty much guarantee you would only remember one of the actual performances. I could read 2 flat and 2, you know, how I would normally do them. That's all it is. The words, I think, are pretty much, I wouldn't say immaterial, but it is all about speech patterns, gaps that you leave, air, you know, that you take, that kind of thing. Very, very short line, but it meant so much, you see. And your sort of current young 23-year-old TV actor would probably read that in the cab on the way to the job. That would be the first time he'd...
bitter. It's beautiful.
I've actually seen there, I think. God,
I'm not commenting as much. I don't even know if this one's fun to watch. I'm just kind of staring and watching this like kind of horror show. These interviews are becoming like, if anyone's familiar with the fantastic show Moral Oral, these two videos are like season 3, where you're like, oh, what's been happening? Especially this one.
Set, stood against his opposite, waited for, I don't know, probably a second to make sure that the camera was back on him or whatever, and then would give you a reading of, you and he were buddies, weren't you? Looking at him. Which is always a very, very selfish way to act, but it's what I see every day now. You and he were buddies, weren't you? Sort of thing, as opposed to possibly looking at the door, which I believe the scene was, looking back at him, back at the door. You and he were buddies, weren't you? Need I say more? Need I say more?
Nope, you're perfect.
I mean, I turned on, what was it the other day, that bloody awful Cockney soap, what's that called?
EastEnders.
Yeah, and the most ugliest, disgusting looking people, men and women. This fat bloke, I haven't got a clue what his name was, red in the face. I had to turn the bloody thing, I couldn't hear a word he was saying. And it was all that type of thing. And then this Cockney Sparrow, like young Barbara Windsor type, dyed black hair, looked like a fucking raven, near enough. And, this is supposed to be, serious stuff. I never seen anything like it. It was like a pantomime, my friend. Really awful. And I understand 12 million people actually turn on to that every single day. Is it on every day? I imagine it is now. Most of these things are. It was like a modern day freak show.
I've never seen EastEnders, so I just know it's a big show. I have no idea, but I've never seen it, so I can't really comment on the nuance of that point.
That's what you've got to basically contend with. I'd rather bow out gracefully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The secret to our deodorant.
Okay, well, that's the note we're gonna go out on. Wow. Well, let me think. So before I watched these videos, I thought of Todd, Dean, and Garth as a kind of self-centered, maybe just kind of dumb actor, a criminal, and a narcissist. And now my feelings are a very sad alcoholic who, if I try to think of what their futures will be like, how dark do I want to go? I don't know if I can see a future where Todd doesn't live much longer by his own doings. Dean, still a criminal, and will eventually be taken out by the cops. And Garth, a much shyer, maybe this is because of the mental breakdown, kind of more sheepish than I originally considered, far more manic than I originally considered, and really I think will be just sort of living a quiet life, signing autographs for like 3 people at a book signing. In his future, that's so dark, but that's the show, man. That was awesome.